Good morning, friends and traders. Welcome to another exciting day of Topstep TV. This is the opening call for Wednesday, June 3rd, 2026. I'm your host, JD, filling in for Coach Jay, who's going to be here later during Fast Markets. In the middle, the man in the middle, John, the Goat Hoagland, and over there on the right, Coach Ray, head coach of the Mindset Hunters, Topstep VIP. Good morning, gentlemen. Hoag, how you feeling this morning?
Feeling good, man. Feeling good. Happy Wednesday. Good to see you, JD. Ray, hope everybody's feeling well. Ray, how you feeling this morning on your vacation?
Feeling good. The time away from students has been welcomed, and I'm kind of anxious to take a look here at the markets and provide our trading students some value.
There you go. There you go. If you guys didn't know, Coach Ray is a high school math teacher. He's off for the summer. No summer school for Ray this year. No. Is it typical? Do you usually not teach summer school?
Yeah, I try. I need that break, so I try not to. On occasion, I will teach, but recently I've actually used the time away. So
good for you. Good for you. It's good to take breaks. Yes, always good to set limits.
Recharge.
Recharging is right.
Yeah.
All right, guys. We just had a number released, the ADP employment report. Actual came in at 122,000 ADP gauges, private payrolls. So increased by 122,000 jobs last month. Forecasted for 120,000. So a little better than expected. Not getting much of a reaction from the markets just yet. We'll see how well the markets absorb this number in the next few minutes. But we've got a whole lot of jobs data coming out for the rest of the week. We'll get into the eco calendar in just a minute. But this gold opening range breakout trade, guys, how are we thinking about it? We're opening a little bit outside of range, bit of a gap open to the downside. Do we like this trade this morning? We got kind of burned on it yesterday when Beth Hammock came out speaking. Talking Fed took over the tape and flushed us out of our gold opening range trade. But that's okay. How are we thinking about it this morning? High level.
So
what's going on?
We're opening out of balance from yesterday's range, right? And we're approaching the lows of what we thought maybe we saw a reversal last Thursday. We're kind of close to weekly kickoff low, which still remains from last week, which is 44.53. That's a long ways away. I think it's probably a little bit higher probability because we are out of balance from yesterday's range. We are opening with a gap. We have overnight inventory to the short side. I'm going to go with my default is let's judge it by the risk. If it's a cheap trade, we're taking it every time.
Sounds good. Ray, we got about 1 minute until gold opens. How you feeling about this trade?
Yeah, as kind of Hoag mentioned here, we're kind of coming into some areas of demand here on the daily chart. So it would seem logical that we could bounce from this location. Now, whether it happens during that opening range time, that's the question. But at least we're at an extreme. That's what I like about it. So
sounds good. Okay, I like it. So we're going to gauge our risk, see if we can get into this trade. We got about 45 seconds until gold officially opens. I do have my new initial balance indicator active on the Topstep X platform, so it's going to be a little bit of a guide looking at this opening range breakout trade. Who's using the new tools on Topstep X?
I just feel like it's like before a horse race, and they're getting all the horses in the gate right now.
It's true.
One horse giving them trouble right now, backing up, doesn't want to get in there.
Oh, hey, y'all. We've got a poll up in the chat. We mentioned Coach Ray is a high school math teacher. And there's a poll in the chat right now. Would you go back to high school? Back in time? Yes or no? Who wants to go relive their glory days?
And know what I know now? Absolutely.
Knowing what you know now, would you do it? All right, ding, ding, ding. The bell has rung. Gold is officially open for business.
Nice little
7:20 a.m. Central Time. Look at this. We've got some activity early on in the gold market. Institutional traders still respect these old school trading hours, right? We always see a nice influx
Yes,
of
I do.
liquidity right when the bell rings. We're seeing it right now.
51 tick opening range so far.
Yep. I'm looking at the micro contract. We've got a low of 44.83.80, high of 44.89.80. 60 ticks wide.
They're very different. On the big contract, it's 44.84.10 is the low, and
Oh, wow.
44.90 even is the high.
Okay. Off by 4 or 5 ticks on both sides.
It just ticked.
All right.
Took out the high by just, took out the high by 2 ticks. Oh, there we go. Little liquidity grab. Feeling trappy. It's already feeling trappy, isn't it?
Yes, it is. Mr. Intuition there.
You want to see the move happen real fast, you know? You want confirmation to be clear. The dome is real thin on the micro contract. And a little bit of selling coming in. I don't think we're going to get a signal. It's looking like a buy or nothing. There's a little more liquidity injection coming into this market. We're going to close right on the tick. No signal.
That's not yet. Nothing.
It's almost like
no signal yet. I know, right? Who's watching? Who's watching us?
Right.
Goldman interns are after our micros again. Who voted in the poll? We got 90 votes in the poll. 58% saying no. Nobody. 58% are not interested in going back in time. Knowing what they know now. Say again, Hogue?
How about no?
No.
Like, evil. How about no?
All right. We'll continue to monitor this gold trade. It's looking like a long or nothing. Well, actually, no confirmation either way so far. But if we take out the low of the opening range, this trade will invalidate itself. Yeah. So we'll give this a few more minutes to marinate. Until then, let's go over the economic calendar for today. Headline risk remains high today. We saw it yesterday. We've been seeing it for weeks now. Headline risk is a major factor in these markets. When something hits the tape, anything could be potentially market moving. We saw Beth Hammock speaking yesterday, right at about this time when we put on our gold opening range trade. We were just talking about it. A talking Fed came out, and she said a couple of words, and gold took us right out of our position. So always be conscious of the headlines coming out. There's always somebody talking nowadays. In fact, we've got Barr speaking at 8 o'clock Central Time. We'll get into that in just a minute. The ADP employment report, we just reported on that. 122,000 new private payroll jobs. Forecast for 120,000. And so up a little there. And previous revised 105,000. A nice boost there also. Talking Feds on the docket today. Again, we've got Michael Barr speaking at 8 o'clock and Lori Logan speaking later this afternoon. I'm sure we'll see some headlines coming out for other people bumping into a camera and a microphone later this morning or throughout the day. So we'll keep you apprised of any new events when it comes to Talking Feds or anybody else of importance speaking. ISM Services Index at 9 o'clock a.m. Central Time. Crude oil inventories at 9:30 a.m. Central Time. Those inventory numbers have become market moving. Don't forget, don't discount those numbers. 9:30 Central Time. Yes, EIA Petroleum Status Report. We've also got factory orders at 9 o'clock. That's about it. Beige Book at 1 o'clock. Andre's off today. We're sending him over to the Fed to pick up the Beige Book and report back to us on that. So we may see Andre in the wild today. No, I'm joking.
You're reading my mind.
We don't actually send Andre to the Fed to pick up the Beige Book. That is the eco calendar for today.
Almost invalidated here.
Yes. No trigger to the upside, and now we are fading back to the lower end of this range. Selling volume does look like it's drying up just a little bit. I'm looking at a 1-minute chart. we see those volume bars steadily declining, which means selling interest is being depleted. Jobs numbers.
There it is.
Invalidated. There we go. Just took out the low of the opening range. Again, jobs numbers. We had the ADP report today. Tomorrow we've got more. We've got jobless claims and the Challenger job cut report. And then Friday is the big day, the coup de grace, the May jobs report, the unemployment rate. That is the event of the week coming up on Friday. A lot of jobs data coming out this week. Unenjoyment, yes. All right. Hogue, let's take a look at that checklist. What do the people need to do before they get into these markets?
They got to do their homework. You're going back to high school, you better get used to it. We're going to start with pre-market research. That's what we're doing here. It's all about context, risk management, and patience. Morning checklist. You got your water? Got your coffee? Are you fed? You walk the dog? You do your meditation? What about mindset? Got to check your mindset. Happy traders make better traders. If you're not feeling good, it's going to affect your decision-making process and your trade entry checklist. It's going to get you into those trades. Got to take those trades. You got to write them down. You got to review them. At the end of the day, do your journaling too. Don't forget that is part of your homework. We all should be journaling. I know we all say we do, but do we really? Do we really do the journaling? At the end of the day, of course, you're going to review. There you go, Ray. At the end of the day, you're going to review those trades, review and complete your journal, read your journal, and always stick around and hang out with Coach Jay and Coach Paul for At the Buzzer. There is your Topstep daily checklist. If you've done your homework, you get to party. Party Wednesday. Let's go.
Everybody loves a good party, right? Thank you, Hogue. All right, before we dive into these charts, man, gold is still selling off. Look at this. Invalidation. Gold did the heavy lifting for us today. We didn't even have to think about it, right?
Yep.
Sometimes it just works out well like that. All right, before we get into these charts, we're going to share a little bit of news. AI chatbots. What are people using them for? I'll tell you what they're using them for. People are flooding AI chatbots with health questions. Let's roll it. So now, Microsoft and Mayo Clinic have announced a partnership to build an AI model trained just to deliver medical data. It will be owned by Mayo Clinic and include records, research, and the expertise of the hospital's clinicians. Officials with the partnership hope it will eventually power AI tools for clinicians at Mayo Clinic's hospitals. They say there will be a potential to license the technology to other healthcare institutions also. There's also a plan to build an AI healthcare assistant that patients can engage with through the hospital's online portal. The model could eventually improve how Microsoft's Copilot consumer AI chatbot responds to health-related questions. Pretty interesting. Do you trust AI enough right now to, would you let your health depend on AI? Does that make sense?
Historically, not very trusting of new technologies. Give it a while.
Give it a while.
Work the bug out.
Sure.
Yeah, I'm with you on that one.
And I'm sure there are plenty of bugs to be worked out.
Yeah.
All right, guys. With that, there are no 7:30 numbers this morning. So let's dive into some chart analysis. We just talked about gold. Let's dig a little deeper. Hogue, Ray, dazzle us with your charting prowess, please.
All right. We will try and dazzle you, and we will certainly do our best. All right. The daily, the kind of medium time frame downtrend seems to be continuing with lower highs, and now we've got some lower lows. Last Thursday's kind of reversal pattern, it looks like it's going to get retested as we continue to push lower. Now, yesterday we added 1,200 in open interest, but it was a rather indecisive day. There was some pretty decent downside moves, and then it just kind of held right around this 200 session simple moving average. So if we're going to be using this 200 session simple moving average for opportunities, it's really been kind of supportive, resistant. It's right in the middle of all of these bars. So the market seems to be somewhat ignoring that 200 session simple moving average. And that kind of makes sense to me because overall, in the big picture, I don't think we're seeing a lot of longer time frame participants in this market. All right. They're here. They're watching. They're probably making some gentle adjustments, but nothing major because we've been seeing volume slow, volume low, and open interest kind of waffling up one day, down the next. We're finished with rollover, so we don't have to worry about that. But we're still pretty much, at the lower end, the lower extreme of the rollover balance. So largely again in rollover range. The 200 session simple moving average not really doing much. Looking forward to another test to or below 44.53, the weekly kickoff low. Last week's low 43.95.60. Ray, anything you're seeing on the daily chart that makes note?
Yeah, well, as you mentioned, we are in some sort of descending triangle here. We're a fair amount of bearish structure here to the downside. We had a nice little swing here to the downside. We retraced it, but we weren't able basically to be 50% of that range and continued in that same direction. Now the momentum, it hasn't been all that impressive since we did that initial swing, but we are still grinding here to the downside. DMI is very much aligned with the continuation move. And I was kind of looking back to see where, if we assuming that we can break below these levels, where could we go? Well, I was looking at this volume profile, and I see that maybe 4150 could be in the future for us. If we do happen to close below these levels, we could accelerate down to this level here because that's the next level of volume that was traded, right? So the market has the tendency to move from out of balance to balance. And this would be the next logical area down here around 4160, 4200. That would be kind of the next logical area. But it does seem like we're in a good amount of structure here to the downside. And I would expect that at some point we'll test the conviction of some of these buyers. Maybe we can shake out some of these participants that might be hanging out here in the weeds. I see some evidence of that on the daily.
Yeah, I was looking at these lows here, and I'm wondering if we do have some buyers down there that might protect that level. A measured move that I set up when I was doing the weekly kickoff levels, which again remained the same here, 44.53, that level remained the same because we didn't have any acceptance below it. We looked below it, but it was nothing but rejection. And that reversal on Thursday was something that I was taking note of. But on a measured move, I can see us down to possibly, before we get to 41.50, like Ray is talking about, 42.92 is a bit of a measured move. I like to put those in gray on my charts because if we break the weekly kickoff low early and show acceptance, this would be the next weekly kickoff low as the market sits right now. Let's take a look at the 30. Jay and I have been hoping to see 3,500 in gold. I don't know if it's going to happen, but we're not really seeing any continuation off this reversal pattern we saw on Thursday. That's something, of course, that we have to be aware of. But the fact that we had that reversal in this area indicates, yeah, we ran into some buyers down here below this weekly kickoff low. And if they're going to protect, it's going to be a very sticky area to try and get through. I'm kind of appreciating the opportunity to see what we see down here. So I'm looking forward to maybe another test of the weekly kickoff low 44.53. Overnight inventory, quite obviously, is a little bit short here. The market opened up here around 45.18 and has been rather steadily moving lower. So we know we've got some overnight inventory to the short side, weaker hands, shorter time frame traders. And what they're looking for is they're looking for continuation to the downside. So far, they're getting it. They're not freaking out right now. Anybody who's short from last night, at least if they're not short in the hole down here, is appreciating the current price action, and they're probably going to stick with those positions as long as sellers continue to push price lower. As far as delta is concerned today, it's positive 25. So nothing very divergent there. It's very divergent there. It's very early in the session, of course. Now, since we broke the overnight VWAP, that has been very resistant for us. It's up against these lows as well. So, if we're looking for a break to the upside, I think that the shorter time frame shorts are going to start to get nervous up around 44, 93, 94, 95. We'll probably see some stops up there, and then we can take a look at where we go from there. Again, our reversal pattern zone is coming into play. Could be an interesting opportunity there. There's not a lot of like short term levels that I can kind of really look at here. We're already below the low from Monday, or testing the low in regular trading hours. So I think our overnight low and overnight high are going to be two of the levels that I'll probably be focusing on throughout the day today if I'm going to be focusing on extremes for the opportunities. Ray, what are you thinking?
Yeah, I was just kind of as you were talking there, I was kind of marking up some levels in this chart. As you mentioned, we are still in some fair amount of overnight shorts in this market. I don't know what kind of grade I would necessarily give the sort of the auction process, but it's I would say fairly good to the downside at the moment. The DMI is really not indicating a whole lot of how you say impulsive moves to the downside. Kind of consolidated here a little bit and maybe kind of picking up a little bit of the momentum to the downside. It's kind of converging the negative and the positive. But I'm just kind of marking up some levels of interest here. We're at a level now that has been of interest in the past, and the question is it going to be? Do we have? I'm always a little when we're at extremes like this. I'm always cognizant of maybe the potential of having some buyers here looking at these lows, right? Because these extremes are where these participants tend to live. So I'm always cognizant of that. So if we do break below this last pivot that we have here on the 30-minute chart, I'd like to see a spike in volume, and I really don't want that level to be broken once it's broken to the downside. So I'd like to see price break that level, maybe retest it, and then continue in that same direction. Is kind of what I'm looking at. If we are indeed going and moving into more of an initiative move, I've kind of marked some levels here. Again, I'm always a fan of selling strength, especially when I'm in some sort of bearish structure. We've got a nice reaction here off of VWAP. I don't know if we get another move here, but obviously it's going to be important if we're going to maintain this bearish structure that we obviously make and book a new low here sometime during the session. And then the next question becomes does it hold or does it provide us a little bit of a rally? Because I do have this area here up at the value area low from yesterday where it could be maybe a temporary destination before we maybe continue in that same direction. I have the value area low here around 45. I'm going to say 45.14, 45.15, somewhere in that range is kind of would be a logical level for the market to maybe potentially rally to, and then we resume our move to the downside.
So, Ray, I'm looking at your ADX down there, and there you've got a little bit of a crossover from it looks like actually they kind of converged, and then you've got
converged,
the minus popping, right?
Yeah.
What about the ADX? It's on a pretty good downslope here. Does that kind of decrease the probability of continuation because the activity seems to be slowing?
Yeah, I mean that's kind of whatever momentum, whatever move that we're currently in. The ADX is indicating that the momentum is kind of slowing. So if I'm coming into an edge here, do I really want to see momentum slow? Right? If I'm in an initiative move to the downside, this level is not going to be something. So I'd like to see maybe this kind of follow the slope of the negative DI in order to give me some confidence that the move has some I would say momentum behind
building
it.
some.
Yeah, sure. Building some momentum. Right now, it seems like it's losing some momentum. We're seeing a little bit more in overlapping price action here of late, and that's probably what's contributing. I mean, this whole move here, right? You can see the beginning of this slowdown in the ADX. Well, what kind of price action have we been getting for the most part? A lot of range kind of price action, and I think that's what's contributing to the loss of momentum in this current move.
Awesome. All right. Just taking a quick look at the volume profile from yesterday. It ended up being somewhat of a trend day. The opening range wasn't the dead high of the day. It tricked us into a long, and then the sellers came in, and once we broke the initial balance, we did see some pretty good price action to the downside, but it really kind of settled into the range here and then settled at the end of the day at the low of the session. Settlement was 45.1990. Adding 1,200 in open interest to that, it indicates that this is probably some naysayers, some shorts getting into the market, whatever time frame they are. The continuation last night is probably your shorter time frame, weaker hands traders, till you get into the kind of the London session, and the London session really just kind of fell into balance. So it feels to me like we're accumulating some short time frame shorts in this market, and the shorts, when they're getting into the market near the lower extreme, if they don't get what they're looking for, they will run for the door. So I'm starting to kind of look for opportunities, perhaps for potential longs just off that information. Again, this is just context, not financial advice. I'm really just still kind of focused on the reversal pattern that we saw on Thursday. Buyers down in this area, if they're still present, will they protect? Weekly kickoff low could be supportive if visited. We're gonna have to see how this plays out. I don't. I with that ADX kind of falling and the momentum slowing down here, and seeing that we've probably got a few shorts in this market. Short covering could be the name of it could be the game of the day, potentially.
Yeah.
That's what we've got for our gold charts.
Thank you, Hogue. Thank you, Ray. Let me draw your attention to the chat. We've got another poll up in the chat, folks. We want your feedback. What is your outlook for the indices today? Your options are bullish, obviously, range bound, or bearish. Get your votes in now. We'll report back on that in just a few minutes. All right, let's take a look what happened overnight. Stocks in Asia closed, we can call it mixed. The Hang Seng Index closed down 1.56%. The Nikkei closed up 2.5%, and the Shanghai Composite closed up 0.22%. Pretty flat on the Shanghai. Stocks in Europe currently trading lower this morning. The DAX is down 0.92%. The FTSE is down 0.36%. The CAC 40 is down 0.34%, and the Stock 600 is down 0.53%. Currently, the US dollar index is ticking up just a little bit. 99.456 is the last print on the dollar. The VIX is up almost 3% early this morning. Also, 16.22 broke above 16 this morning. That is the last on the VIX, 16.22. And the yield on the 10-year Treasury note up marginally to 4.493% going into the equity open. That's a quick update for you. Back to you, Hogue and Ray. Let's take a look at the S&P.
All right, let's do it. Yesterday, we got within one tick of the previous all-time high that did occur in regular trading hours session, within a tick of it. That is exactness. Not looking for that to last. One of the other issues is we have exactness at the lows as well. You could say that the ES right now, the way it sits, is falling into another little area of balance. Open interest indicates yesterday that we added 16,000 contracts, new contracts estimated. We were unable to take out that high. Now, we had lowered the auction grade in the S&Ps yesterday because, well, it didn't look like it was performing as well as the NASDAQ, and it's not. However, we did see some new buying coming in, and an exacting high. So I've returned the grade to a B. It's a B grade auction. All right. We had an inside day yesterday in extended trading hours and regular trading hours. Range building. The mechanical extremes that I'm looking at in this current area of balance here. I'm looking at 75.75, these lows here, and the highs from yesterday, 76.32. Everything is a zone, of course. There's nothing precise or exact in trading, except yesterday's highs in the S&Ps within a tick. I would call that exact. So Mechanical extremes, mechanical buying, mechanical selling, short time frame control here. Adding 16,000 contracts to the upside yesterday. The profile was kind of P-shaped, so we think we probably we squeezed out some shorts and added a whole bunch of longs. Let's see if those buyers continue in this market. We're seeing the S&Ps come off these highs a little bit here. I'm not sure if that's because of the ADP or what it is, but we are again. We are at exacting highs, exacting lows, heading towards the middle. Ray, what does all this mean? What are you seeing on your chart?
Yeah, well, I see a market that continues to show a fair amount of momentum here to the upside, right? So again, looking just at starting out with the DMI, and I just get some questions in chat on these three lines. The blue line is the momentum indicator of this indicator, and then we have a green line and a red line. Well, the green line is the positive, so the sort of the bullish pressure in the market, and the negative is the red line, the negative DI. Okay, so you can see right here, as kind of Ho gets alluded to here, kind of we're losing a little bit of momentum on the buying pressure, right? It's kind of relatively flat. Okay, so but the market still is relatively strong here to the upside. The momentum is still giving us an indication. It's not necessarily waning; it's actually growing. It's sloping higher. So there's a fair amount of momentum on this daily chart to the upside. Now we have this bearish candle that maybe could cause the market to come back to this green line that I have kind of drawn here is around this 75, 70 level, maybe move into maybe a little bit more range kind of price action in this market, because we've been in a pretty long move here to the upside. So we're probably a little bit overdue, okay, for maybe a little bit of a pullback in this market, maybe back down to the 9 EMA for sure, maybe even a little bit of a deeper pullback. We had one back here in the middle of May. The question is, do we get another one here maybe that takes us back to that same area here around 75.21? Okay, but nonetheless, I think we still need to kind of err on the side of the bulls, but I don't necessarily need to participate where we're at right now. I think I'd like to, maybe focus my attention here right around this green line, right around 75.62 or 75.60. I think that's a relatively important level for us to continue to sustain this move here to the upside.
All right. Yeah, you're kind of aligning just a little bit difference in pricing. I was looking at 75 as the low. You're looking at 60, 65s. And hey, everything is a zone, man. Everything is a zone. Let's take a look at the 30-minute chart. And, we do have to kind of keep in mind that the unemployment numbers on Friday are pretty important, right? We are getting, some preliminary numbers in the ADP, JOLTS, jobless clams, but the big one is on Friday. So if these markets are going to just kind of settle in, adjust inventories, get some of the bigger traders getting hedged for what might happen on Friday, that might lend us towards a little kind of more range bound activity, and you can see it really clearly on the 30-minute chart here. We've got exact low, exact low, exact low, short time frame mechanical buying, exact high, short time frame mechanical selling. We're coming back into the center of the range. We go from low to high to low to high. Do we head back to the low? Who knows? It is entirely possible. Now, there has been a little bit of a change since I first sat down here and started writing my notes for this morning. This area here, it's like 76.12 to 76.14. We've got an afternoon pullback low at 76.14. We got value low just below that at 76.13 half. We've got the IB high from yesterday at 76.12.50. We've got last week's high at 76.11.50, and the pivot for the pivot points is right in that area. So there's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 areas of interest in there that were supportive in the overnight session, but have now given way prior to the open. We were going to be opening in range and in value, looking more like we're going to be opening below value. Is this going to be offering us an opportunity for better trade locations to BTFD? Quite possibly. Quite possibly. So, we've given up all of this confluence there that might be a little bit difficult to get back through. as well. It was supportive earlier last night. We looked below it early in the session. We rejected it. We tested it a little while ago and we rejected it. Now we've broken through it. If we come back to it, it might be resistant. So we can get back to levels that are maybe a little bit, a little bit better trade location for longs. I'm not expecting any major changes in market state, of course, today. I'm looking more towards the market creating an area of range and then focusing on that range in the daytime frame, as well as the levels of range that we've already established. I think that the exactness of yesterday's high increases the probabilities that we head towards that at some time. Maybe not today, but at some point we will probably take that out. But at the same time, the exactness of these lows also says that there's a good probability of retesting those levels. Which level we're going to test first is the question of the day for me. Ray, what do you think?
Yeah, so I was kind of, again, as you were chatting there, I was kind of looking again at kind of identifying some areas of balance to start here. And I noticed obviously that we had a nice little reaction off that level. What's maybe a little bit alarming, not alarming is maybe the wrong word, but what's interesting to me is that while we reacted away from this level, this nice bullish candle, this would normally be considered more of a trend kind of establishing bar here on the second, right? And that bar was not able to even come close to the getting above these highs. So is that an indication that maybe the buyers gave it one last try here? I don't know, but the fact that it wasn't able to make a new high with this candle, I think, is worth noting. Okay. And now we've come back to this level. And again, we found maybe some buyers. Now, the question is, are we going to run out of, buyer participation or buyer liquidity at some point as we come back to these levels and for maybe a little bit of a deeper pullback? Because right now I feel like the market is in some sort of range, has not been able to make any sort of new highs here recently. Certainly not since June. Now, June is not this is the second day in June, third day in June, Coach. But in any case, the idea here is if we are going to continue in an upward direction, we obviously need to break these highs, and we haven't. We have actually retested those highs and fallen each time. So I'm feeling more like the market is moving maybe a little bit more in range of is kind of my kind of current feeling. I think these highs of 76.29 and this area here that have kind of around 7,600, that seems like the range that the market wants to be in until we get some sort of catalyst, maybe some news from the Middle East, maybe some positive news from the Middle East that could cause this market to rally or fall, depending on the result of that. But I see in the negative, I see the DMI in the shorter term that we did get a little bit of a spike here in the selling pressure, but we've come into an area of balance. Now the question is, do we get some participation, and how far do we go with this? Does it take us back to revisit the highs that you mentioned earlier, or do we kind of remain in range here down on the lower end of the price chart here? So I think I need more information, to be honest, to really kind of participate in this market. I don't see a whole lot of strong conviction in either direction. If anything, probably on the shorter time frame, I'm seeing a little bit more conviction to the downside.
All right. And, Ray, that kind of makes a little bit of sense. I mean, yesterday's profile was a normal variation extreme day, but it was P-shaped, which usually indicates short covering. We did add a bunch of open interest, so that doesn't necessarily support the short covering, but the P-shape, there was short covering yesterday, does take initiative buying away from the market temporarily. So I'm looking for a little bit of a deeper pullback myself before starting to look for longs. Great stuff, Ray. Thank you very much. JD, back to you.
Thank you, Hogue. Thank you, Ray. Let's talk crude oil. Crude's about to open. Top of the hour, 8 o'clock a.m. Central Time is the opening bell for crude, and it's on the move this morning. Oil prices are rising as Iran hostilities flare. We've got some news to share. Let's roll it. Like I said, oil prices are up this morning as strikes strain the temporary U.S.-Iran ceasefire. The global benchmark, Brent crude, is in range of $100 a barrel. West Texas Intermediate is fluctuating around the mid 90s. WTI crude, that's West Texas Intermediate, that's what we trade here at Topstep. The increases follow Iranian attacks in Kuwait and Bahrain and U.S. strikes on Iranian targets. They also come amid a new warning from Organizations for Economic Cooperation and Development. It says it now believes the Iran war could be as bad for economic growth as the pandemic, the COVID-19 pandemic. The good news is gas prices are down by about 3 cents today. AAA says regular is averaging $4.26 per gallon this morning. $4.26 a gallon for regular.
Yeah, you could say this is a very fragile ceasefire, wouldn't you? It seems to be breaking a lot.
Very true, very true. Extremely fragile, I should say. All right, guys, we've got about 4 minutes until crude opens. You want to run through some charts, and I'll keep an eye on the opening range breakout, and I'll butt in if I see something happening. How's that sound?
Awesome. Yeah, let's do it. So we had the break of this trend line. Okay, we've been talking about it for a couple of days or even a week now, that the directional activity coming off of that break to the downside was not particularly gratifying. We put in last week's low. So far this week, we've been doing nothing but rallying. Yesterday, we did lose about 2,900 in open interest. Probably some stuck shorts down here at the bottom, of course. Now we've got a first stage break to the upside above the previous kind of range extremes. We're above it now, and we traded to and tested weekly kickoff high, which is 96.80. All right, 96.80, important level. So we're going to see if we get any more play with it. It's a good level to limit risk, but what's going to happen? So much of this is, of course, going to be dependent on any news, any headlines that come out from overseas, of course. But the poor downside breakout, that's really kind of come to light. Now we're breaking back to the upside. I'm looking at this loss in open interest yesterday of 2,900 as somewhat inert. It was an inside day in extended trading hours and regular trading hours. So it was more of a digestion day where people were just like, all right, I'm just going to get out and we'll see what happens tomorrow, maybe something like that. Ray, what are you seeing on the daily?
Well, yeah, you kind of alluded to this already. I've kept this ascending triangle for a reason, right? I just wanted them to kind of monitor the strength of this bearish move. We did, as you mentioned, break below this level, but now price has fallen back inside, or actually has the potential of falling back inside this ascending triangle that I have drawn here, right? You can see here in this current candle that we have. So has the bullish trend, has that been restored in the crude oil? Is kind of my question, right? So my question now is, assuming that it looks like we're going to fill this gap, if we haven't already, my assumption right now is it does appear, if we do close back inside this triangle, that looks like 105 is in the horizon, right, of visiting again. So market, I think everyone was hopeful that we were going to continue to see some downside pressure in this market. On the daily chart, as a result, I'm seeing actually more buying pressure based on the DMI. Now, the only thing that's kind of maybe saving me from selling my diesel car here is is that the ADX reading my ADX reading is really not following this path just yet. Okay, so the momentum is still kind of on the falling side. It's not at the 20 reading that we'd like to indicate a strong trend. So I'm holding out hope that maybe this area is going to produce maybe a lower low. Okay, maybe we get some sort of positive news that comes out of the market, and then we continue this our move here to the downside. That's kind of the only saving grace that I see right now, is the fact that ADX is the momentum indicator, the blue portion here, is not participating so far in this move here to the upside. And honestly, price needs to kind of close up at this level to kind of maybe restore this kind of bullish structure that we've been seeing prior in the crude oil market. So I'm still kind of holding out hope that we make a lower high and continue here to the downside with some positive news. Looks like you're muted.
There's a mute fine for Mr. Hoagland.
We are open. As is my mic. 11 tick opening range so far. Pretty cheap. All right. Moving on to the 30. I think we're all keeping an eye on this one. All right. So first thing is overnight inventory is rather obviously long. I mean, we left the open of last night right at the low of the session, and we've been rallying ever since. A little bit of reconciliation off that high of the weekly kickoff high. There are a couple of features about this that I do want to talk about. So we're going to be using gap guidelines. We're opening outside of yesterday's range and value. So we were using gap guidelines. If we can't close the gap relatively early, we're looking for opportunities for continuation to the upside. Overnight inventory has taken us up against an important inflection level, a potential area of resistance. One of the things about this, the fact that we didn't really leave any excess near or above the weekly kickoff high. There's a 2-tick extension above the previous high here. Now that's excess, but it's not very much excess. I think it increases the probability of a revisit of this area, either for another rejection of that area or for a breakout, pullback, and a continuation. Again, all of this is very dependent on any news that happens and any headlines that come out about anything overseas. Yesterday was an inside day, inside the session range from Monday, inside the extended trading hour session range from Monday. So just a kind of an idling day yesterday where we lost a little bit of open interest. It was, a trend day higher, which would indicate probable short covering, which would make sense with the loss in open interest. Volume was just okay. It wasn't tremendous yesterday. So the features or the nuances that I'm really focusing on this morning in crude is, do we close the gap and do we show signs of acceptance back inside the range from yesterday, or do we go back and recheck this weak high here? This weak high indicates no excess or very little excess and a potential, unfinished upside auction. We had something similar on Monday's session high here. This was a kind of an unfinished upside auction. It took until last night for us to get back through it, but we got back through it. So again, I'm looking at a higher probability of retesting the overnight highs, and then overnight inventory up against a resistance level. If that resistance level is going to hold, then we could see our overnight inventory adjust inventory to give us either better trade locations for potential longs or reacceptance of value and range from yesterday, which could bring price lower. So much of this, again, is contingent on headlines. JD, it looks like we have invalidated our opening range trade.
It sure did invalidate. Actually, technically, it triggered a long after that second candle at 8:01 Central Time, closed above the opening range, triggered a long. I was looking for a better trade location. We saw some selling coming in immediately after that second 1-minute candle closed. So I was waiting to get a little better trade location, and then we just took out the low of the opening range a couple seconds later. So no trade, right. Working nothing, nothing done, and saved ourselves a little bit of dough there.
Mr. Intuition. Nice job. Ray, you got a couple of minutes here. You want to talk about what you're seeing in crude on the 30?
Yeah. Again, it seems like we've kind of fallen into a little bit of a range here at the moment. I'm seeing a lot of falling, maybe converging positive and negative DI here, which kind of indicates to me kind of following the hypothesis that we're kind of ranging here a little bit. I've kind of drawn this little consolidation triangle pattern. That's going to help me maybe kind of guide me as to maybe there's a leg lower in this market, maybe back down to the high end of value is kind of what I'm looking at right now. Over here at 64. No, sorry. I wish it was 64. 94.80. 94. Right. 94.80 seems like maybe a logical destination, at least for the current move, assuming that we can break below this level. Again, right now we seem to have left a little bit of a lower low, right? So a lower high, I should say, and kind of working on a lower low. So maybe maybe the short term path is a retest of these levels here, and it'll be interesting here around this 94.80 level, because I do see some confluence with this moving average that could provide maybe either an area for a bounce, or as you kind of were alluding to, a little bit lower, we could maybe get some acceptance all the way back down to the lows here at 92.16. So right now on the shorter time frame, I'm thinking that maybe there is a leg lower before we move higher, is kind of what I'm looking at right now. And the DMI is kind of leading me to believe that there is that kind of potential move here. I'm not seeing a whole lot of maybe a little bit of a spike here in the negative DI to indicate maybe there is some selling pressure in this market. But I'm looking at maybe the possibility of coming down here to this 94.80 level. And then I think that's a decision point. I think at that point, we decide whether we bounce off this level, maybe retest some of these highs here at 97 that you were kind of alluding to earlier, or do we fall back into balance and maybe retest some of these lows? So I think that's going to be our first kind of decision that we need to make in this market today.
Yeah, I'm long overnight inventory against major resistance. Usually you're going to get that pullback. Great stuff, Ray. Thank you very much. Whoa, thank you very much. Elvis. All right. Well, I think we are good with crude oil. Just looking at something here. JD, where we go from here?
Let's take a look at some more news, guys. Amazon has announced 2026 Prime Days. Prime Days are here. Let's roll it. Yes, that happened yesterday. Amazon announced its 2026 Prime Days on Tuesday. And this year, the deals are coming a little earlier than usual, with some deals already live. Amazon Prime Day will start June 23rd and run through June 26th, giving 4 days of deals. It's only the second time Amazon has opted to run the shopping event for that long. While not every deal requires an Amazon Prime membership, most do. The discounts typically apply to products like electronics, home goods, and kitchen appliances. It's Christmas in June, right? Prime Days are here. You guys like Prime Days? You ever shop during this time? It's fun. You get some good deals.
Shop, but I got somebody in the house who loves to shop, so Santa will be coming every day.
Yeah.
Yes.
We need more stuff. We need more stuff.
I think I get a package delivered to my house just about every single day now. It's not me, you know. I do purchase things once in a while, but yeah, it just seems easier now, especially with 30-minute deliveries and whatnot.
Yeah, that's crazy.
It's just so simple. It's hard to pass up, you know.
And it comes every
day. When you're
day.
in a pinch. Yep. When you're busy, you're in a pinch.
Busy, he's actually thin.
All right, guys. Let's give the people what they want. Let's take a look at those NASDAQ charts. Let's roll it.
All right, NASDAQ, again, telling a little bit of a different story than the S&P is still looking at a B auction grade, maybe a B plus, which scares me because the market always looks the best at the top and the worst at the bottom. So new all-time highs yesterday in the regular trading hours. Yes, the NASDAQ put in new all-time highs yesterday. The S&P stopped short by a tick. We now have a new all-time high in the extended trading hours again, and we always say that those are not expected to be lasting highs. Every high that has occurred in the overnight session has been taken out until today. So the one time framing continues in the NASDAQ where the S&Ps have fallen into a bit of a range, which we were just talking about, but we're still seeing higher highs. We're still seeing higher lows. We're still pushing this market higher. We added 12,000 contracts of open interest yesterday. That's pretty big. That's, I think, the largest jump in open interests. Actually, the second largest jump in open interest this year in the NASDAQ. And what a year it's been. I mean, we have been ballistic to the upside. And yesterday was the largest jump in open interest on a big up day. Some good buyers coming in, new all-time high. So do we just continue to see these markets go? I mean, if you call this irrational, it's actually happening. Does that make it irrational, or does that make it rational? And how long can this go? Longer than we can stay solvent if we're going to continue to try and fight this.
Yeah.
Been saying it for a long time. DFADM. Don't fight a directional market. Now, usually when I say that, we end up with some sort of a pullback, but it's not financial advice.
Yeah.
Ray, what are you seeing on the daily chart?
Yeah, I mean, you've alluded to this already. I think as we look between the ES and the NASDAQ, and we see a kind of a different tail here, right? We were getting some, price action that would indicate that maybe the market was going to fall into range. NASDAQ, on the other hand, is not giving us that kind of indication. Any attempt that's kind of maybe we have some sellers here. We have this kind of buying wick, which indicates there's a fair amount of, pressure here, kind of still to the buy side. Now, I look at the DMI, and the DMI is really not kind of following that path of that pressure that we're talking about on the price. The candle is really not consistent with what I'm seeing on the DMI, right? So the DMI actually on the positive side is showing a little bit of a decrease here. Okay. ADX on the other hand is still curling to up, and we have a reading of 38, which is well above our 20 reading, which is strong. Right. So that's kind of an indication that there's still obviously some more upside. I think my thing is that I'd like to see if this is truly more moves higher. I'd obviously like to see the positive DI kind of catch up with what we're seeing on the ADX. We still see the falling negative DI. And so, again, there's still a good amount of buying pressure, buying momentum in this market. And again, fading a move like this, I think is not wise. I would say that, certainly waiting for maybe some pullbacks, I think is probably enjoying the party, so to speak. I think is kind of the path forward here for the NASDAQ.
Yeah, it keeps eating shorts.
Yeah, it's like the Energizer Bunny.
Yes. or
Keeps
Pac-Man.
Pac-Man, something.
Just
keeps eating those shorts.
Eating shorts. All right. Those little ghosts. All right. Here we go. So on the 30-minute chart, probabilities we may open with a gap to the upside. S&Ps are trading below value from yesterday. The NASDAQ still holding up very well. There's that all-time high that occurred in regular trading hours yesterday. Here's that all-time high that occurred in extended trading hours today. Well, it is telling a different story. You got to look at the markets you're trading. A little bit of divergence as far as direction or market state is concerned here between the S&P and the NASDAQ. NASDAQ, again, has a B+ auction rating. Be cautious. And again, overnight highs they tend not to hold. So we're going to see if we can't take that out at some point today. We'll make sure the air horn is dusted off. Well, we used it yesterday, so it can't be that dusty. If the market is going to pull back, we've got the afternoon pullback high from yesterday. The profile yesterday was, mainly a trend day to the upside. It closed right at the highs. It extended the range right after the close. So that's a bit of a potential, not a true, but a potential late spike to the upside. If we open above range from yesterday, that's going to be opening in a late spike to the upside, indicating probable acceptance of pricing at higher levels and probable higher value throughout the day. But if there is a pullback, if we do reaccept inside of value, which value highs around here, about 3702 value high is where 70% of the volume occurred yesterday between value high and value low, which value low is 30,587. And there is a similar confluence to this area, much like the S&Ps, but not quite as many areas of confluence there. So we've got value area low on this platform coming in at 30,587, the afternoon pullback low 598, and the pivot point. If you're looking at those pivot points, they can be pretty helpful. The pivot point is 30,608. So if we do get a pull, and we also have the 100 session simple moving average in that area as well. If we do get a pullback, I like that area for an opportunity, quite possible for some sort of an execution. Again, this is not financial advice. We're just looking at these markets in context and noting any nuances that we see that can give us hints as to what this market is trying to tell us. These markets are talking to us, folks. It's just a matter of being able to hear them. Ray, what are you thinking here on the 30-minute chart?
Yeah, so as you alluded to, looking at the ES and the NQ, we're looking at two different kind of markets here. Again, we're up against this value area that you mentioned, showing some signs of supporting or reacting away from it. So I think the view that maybe we make a new high here is, I think, still very much in the cards here. If I'm in agreement with you, if we do fall into value, I think we can maybe rotate all the way through the range here. Now, looking at the DMI did poke its head above the positive DI, so that may be giving me maybe a little bit of indication that maybe there is a possibility that we make a lower low here, maybe rotate lower is kind of what I'm looking at right now. The ADX is actually below the strong reading. Okay, so on the lower time frame. So indicating that there's really not a whole lot of strength in any direction at the moment, in this moment in time, as far as momentum goes, because we'd like to see that ADX reading above 20 to kind of give us a indication that we are in some sort of strong move. So right now we're kind of, I would say we're kind of waffling around this area here, really not showing a whole lot of conviction in any direction, but we are still, 13 minutes away from the open of the market here. So that's perfectly normal kind of price action as we get into pre-market. So right now, I think if I had to, I think we need to continue to lean on the buy side. I think it's a question more of, where do I get in? Do I get in on this point of control and this visible range volume profile that I have here? We've already reacted away from it to some degree. We made a new high. Now we're back retesting the value area high from yesterday. So it'll be interesting to see how this kind of plays out. But I think we need to continue to err on the side of the bulls. I think it's more of a risk kind of play, and figuring out a place where we can manage our risk for these opportunities is kind of what's kind of looking at like in the NASDAQ.
Yes, BTFD until further notice, until not, right?
Yes.
The profile yesterday was a P-shaped profile again, just like the S&Ps, but not necessarily supported by the increase in open interest. Yes, there was short covering yesterday. These markets are eating shorts every day, and we ate a bunch of them yesterday. So, but that increase in open interest yesterday in the NASDAQ, again, the second largest increase so far this year, occurred yesterday on barely putting in a new all-time high. Is this market slowing down a little bit? Maybe, but the auction process is still getting a B+. See if we can get this market to open with the gap. If we can't close the gap with gap guidelines, we're going to continue to look for opportunities to the long side, quite possibly. Again, not financial advice, just context and nuance. Thank you, Ray. Excellent work.
Thanks.
JD, back to you.
Thank you, Ray. Thank you, Hogue. That was excellent. I hope everybody was paying attention to that. Sound market analysis right there. All right, what's going on for the rest of the day, you ask? Good question. I've got the answer for you right here, right now. Coming up next in Fast Markets. While Andre is out tracking down the beige book, Coach Jay is here to take over. Coach Jay's grabbing the reins. He and Jack will be guiding us through Fast Markets. Doom's going to be here. A couple of rotating guests. We've got Doom and Mandy here from 8:30 to 9:30. Dakota will be here from 9:30 to 11, and Enrico from 10 to 11. We've also got a drop-in from Jessica Inskip. We're going to talk some macro at about 10:30 a.m. Central Time. Make sure you are here for that. Hogue's going to be back at about 11 o'clock for the morning highlights. He's going to do a little chart analysis for the morning for us. Of the morning for us, I should say. Power Players, I'll be back with Antonio R. and Dolby Time. Group Coaching, Hogue, Ray, and Hoop. If you got a question for Hogue, Ray, or Hoop, we're going to pin a form to the top of the chat in just a little while. Grab that form, fill it out, click submit, and we will do our best to answer your questions live right here on Topstep TV. Trade with Topstep at 1 o'clock. I'll be back again with Stephen DeLong and Vince. Coach Vince is back. Make sure you're sticking around for that. And then we're closing up the day in Power Hour. Jack will be filling in for Andre there, and he'll be joined by Mohammed and Dolby Time. It's Wednesday, so you're getting a nice dose of Mohammed to close out the day. Don't forget At the Buzzer with Coach Jay and Coach Paul at 3:15 p.m. Central Time. And then Slow Markets later on this evening with Coach Dakota and Coach Jay. There's your schedule for the day. Plenty of tradertainment coming your way all day long, bell to bell, right here on Topstep TV.
Loving the fact we're getting another dose of Coach Ray for group coaching today. Make sure.
Yeah,
get
absolutely.
Your questions in. It's a lot of questions about ADX in the chat today. I'm expecting to questions.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, bring those questions in. I'm happy to entertain them. Yeah. School's in session. School's in session.
There you go. What a way to spend your summer vacation, Ray. Thanks for joining us. All right, we got one more piece of news to share, everyone. It's that time. FIFA, the World Cup. What's it doing? The 2026 FIFA World Cup kicks off next week. And one of Wall Street's biggest banks says the tournament could be worth tens of billions of dollars to the global economy. Bank of America has released a sweeping new report on the potential financial impact of the World Cup, as well as sectors of the economy that are set to benefit the most. Ivan Rodriguez has the latest. Let's roll it.
A new Bank of America report calls the 2026 FIFA World Cup the largest sporting event ever staged. According to a FIFA and World Trade Organization study cited in the report, this year's World Cup could add roughly $41 billion to global GDP and support more than 800,000 jobs worldwide. In the U.S. alone, that's an estimated 185,000 jobs and more than $17 billion in GDP generated.
There's a number of industries that will benefit from it. Obviously, travel, you've got to stay somewhere, food and drink. You often find people sort of want to buy sports, gear. So obviously sporting goods are going to benefit from that as well.
Beyond the economic windfall, the report calls this the first ever, quote, AI World Cup. Bank of America estimates more than 90 petabytes of direct tournament data will be generated, 45 times more than the last World Cup. 90 petabytes equals about 90 billion megabytes of data. Michael Hartnett says the scale of digital engagement is unprecedented.
The final itself could use that day or those couple of hours during that final 7% of all global internet traffic, which is pretty amazing. But then again, you think about the last final that took place in 2022, 1.5 billion people watched that final. It's now 1.5 billion people watching the final and interacting with social media and engagement in this, that, and the other with it. And that creates a tremendous amount of AI that goes with that.
I'm Ivan Rodriguez reporting.
Pretty impressive numbers. 1.5 billion people watched 4 years ago. What do you think that's going to jump up to for this World Cup?
Huge.
I'll be watching. I'm looking forward to it.
Yes, if you're not into soccer or football, you're really missing out on something. I
guess it's pretty popular, huh?
Very popular.
All right, guys. I see everybody in the back getting ready to go. We are going to roll into Fast Markets in just a second. Ray, thanks for joining us. We will see you later on this afternoon. Hogue, you know the drill. Take it away. Do the thing.
I'll do the thing. Do the thing. Ray, thank you very much. JD, as always, thank you very much. And as always, thank you very much to all of you. Thanks for trusting us with your time. Top of the chat, my early birds this morning. Trader Hub, Shubham, Coog, RC Alpha. We got Crypto Trades. We got Anastasios. We got Charles Henry. We got Philly Trader, who says, it's a great day to be alive. Man, I love that, Philly Trader. We got Tommy C. We got Dan Trader. We got Krish. We got Walk Your Dog. First day in his XFA. Take your time, walk your dog. And as always, when you sit down to trade, remain humble, grateful, creative, and centered in your trading. Pray for peace every day. Yes, it is that time. We are heading into fast markets right now in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Let's go.
Turn those machines back on! Turn those machines back on! Turn those machines back on! Turn those machines back on!
Good morning, you princes of Maine, you kings of New England, or whatever that thing was from the Cider House Rules. It is Wednesday, June 3rd, here on Topstep TV. Jay, Andre's not home at the moment. Are you ready to take up his cause?
I've had 3 energy drinks this morning, Jack. I'm going to see what we can do. Welcome to Topstep TV, everyone. This is Fast Markets. I'm Jay. To my right, we got Jack and our traders right below us. We got Doom and Mandy. Doom, Mandy, welcome to the show. Let's get into it. Really quick, though, somebody's already trolling the order book in the NASDAQ. At 30,779, there's 779 contracts on the offer. Let's see how that plays out. Somebody's playing some jokes on us this morning. Mandy, good morning. How are you seeing the markets today?
Hi, good morning. Good to be with you, Jay. It's been a minute since you and I have been on air together. I'm excited to be with everybody here on Fast Markets this morning. And Doom, we're gonna carve this thing up. Wow, a lot of news out last night, a lot of volatility, and we've pushed some highs after the close yesterday. So I, of course, am going to be very diligent, especially with all of this volatility that we had after the close last night. Sit on my hands for 15 minutes. I'm going to let the market digest, really figure out what it wants to do. It's going to be hard for me to short. I'm coming in with a bias, but haven't we been saying it? Get the tattoo, BTFD, right? So that's not financial advice, but that's what I'm looking for, is at an entry to get long. And I'll be looking mostly off of my 15-minute chart to start, checking the 5-minute to confirm, and 1 minute for my actual trigger, the actual buy or sell button.
Awesome stuff. Thanks for that, Mandy. Doom coming in here looking like he's ready for a round of golf after we get off the charts. Here,
Never.
Doom, tell me you bought the Lolo.
No, I haven't. Well, I'm still holding longs, but not on Topstep. I debated on shorting this Lolo into the open with just one MES, and I gave it up. I'm going to wait. We have the let's see the name here. United States ISM Service PMI in about 32 minutes. PMIs are big. Funny you mentioned that somebody's already trolling the NASDAQ order book. They were doing it on ES, like 300 lots, and I watched them 25s, 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 leave the book, sell side. I caught up 9 points. It was a good trade pre-market, and the moment I spotted 30 buys, and I was out. I was like, okay, this is it. Maybe they're pushing it down. I'm not fighting a directional market, and even if this is a pullback on a bigger time frame, it will give me more information at a better time. So hands off the numbers. Just wait and see.
Hands off. We'll wait. Mandy going to wait that first 15 minutes. Jack, how are we seeing the markets? We got some numbers coming out. We got some jobs data out as well. S&P right now trading 76.06. How are you seeing the markets, Jack?
All right. So we had the big news sell-off, and then the 7,600 SPX is still a huge level. We've been bouncing around it. It was support up until just around the number this morning, ADP. Man, the semis are really becoming sort of like a black hole of capital allocation right now. We got the S&P 500 is down 0.25% pre-market. Semis are up 1.8%, like they are every day. Really, that's a terrible day for them lately. Terrible. We'll see. I have some thoughts on that. We got the open coming in about 7 seconds, so we'll see how that shakes out, and then we'll take it from there.
Yes, we do. Trade well, everybody out there. Here we are officially open, seeing some buying coming out of the gate. Get ready with that air horn. And yes, they are, Doom. NASDAQ seeing some buying to the early buying S&P kind of stuck in the middle. The Dow and the Russell are moving to the downside to start. We did make a new all-time high in the Nasdaq, 30,799. We're about 20 points off of that right now. The
Wow.
S&P is about 25 points off of its all-time high. We will see what we get here. And just a word of warning to anyone in the chat right now: if I hear you talking any trash about the Knicks, I may or may not just mute you in the chat. So let's have a great day out here. Let's go Knicks. Let's go Knicks. Crude selling off a little bit as well here. $94.85. A little bit of selling here in crude. What time do we have those numbers out? Is it 8:45?
9 o'clock.
8
Well, we got the 8:45. We got the S&P Services PMI and Composite PMI final. Then 9 o'clock we have ISM Services and factory orders and a lot of stuff in ISM land. And then Besant is testifying as well at 9 o'clock.
Got a ton of stuff coming up at the top of the hour here. Again, those numbers do have the potential to move these markets around. We are 6 points off an all-time high here in the Nasdaq. This thing is looking pretty strong. S&P trying to catch a little bit of a bid here as well, 76.12s. Jack, you were mentioning that SPX level 7,600. What's the spread right now between futures and spot?
Sure thing. About 10 points. We're getting closer to roll where they will converge, but we'll have rolled before they converge. We're kind of around it right now. We just broke above it. Right now, the SPX is trading 76.01, 76.02, 03. Yeah.
Hit the air horns in the Nasdaq. New all-time highs, 30,803. 30,803 new all-time high in the Nasdaq. Hit that air horn. There we go. Seeing some more selling coming in the Russell. The Dow catching a little bit of a bid. Doom, I heard you mention S&P. Are you going to be trading the S&P over the Nasdaq, or are you looking at both?
Micro S&P today. I'm already up. I intend to stay that way. And just volatile, man. We got a jam pack of news. In one of those mornings, look at it. NASDAQ is pumping, flying up, monstrous cucumba. S&P kind of following behind, kind of slowish. There was big lots in 612, 614 area. I want to see what's gonna happen here with ES. Did they split them? I think they split them. There was two portions of 4 and 600, I believe. So I'll keep an eye on that. Naturally, my human brain is giving me the bear vibes just because we've been running for 9 weeks now. It could be a red day. It's the middle of the week. It's the first week of the middle of the year, so it could be a red day.
We will see. We got a lot of trading to do here. Mandy, I know you're going to wait these first 15 minutes, but are there any levels of interest that you have? What are your moving averages telling you right now? Also, I'm looking at the Nasdaq here. 31,000 is in the range for today, potentially.
It's in the
get
site.
Interesting here.
It's ready to
It's
go.
in our sites.
It's too far. We could be there before we know it. Really interested to see what type of energy will the bears be bringing in today. Looking at the moves, we are actually. This is a good thing. I haven't hot minute. To check in on the daily. I am so sorry. I have all these.
Mandy, you're breaking up just a
chart.
little bit. You're breaking up just a little bit, Mandy. If you want to check your connection, I don't know if you have multiple programs running, but we want to make sure we hear what you are saying there.
Man, you see that this is why I kind of stopped trading the bell. This is brutal. Look at this.
They just jumped right on top of that thing, Doom.
Yeah.
Made a new all-time high, 807.75, and we are down, what is that, 60 points, 60, 70 points from that high.
I used to hold at least a partial from my pre-market position, or I've got willing from Asia or early London. Not in this market. This is unreal. But it's good. I like it. I'm going to slap one short on MES up. Way too far out. I'm going to trail this with one tick. Very tight stop. Very tight stop. Because this was a zone with a lot of liquidity, 612, 614. There was the big old lots in the ES. And it's giving me a decent signal. Maybe 588, 578. Very low target or open target for the day. This opening reaction was something. Just brutal.
Yeah.
Brutal. And it's still falling. Let's see.
Well, let's take a look around at what's moving off the open. Not a ton of movement in the $1 trillion stock club. We got Nvidia down 1.3, Micron down 1. Micron's actually the heaviest weighted thing in the stocks now, which is crazy.
Interesting.
More so than, fun stuff. We got Meta up 2.3%. Everything else is kind of not impressive one way or the other. 4.08 in the 2-year, 30-year is back with that spike in oil back to almost 5%, 4.99. As I mentioned, semiconductors are up just 1% right now. And of course, crude oil's been selling off a little bit, but still significantly higher than yesterday, about just under $95, and Bitcoin 66,900.
We tapping.
Is it over, Jack?
Area alone. M&Q. No, I'm telling you, in chat, take it as a good advice from your boy Doom. If this whips up from here, I'm calling it a day. I'm not touching it. Yeah, this is a no.
Doom, remind us what price and how many are you short? And then Jack,
I'm in short from 76.10 evens, just one MES. If this is the day where it's going to start sweeping, cause a little panic into the late bulls that caught up into this rally, we're going to see some real prices. Maybe 79s, maybe lower. We'll see.
I'm short right now. Wow. Jack, we got micro Bitcoin down 0.42% right now after a 5% sell-off yesterday. Sailor sold 32 Bitcoin, said it wasn't a big deal. But what do you think?
I have no position. If anything, I would just be going with that trend and trailing it. Although we did bounce off of here. Let me show you really quick. I use the spot for looking at Bitcoin. Here we are. You'll notice that where we did finally get like a little bit of a bounce is just, basically where the support was before. Personally, I would probably just be short. If I'm short and trailing, because a couple things, the two things that are concerning to me is one, that nobody's really talking about this. Everyone's talking about the AI stuff. No one's even talking about Bitcoin falling off a cliff. You don't hear anything.
They're already accustomed to it.
Yeah, I usually get nothing but Bitcoin chatter all friggin' day on the Twitter. It's eerily silent. Then the second problem is, what's the next catalyst for Bitcoin? I mean, it's already been institutionally adopted. We have the ETFs, they have the regulation, they have everything else, and we're at the same price pretty much. Where since then, $160 billion worth of Bitcoin was bought by Sailor and ETFs, and we're back to the same price.
Yeah.
So who is selling?
Eggman.
Cuckoo Kachoo. Yeah. Well, what does it mean? Like, who was selling? It means people that were long-term holding were selling. That's what it means.
Yes.
So I'd be nervous about that one.
Organized crime is selling Bitcoin.
No, you know what I do? You don't have to say it on air. We won't. We don't have to say it on air. Mandy, let's check that connection. Yeah, right. Let's check that connection to see if we got Mandy back. You might be on mute.
We've seen him like bouncing from overnight lows on NASDAQ. This is just too violent.
Okay. How's that? Is that a little better? Hopefully we're a little bit more there in the connection. Thanks, Jay. Appreciate it. Okay. No problem. I wanted to show you guys this daily. I try to look at it like a couple times a week. I never trade off of it. But the pressure is what I'm looking at. Looking for a retest of my MA or EMA. Now, this morning when we opened, we were still up here above these 750s. We technically had some room on the daily chart before we were able to address pressure. This red wick, I think, has addressed pressure enough. My EMA is sitting at 524 right now, MA at 400. Those are going to be also areas of targets if we start to really, really sell off and maybe hold below 640s on like a 15-minute candle. But this red wick has addressed that EMA just fine to where I feel like NQ can take off. there's no reason for me to have us go short unless we're holding below for sure that EMA at 640. More specifically, I would actually prefer the 406s.
Hitting
If we
here.
can get a hour candle close below 406, I think there's a lot of potential back down below 30,000 over the next days. So yeah, there's where we're at right now.
Awesome stuff. Thanks for that, Mandy. Right now, the Nasdaq trading 30,702. Settlement in the Nasdaq 30,712.75. Full session VWAP is sitting right there. Doom, I really like your ES short because of the reaction to the full session VWAP, which is up at 67.13. You're pretty much short right against that, trading 7600s right now. You mentioned the downside target, Doom, is somewhere in the 590s, 7590s?
79s, like mid or low 80s. I'm,
Gotcha.
if I'm gonna be a bear against the market, I want to go big.
Absolutely. Taking a look at the tilt right now, 60% short in the S&P, 54% short in the Nasdaq, 50-50 in crude, and 50-50 in gold. Crude right now trading $94.85, and gold still looking heavy, man. I heard Hogue mention that 3,500 price on the opening call, and we got a little way to go, but this is how it gets done. 44.73.30 last trade here in gold.
Nasdaq right at the high volume node on TPO and data volume profile. See that there's gonna be a decision here at the overnight low lows. There's gonna be a decision. Oddly, things like this orchestrating happen right before news, big news. Let's see. Today's gonna be an interesting day. I can feel it.
I am with you, Doom. I am with you. Reminder, we do have numbers coming up in about 3 minutes. U.S. S&P Services PMI final forecast 51. Prior number was 50.9. We got the ISM numbers at the top of the hour, as well as factory orders. Basent speaking at the top of the hour as well. Jack, you know what Basent is testifying on?
Not the slightest idea. We'll look into it. He's testifying before the Senate on Trump's 2027 budget request. So it'll be a lot of political grandstanding one way or the other as they kind of dissect what is in the budget. That's what you open yourself up to when you are the Secretary of the Treasury.
Got you. All right, awesome. Thank you for that, Jack. Seeing a little bit more selling coming in here, doing NASDAQ held settlement. Go ahead, Mandy.
I like that NVIDIA and Microsoft broke the 5-minute opening range. Still going. Let's see how far we can get this.
I have an anchored VWAP. New York Open at 7 on the 1 minute, 728.5. We had a nice rejection off of that about 3 minutes ago. Just tagged my parabolic SAR on the 1 minute as well. So shorts are looking really good. We still have a minute and a half before this candle closes. I am actually going to front run this just a little bit. I know I'm might be breaking a rule when I said 15 minutes, but it has set up in every other fashion. And so I'm just going to enter small. Just since it's
short. What price you get short?
Early. Yeah, 73s.
73s. Just a reminder, we got PMI coming out in about a minute. In about a minute, that could move the markets around. Shout out to the traders in the chat talking about gold. Gold is cliff diving right now, 44.63. Gold just made a new low of the day, 44.61 evens. We're seeing more selling coming in here in the NASDAQ. We got Doom short the S&P, Mandy short the NASDAQ.
I'm about 2 to 1 here. OJ, nobody lost money by taking profits. I'm going to cover it before the news. And if the markets are willing, there's always going to be an opportunity to re-enter and risk. Put the risk
there. You go.
I'm just looking for a tag at 41s. We have the Topstep daily level at 640s. I am just going to lock this in, not give anything away. Just looking for a quick little base hit, get those tradies out. We are flushing even more.
15 seconds.
Yeah, ES targeting here, getting an options level 75.90, 78.80 in the SPX.
I love
5 seconds until the number.
5 seconds here. S&P Services PMI final coming out here. Doing really quick. Numbers are out. 50.7, a little bit lower than expected. Composite 51.5. Forecast was 51.7, so a little bit lower than expected. We do have factory orders and ISM services PMI at the top of the hour. Getting some of these numbers out of the way, a little bit more selling. Go ahead, Doom.
I have pivot on M&Q at 608, and we
yep, right here, right now.
With the velocity that we're pushing down, Jesus, this ain't gonna hold. I got some cursed options, 0 expiration. I need just it did kind of hit my midway target at 588, kinda. If we get a little bounce and sign of continuation, I will probably jump back on it. But till then, I was in. I don't want to chase into this. It could bounce. It could do anything. It's the market. Anything at any time.
Anything can happen. Right at this pivot right now. Mandy, are you still short? Did you get flat?
I got flat right before that number. I was just looking for a 30-point scalp. You guys know me. I like to look for that. Nice. So I got it out at 641. Yeah.
We're seeing some selling coming in here.
Another Topstep day level here. That is at 586. Nice little wiki at that point. See if we can continue to push past that. Next Topstep day level 536. We might just clear all these out, no problem.
We are selling off here. The NASDAQ is down 225 points from the all-time high it made about 10 minutes ago. And we are seeing some more selling coming in here. 75.87s. Jack, you said, oh my goodness, you were talking about some options levels. What are you seeing here?
I was just trying to see what was below here. We're through, but not by much of that 75.80. I mean, this is looking heavy right now, so I'd have to wait. Not just, I know we just say BF, buy the effing dip, but got to see some sort of life here first.
Yeah,
George, I love it. I love how you put it. See some sort of life. This is the Acme Anvil candle on the 30 minutes.
Oh yeah.
Just dropping, Doom. Just dropping. New lows of the day coming up here in the NASDAQ, potentially S&P making new lows, 75.85, half new low of the day there in the NASDAQ, 30,561 and a quarter. One of the things I've been saying in the market is find the opportunity to buy failed selling, but you got to make sure they failed first, right? If you were just longing this, blind buying it just because markets always go up, you got 250 points to the face right now in the NASDAQ. So pick your spots. I see Westy in the chat talking about Westy in the chat talking about the 200 moving average on the 30-minute in the NASDAQ. That is at 30,447, about 100 points from where we are right now. So Doom flat, Mandy flat. How do you guys assess now? Are there other trades that you look for? Do you kind of have to let the market settle for a little bit?
I need market to settle for a little bit. Specifically yesterday, we chopped a lot and had a lot of good support here on this last week's high. That's our red Topstep daily level. We're right here right now. Very intrigued to see what our reaction is going to be here. We did wick down a lot yesterday morning past that, but then it was a magnet back to it right after that sell-off yesterday morning. But
really quick, we're reaching a pretty big support level in the ES right now from the last few days. If we go to my charts really quick, when we start dropping like this, you just got to zoom out further. So you can see on the half an hour down around 75 or so. 1, 2, 3, 4. This is the 5th attempt. We're at it right now.
This is prior day low from yesterday, 75, 76 and a half.
And
the Russell's
like it, I'll buy one.
And the day before. Yeah, you're right, Jack. Interesting.
I'm going to risk 570, about 76. This is where I was considering closing the short. So, let's see.
Yeah.
Let's see. I'm going to look for a quick 1-to-1.
The Russell is getting smoked right now. The Russell is down 1.5%. Probably the biggest percentage move out of the equities that we're seeing right now. And everything kind of moving together. A nice little bounce so far off of that 75, 76. Let's see if this prior day low holds. Whoa. How many times do they knock before you let them in, Jack?
Well, I took it real quick. Wait 1 second. I'm trying to move this stop around.
Okay, gotcha.
Like this. Here we go.
Just trying to take, risking a small amount. It gave a little bit of life there. We'll cut this quick if we.
I already cut it. $11 something. $11 is $11 on a low probability trade like that. A free Subway. Why not?
Let's go. There's lunch.
Let's go.
Just take it.
All right. I'm short.
Yeah.
I'm
I'm just doing one, looking to add
I-
maybe back into this.
I cut it just $50 there. Next time,
Okay.
see if it holds above this support level.
Legend.
Got
Very
my heart
nice one,
beating.
Jack. Like a lightning.
Take the attempt, right? Take the
It
attempt,
is.
manage the risk.
We're kind of into an expanding pattern on the past 1, 2, 3 today current 4 sessions. Kind of.
All right, we'll try it again one more time.
I like it. I'm still short though, but
Yeah,
I like it for you. I
know.
see what you're
This is
seeing there.
willing.
I see what you're seeing on that. Has my trade been invalidated, even though I like your longs? Not necessarily yet.
I don't think so.
And see what, yeah.
I think this is just like a first test bounce, right, Jack? It's kind of what it looks
Yeah.
like. We'll see if it holds, but that was some aggressive selling coming into that. Mandy, you are short. What price do you get short from?
Oh, right there at the bottom. Couldn't have gotten any worse, but 500. Like 500 on the dot. 5 3/4.
500 3/4. Trading up right now. Short 1 micro.
Yep.
There we
If I
go.
can get a push back into 55, I will add another one.
Okay. And Jack, you got long the S&P. What price do you get it? I like this trade.
75.80.
Okay. 75.
I'm going to offer
80.
one at 88. 88 and 3 ticks.
Getting in there right now. Doom looking to get
Yeah,
short
I'm
again,
gonna
maybe
risk
on a little bit of a
it.
bounce.
I
Gold
wanna be
catching
really
a
cheap
bid
on
here.
this.
Okay.
You know the elastic, the bungee, it extends far out and then snaps back like 30, 40, 50%. I know the Fibonacci guys love this stuff
Yeah.
to seek out those entries.
We got some size on the NASDAQ book again here. It really does feel like somebody's trolling the order book. 30,610, it's 888. 888 offered at 30,610 in the NASDAQ.
So,
Okay. Yeah, we're gonna get
see if they
probably stopped out.
get a
Great,
fill here.
great trade there, Jack.
Yeah, nice trade.
now at
Jack.
killer.
89, I'm offering 89.
I'm out.
Filled. They fill that or pull that?
Down
Jack,
We're watching the order
150.
book.
Don't touch him. He's
Look
in
at
the
this
zone.
15-minute.
Yeah, Jack's locked in right now. Jack is locked in. Nice trade.
Yeah.
Killer.
Managed to trade, Jack. I got this. Oil selling off just a little bit here, $94.81. Gold did catch a bid. Gold is about 17 points off of its lows, made a low of 44.54 on the day, trading 44.71 right now. We are seeing a 100-point turnaround in the NASDAQ off that 500 level. Jack called out that prior day low, which was multi-day low, 75.76. S&P made a low of 75.74 and up about 12 points from there. A little bit of a relief in the Russell as well as the Dow. Still looking heavy. Tilt right now 60% long in the S&P, so it did flip. Doom short now from 89s.
80, I got 88. I
88.
pushed it in a point. Yeah.
1 micro again?
Yeah, just 1 micro.
Hogue reminding everybody to use your Topstep daily levels. He just messaged me in Slack and saying weekly kickoff low in gold, 44.53. The low of the session, 44.54. We call that a target hit, especially if gold is selling off 40 points into that level. Got to use those Topstep daily levels. If you look at the chat right now, they are pinned to the chat. You can bookmark that website or you can add it to your Topstep platform using the Topstep levels indicator. A bunch of new indicators this week on the Topstep X platform. We got an initial balance indicator, opening range, sessions indicator. And if you're following Topstep Josh or MP on Twitter, you know there is more to come. It seems like we're getting new indicators every week.
So impressive.
Yeah,
What a
yes,
morning.
it is.
NASDAQ is leading into the sell now. ES was leading. Now NASDAQ is leading. Yeah.
All right.
Rolling the book, huh, Object?
For now, I flattened that. I accidentally double clicked and took 2 off too soon, but it made about $100 on that. We did reject that 75.80 options level the first time. Now we're going at it again. We'll see if it comes
Hey, happy accidents.
Yeah.
There you go. Trade for
Bye to
pips in the
all-time
chat
high.
says Jay is long. How do you know I'm long? I did get long. I actually did get long. I got long from 30,529 in the Nasdaq, but I've already taken the trade off, my friend. So if you're looking to fade me, how do you fade someone that's flat? Let us know how your trades go in the chat, though. And when you take your wins or losses, make sure you tag us on your favorite social platform, preferably X, and we'll bring those to you later in the day. This
I'm
is
short too.
hashtag Fast Markets. Mandy short again. Let's go.
Looking for
SMS, why does
a
Jack
retest.
look dead? Do I look dead? I'm sorry.
No.
Not at all, Jack. Not at all.
I can't.
Mandy short 2. What price you get there, Mandy?
I got in at 69 half.
69
I want to
half.
see a strong rejection here.
We're trying to push in a little higher low on the 1 minute on M&Q. This might retrace a little bit further up than my liking.
Yeah.
Might. If not, it's going to be right here, right now, continuation with a new low. Or, classic day, big impulse at open and then chop into London close. The rock fight at the low lows.
Mm-hmm.
Risk on.
To fade someone that's flat, you just get in the market. Just pick a position, right? It doesn't matter what. I'm fading this guy. He's not doing anything. 30,570's last trade here.
All right. I'm liking this a little bit better on this 1 minute candle close. It's a red candle now. I'll feel even better when we hit 53 half.
Oil selling here still. 94.63 last trade here in oil. And I had an oil trade on this morning. I don't know why I was up at 5 o'clock in the morning trading, but I was. And took it off for a scratch. Would have turned out to be a pretty good trade. They are doing. I was trying to channel my inner Paul Tudor Jones. And
wake up at 2:30.
Yeah, but I flattened the trade and then I took a nap. And now we're here.
All right. We hit those 55s. Again, looking for another retest of these bottom candles. I'd like to get out of one at 24 and then let another one go for a new low.
All right.
So Jay, I just start getting very, you say locked in, but excited now when there's a sell-off like that was starting right there, because given the run up, it's like, you get that, not anxiety is the right word, but the sort of anticipation of like,
is this it?
Is today the day that we will remember?
Well,
but that today will go down more than 1%.
And people got to cash out. Don't you like profits?
So that's a good point, Doom. Where is that? Where's the likely cash out point? I could see the rejection at 31,000s in the Nasdaq, but maybe that's too obvious, right? Maybe you take some off before that, right? Because if everyone knows where the exit is, and we all have to rush out of it, maybe I get out earlier than everyone else.
If you're in from quite the beginning, I'm sure that the majority are at around 28, 29, sitting below 30. Maybe mid 28s. It's where I would have been if I stayed in it. But I like profits.
Size here in the S&P 75.91. We got 865 on the offer.
We're making a higher low on the 1 minute, and this most likely will retrace further up. I'm going to try out of this. Just one tick, and I'm out. Here we go. It didn't give me what I wanted. If this was like that panic moment, it would not hang out here for so long.
Crude looks like it wants to sell off here. 30 seconds until the top of the hour. We do have some more numbers coming out. U.S. ISM Services PMI forecast 53.8. Prior number was 53.6, and we have U.S. factory orders month over month as well. 4.6% is the forecast. Prior number was 1.5%. 10 seconds until these numbers are out. Oil selling still here.
$850 lots sitting at 91.
Yep. We got the ISM Services PMI number 54.5. Forecast was 53.8, a little bit higher than expected. Factory orders came in at 4.8%. Forecast was 4.6%. Again, a little higher than expected. Doom talking about the 800 lot here in the S&P. Looks like that just got filled.
Yeah.
We are back on the bid here.
I'll wait till this get as close as possible to 600s, or maybe
Okay.
continuation. Depending how what's the story of the push to the 600s. If we get that far up, I'll decide either to long for the top of this expanding pattern, or look for more downside.
Another 800 lot here, 75.96s. Mandy, I heard you say you were a long one now.
Yeah, just trying to catch something, but if this one turns into another L, I am going to put
Yes.
myself in a lockout for 15 minutes and just recalibrate. I
decision.
did this, what was it, Monday? I took like three losses in a row. Could not figure out the first half hour, and then
Yeah,
made it back later. But
there you go.
I'm feeling
Right,
better
so
about this. I
sometimes-
want to adjustment.
I'm going to offer
Yeah, go ahead, Mandy.
one below a point 600 and a point above 600 to MES. Let's see, am I going to get
I'm
that?
looking for the anchored VWAP at 640s. We have that yesterday's value area low was that at 640. I'd love a retest of that. Yeah, these markets have not been easy, that's for sure.
We are.
I'm trying
we're
to
definitely at the-
short when the markets have been bidding for
Mhm.
days, right? You know, it's
I-
not easy, but
I'm-
yeah, I don't know if I'm not trying to catch like the biggest move either. But yeah, very tricky spot right now.
Let's see, 603's last trade here in the Nasdaq. Yeah, I think sometimes like I have to remind myself as well to slow down sometimes, especially with that action coming in. I was looking to get long way earlier than I did here in the Nasdaq, and here we go, getting a nice push here. Sometimes that first 3 minutes is really clean, but when it was clean to the downside, right? We saw 250 points to the downside in the Nasdaq. But when that goes against my bias, that's when I have to remind myself to slow down, and that better trade location is coming. What we've been saying during the opening call, find the opportunity to buy failed selling. The question is, did sellers just fail where we just saw it? Nasdaq traded below 30,500s. We're up 130 points from there. The S&P traded off of that level that Jack mentioned, 75.76s. And then that was the clear, hey, here's a decision to be made, Jack. And if it continued to sell, okay, then I don't buy it. But the fact that we saw that reaction, pretty nice reaction there.
That anchored
Nice
VWAP.
longs we got going on here.
I just took some profits there. Want to see how we react, so I don't want to be in it. Secure those profits, see what happens at anchored VWAP, which is right here at 642 half. Made up a little bit of that red. Looking for another base hit here once NQ decides what it likes. If it wants to keep going higher, or is this anchored VWAP going to turn into resistance?
Some stuff. So Mandy is flat now. Nice long there, getting back some of the losses on the day. Still more opportunities to trade and a lot more for us to do here at Topstep TV. We're going to go to a little bit of a break. If you didn't hear, we got fast payouts, and this break is going to be as fast as an ArrowPay payout from your Topstep accounts. And welcome to the show, the man that is responsible for calling the low today in gold with that weekly kickoff low, 44.53. Hoagie Berra, knocking levels out of the park. Hogue, welcome back. How you doing today?
Excellent, Jay. Doom, Mandy, Jack. Good morning, everybody. Man, these markets have been moving today.
Oh yeah.
I had a caveat today in the Nasdaq when I moved the auction grade to B plus. Markets always look the best at the top and the worst at the bottom, and boy, did that kind of proved to be true today. I hate that when that happens, but we did put in a new all-time high, and they were extended in the regular trading hour session. The sellers just came in and took us right back into yesterday's range. The levels that we were looking at earlier, the levels of confluence, we ran right through it in the NASDAQ. We did not take out yesterday's low. We didn't get to support one. We didn't get to the 200 session simple moving average. And we've seen buyers coming back into this market. Yes, it might be a BTFD type of situation. We just needed a little bit of a pullback, and these little pullbacks seem to be enough for the sellers in the equities. So we're back inside the range. We're back inside value from yesterday. Try and stay patient. There will be more opportunities today. Where I'm really interested in showing you is the S&Ps, because we had a whole area of confluence. Remember this morning we were talking about 76.12 to 76.14.15. That put in the high of the regular trading hour session. All of this confluence became resistance, took us down to where? The exactness that we saw at the low of the current area of balance. There was a pretty good odds that we were going to revisit that level. This area of exactness was kind of an unfinished downside auction. Maybe that downside auction could be finished. Not looking for any major meaningful selling until we get below that level and we see some participation to the downside. Where's the next level? Well, we have exactness at the high as well. And if exactness is a weakness and it's an unfinished upside auction, we could be headed back to that level. And of course, that is entirely possible. Maybe not today, but that we had to go down and recheck that exactness level. We looked below it. We've got excess on this bar. I don't know if this is going to be the low, folks, but it's looking a little bit like that. Take a look at gold. Gold, wow, what an unbelievable opportunity here. So we've been kind of focusing on the fact that we had a reversal last Thursday. And we talked this morning about we got to see if we can find more buyers down below this level. Okay. Market traded within 10 ticks of the weekly kickoff low, 44.53. Great trade, great opportunity off of that. Now we're actually back inside the initial balance. Do we rotate to initial balance high off of that? In the medium time frame, this is kind of a low area of balance. Do we rotate back to the high area of balance is really my question. And another weekly kickoff touch in gold and crude oil this morning. The overnight, we did trade up to weekly kickoff high 96.80, went through it by about 10, 20 ticks, rejected. It is not a strong high. There's only 2 ticks of excess up there. I'm looking for this market to probably return to that level and recheck it at some time in the near future. We opened with a gap. We've been unable to close the gap. Might be time to start looking for opportunities in the opposite direction here. Maybe a little bit of longs coming in here. Don't know for sure. We had a lot of overnight inventory to the long side up against a major resistance area. This pullback in crude today could be as simple as overnight inventory getting too long against resistance, not getting what they were looking for in continuation, and liquidating all of those overnight longs. We'll see how this plays out. These are my stories. This is my story, and I'm sticking to it.
Awesome stuff. Good to have you here, Hogue. I see some green on the screen here. Mandy is back in long.
Just got in. Yeah.
Talk to us, Mandy. What are you seeing?
We have 50 seconds and till this candle closes. I'm entering one just to get a good fill if this decides to push through. A tag into 45s would be really nice. Yeah, preemptive, just a small preemptive, because I like the candle closes. We got 30 seconds. Starting to push here. I'm gonna add another one here. Yeah, we're gonna add a second. And looking for VWAP if 77s.
Looking for VWAP. We got Mandy long from 642s. Doom, are you still short?
No, I got offers. I got offers for 680, 683.5 for M&Q and 600s and a tick for MES. I'm gonna wait. I'd rather be cheap than sorry.
There we go. Not a bad call. Demand good trade location. We got some more offers up here in the S&P. someone is trading some size in this range, and they've been doing it over the past couple of days.
Yeah.
75.99. We got another 800 lot here. And I feel like every time we've seen this Hogue over the past month and a half or so, the markets get very balanced until we stop seeing these offers. And
then it goes.
And then it goes, right? So there's some inventory adjustment, allocation, distribution, whatever it's allocation, I guess. Inventory adjustment happening in this range as we're channeling up. And then it seems like we get a headline or something that's just leads to a blow off top. But we'll see what happens here. We got Mandy long, NASDAQ trading 30,645. Got the S&P trading 75.93. Gold still catching a bid here, 44.80s last trade in gold. The Russell turned around as well, 29.07. Shout out to all the Rusty traders. The Dow is still kind of hanging out at the low. They did pull that offer in the S&P.
They kind of split it. And
split it up, yeah, that's what it looks like. Yeah.
You're being sneaky. I hope that was a great story, sir. I really enjoyed it. That was a great story.
Awesome. Yeah, these size offers that you're seeing in the ES might really kind of be part of the beginning of rollover. It's June 3rd. I think next Tuesday might be switch day. It's usually the second Tuesday of the month, unless the first of the month is on a Tuesday, which it was not. So this might be a pretty quick rollover.
Hogue, why did I cut my long? I got long from 529s in the NASDAQ.
I
asked myself the same question. I had the bottom, very tippity bottom on ABS. But
hey, next play mode, right? Next play mode.
Yeah,
next play mode. Yeah, I get why Andre talks under his breath sometimes when he's doing this segment, especially if he's looking at a trade. 30,663. Tilt is heavy long now. 74% long in the S&P, 67% long in the NASDAQ, 60% long in crude, and 60% long in
out of one
gold.
Moving my stop
getting out of
one to break even. No need to make this a red trade. Looking for these 93s. I like that pivot point that we have there. Again, another amazing indicator that Topstep has. I've been watching them. I never traded with pivot points. But I do love anything that's support resistance, and just having that extra line on there has been awesome. And they have hit very nicely, I will say so myself. So that's where the next target is. I am going to be locking this in as we go. I want a nice push here, but I have a stop profit now at 57.25. And let's see if we can break past. We're coming up to some hesitation possibly here on my 15-minute moving average. That moving average is set to 7. And we also have VWAP. The moving average right now is at 683. That might be the upper hesitation. But VWAP, we are just kind of kissing and touching it right now at 675 15-minute chart. That's overnight VWAP.
We price checking the value area low. I'm in Q.
Okay. I'm in Q, testing value. What price is that? Doom. Right here, right now, 680s.
670 and a half.
670 and a half. We do have Williams speaking right now and testifying in front of Senate, I believe Jack said. Expects inflation to be lower next year. We are close to a neutral interest rate. Bond market has been highly data-driven in shaping policy outlook. Looking at the 30-year, it was down about 0.25% right now. We'll get Jack's opinion on yields when we get him back in here, or Jack's look on yields. We got Mandy long right now. NASDAQ trading 30,677. Tilt is still very heavy long, 76% long now in the S&P. Looking at the quote board today, 36 different markets we can trade with Topstep accounts. We got silver down 2%, copper down 2%, and micro Ethereum down 2.5%. Upside, we got the Nikkei up 0.92, crude up 1%, and heating oil up 2.25%. Our big four, we got crude, like we mentioned, up 1%, the S&P down 0.37%, gold down 0.8%, and the NASDAQ down 0.1%. Mandy flat there. Nice trade. Doom, nice pass. Short. Nice pass. Mandy passed the ball over to Doom. Mandy was long. Doom got short. Both make
684.
I love it, Doom.
Oh, you went with NASDAQ this time, Doom.
I got a little FOMO. Yeah, just one micro Nasdaq. I'm risking 755. What's that? 15, 14, 20 points? I don't know. I don't know. Let's
Here we
make it
go.
60. 60.
Saw somebody say this was a hug. When I asked why I got out of that long from the 530, somebody says it's a see profit, take profit environment. I want to take profit at the highs.
You were long, right?
At the I was long. Yeah, I was long. And I think,
Okay.
and we've been saying it, Hogue, if I'm short, see profit, take profit. If I'm long, let the market do its job. And it's doing a great job right now. So right now I'm looking at, is there a potential pullback opportunity to maybe get back into this? We got a full session view up, regular trading hour view up at 627 in the NASDAQ. We'll see what happens here. 544 Fox, I appreciate you. We appreciate you all being here. Hit the thumbs up button if you haven't done so already. Tell your friends and family to like and subscribe. We are on the march to 200. Did we hit 215 already? I think we did.
Yeah.
We hit it the other day.
Yes, we did. Yep.
215,000 subscribers.
Wow.
We need Mandy to ask for likes.
Yes, you guys. You could see us carving it up. Today, Doom and I. We've got our legendary Hogue here, as well as Jay doing a fantastic job driving. Such a natural. So hit that
Appreciate
like,
that,
hit
Mandy.
that subscribe. Topstep was really giving last week. Gave us some really good some people, some good combines, I hear. There was a lot of winners that I saw in the chat. And I saw something drop in my email yesterday. So a lot of great things that Topstep is just doing to help us traders become better. So I'm sure we'll be hearing about that some more. We are hanging around this pivot point, and what was that value? What was that? What's yellow? Topstep do 697.
Value high.
Value high.
Value high. Let's if you missed what Mandy was talking about, make sure you check your Topstep emails, or you can check out that link I just posted to the chat. Double your payout caps if you add a DLL to your combines and XFAs. That is for new purchases. Again, make sure you read through that full email. I'm just going off the dome right now, but all the details are in that email for you. We got a poll up in the chat. Why do you watch Topstep TV? The personalities, the analysis, the community in chat, or the giveaways? I'm going to say, man, I wish I could vote for two here. Got to get on my burner account.
I know,
say the personalities and the analysis.
Amen.
Right, Doom?
Yes.
Doom, you short one here, right? One
One
micro?
micro, 683 and 3 ticks. I call it 84.
683s.
And I'm waiting on
another special.
600s and 6. Let's make it 603 and a half. I want to put in 2.
Okay.
We're approaching point of control on micro Nasdaq. I was kind of early, 716-ish, 20-ish. Call it. I want to top tick this, but it's at the same time I want to be in it. So got to jeopardize a little bit. If it goes at all.
Short. If it goes at all.
It's the first resistance from the pivot point on M and Q. So, and we bounced from the first support all the way to the first resistance after an impulse that cut through both. Let's see.
See here, NASDAQ trading 30,704. What do you got, Mandy?
Tim in the chat. A personalysis. That's his answer for the poll.
Oh, that's good. I like that.
I like that a lot.
Almost like
we just saw a big block of selling coming in there in the S&P. About 1,100 contracts just traded in a second in the S&P. That is going to work out in Doom's favor. Let's see if we get some extension on that. But we do have to make some room. We got a special guest coming in here. Doom, any final words before you head out for the day? Nice trading today, my man. Let us know how this trade plays out in the chat. Any words you want to say before we head out, Doom?
Size down. Be careful. I personally got my arse kicked on rollovers. Try not to be like me.
There we go.
I love
it. Mandy, real quick, I'm going to throw it to you, but we do have Netanyahu, comments from Netanyahu. Lebanon must be demilitarized.
Wow.
We had Rubio saying Trump was aware of economic pact of Iran conflict. Administration believed nuclear-backed Iran was worse. We are seeing a little bit of a bid in oil here at $95. Mandy, nice trading. You were able to right the ship. Anything you want to say before we head out of here?
Just be headline aware and be willing. I tried to do it. I feel like I did a good job today sizing down, especially when you're dealing with all-time highs and news and some pretty strong candles that open. That is something to be careful with. So I agree with Doom. Let's size down. Appreciate you guys. It was fun hanging out with you guys this morning. And yeah, use those Topstep risk features, the lockout if you're struggling with trading, things like that. So thanks, you guys. Appreciate it.
Awesome stuff. Doom, Mandy, we will see you all soon. We're going to throw it over to Jack and a new special guest, Topstep Chat. Do your thing. Show some love to our new guest on the chat. Jack, over to you.
Thank you very much for throwing it my way, Jay. We're joined by a very special guest today. We got Drew Dosek with us. He's the Director of Business Development and Professional Trader with Verified Investing. Drew, welcome. How are you doing this morning? I'll have to get you off of mute really quick, Drew. Don't worry, Drew. It happens to the best of us pretty much daily here, so we'll get it figured out. If not, we can do like a sign language thing if that's your deal. Sure thing. Well, we're going to work on getting Drew in here in just 1 second. In the meantime, we'll take a look at the charts. We're still at that options level I mentioned in the ES. We got crude is trading 94.88. Looks like the semis are active again. I see that SanDisk now up 2%. Hanging right around that 75.80 SPX level. We'll get you in there, Drew. No worries.
Jack, you got the Dow making new lows. Well, what's getting smoked in the Dow?
We'll take a look. Meanwhile, how you doing, chat?
I'll look.
Good to see you. How you doing, Jay?
I'm doing good, man. I'm doing good. I wish I held that long from 529s, but we're going to find another trade here.
Me too. We called pretty much the low there when I went through that support from last night. Okay, here I am with just me and my chart. Intimate.
There we go. I'll talk to you from behind the wall, Jack. We got that poll up in the chat. The personalities and the analysis, like you were just saying, we called the low in the S&P and the NASDAQ. That's why 50% of our voters are tuning in for that analysis. Again, not investment or trading advice, but just some good information.
Yeah. Well, one man versus the markets. Right now. Okay, cool. Sorry, I just responded to James in my ear here. You know, it's really fun being on YouTube by yourself. It's the most fun in the world. It's all right.
You're looking at yourself in a mirror in front of 3,500 people.
Yeah, it's really like staring into the void. But I swear we are going to get Drew back. When we do, we're going to review the ADP number, jobs week, see what we're looking for. He trades a lot of commodities, equities. Should be a fun one.
Jack, you're just that good. You're just that good, Jack. What's up, dude?
Stuff guys. You're a good man too, huh?
The NASDAQ, I'm starting maybe not to feel as bad at cutting that long. We can't figure out any buying above settlement right now in the NASDAQ. 30,712s. We got initial balances getting set in the next 7 minutes or so. What's your view on this?
Yeah. Well, the NASDAQ has traded back into value from yesterday. And Mandy nailed it. I mean, this 3703 is basically value high. We've got settlement just above that. So this is going to be a little bit of a sticky level. 30,712.70 was settlement. And that's really where it traded right to. We've got a very big first 30-minute bar that's probably going to envelop the initial balance high and low, and it's pretty big. So it's going to take a lot of energy to trade outside of that. My thought for today is the energy has largely been expended. We're probably just going to find an area of balance to kind of hang around. Now, the ES hasn't been as successful. It hasn't even made it back to value low. The S&P is the one that's really suffering as far as as far as buyers are concerned. The ES is really struggling. So looking for the NASDAQ because it's back inside of value to try and balance the rest of the day. And the S&Ps might do the same thing. Very big first 30 minutes, pretty wide initial balance. It's going to be tough to extend outside of this without any kind of news. So stay patient. Let the market kind of show you where it's comfortable trading and work those extremes. That's just my thought.
Yeah. I think it's getting really hard to kind of compare on these time frames the S&P versus the NASDAQ when the semiconductors are moving everything. And they're 30% of the NQ now, I believe, is semiconductors. And just in that move there, I mean, wasn't a huge move in the indices, overall, but the semiconductors swung negative. They were up 2%, swung negative by 0.5%. Now they're up 1.5%. That's a 2% move on 30% of the index. We're going to see more and more intraday divergence between the S&P and the NASDAQ, depending on what semiconductors do. And pretty much the flip side of the same thing is, there's more consumer stuff in the S&P 500.
Sure.
I don't think it's going to be a slow summer, guys. I don't think so.
I am with you, Jack. I'm with you.
Buckle
up is right. We do have crude oil inventories up out at the bottom of the hour, so in about 3.5 minutes. Crude oil right now trading $95.03, and CNBC is playing an interview with Israel's Prime Minister Netanyahu right now. We did hear some comments. Lebanon must be demilitarized from Netanyahu a couple of minutes ago. NASDAQ going to test settlement again here, 30,700s. That heavy tilt that we had, it was 76% long in the S&P. It's back down to 60%. I don't know if traders are getting short or maybe just scaling out of those longs. 50-50 in the NASDAQ, 68% long in crude, and 50-50 in gold. Crude right now catching a little bit of a bid. And the Dow, the rotation in the Dow made new all-time highs yesterday. And
gold couldn't close the gap. I'm looking for, crude oil couldn't close the gap. I'm looking for crude oil to test those overnight highs again. That's a bold statement. I get it, but it could happen.
Fortune favors the bold, Hogue. Fortune favors the bold.
I saw somewhere, Jay, you mentioned fortune favors the bold, that we are something like 5 or 10K in Bitcoin away from what is affectionately known as the Matt Damon line, i.e. where Bitcoin was when he was in that Super Bowl commercial with the fortune favors the bold.
Fortune favors the bold.
Matt Damon line. What is Bitcoin doing right now? Let's take a look. Down 0.9% on the day in micro. Bitcoin trading 66,770. Man, pivot points even work out pretty well there. S1 support in micro Bitcoin is 65,535. We made a low of 65,555. So about 20 points off there. It was a pretty aggressive first half an hour. 300 points to the downside in the NASDAQ. Hogue, you got Delta?
Yes, of course. ES Delta. Negative 10,300.
Wow.
NASDAQ Delta, negative 1,600, almost 1,700. So basically congruent over direction. But we're sitting here in the middle of the range in the S&Ps. We're sitting in the middle of the range in the NASDAQ. Still sitting here with some pretty negative delta in the ES. We probably trapped in a whole boatload of shorts on this move to the downside, man. When it starts looking lower, people just barrel into it, and those might be the next shorts we get to eat the next time we start moving higher.
So some of that delta, Hogue, and we don't know the open interest until after the close, right? Do you think some of that delta could be profit taking? I mean,
it could
really
be
taking profits.
Yes.
They had the opportunity yesterday. We've been in such a balance. I don't know if I
you it could be absolutely right. Could be some long liquidation in that as well, for sure.
I've seen the Russell catch a little bit of a bid here.
So we had, let's see here. We don't have the final, but we did add approximately 16,000 contracts yesterday in the S&Ps. and we couldn't put in a new high. What's that tell you? You know, we upgrade the auction grade to a B plus in the NASDAQ. And the next thing I said this morning was, whenever I start to get close to an A in these markets, you got to be careful because a market always looks the best at the top and the worst at the bottom. Thank you, Dad, for that little tidbit of information.
Shout out to Dad. We got some more numbers out here. Crude oil inventories negative 7.97 million. Forecast was negative 3 million. Gas inventories came in at positive 3.364 million. Forecast was negative 2.45 million. What you seeing over there, Jack?
Well, you're just talking about that crude inventories drawdown. There's been a lot of that. We've been, it's weird. Every oil expert, every PhD, everyone else is saying that they don't know exactly when, but if things don't get opened up in, could be weeks, could be months, the supply is finally going to become an issue. You see that number will be
Less
negative
supply.
just every week.
Right.
Yep.
Less supply, the demand in crude inelastic, right? So that means potential higher prices. We'll see how that does play out. Shout out to Preach in the chat. Rusty Trader from the bottom tick, holding the Russell from the low, as Doom would say. Nice trade there.
According
Nice
to
recovery in the
Costco,
Russell.
gas demand's at all-time highs, according to Costco. Lower supply, higher demand. Look out.
Oh, yes.
NASDAQ back at settlement here. Still trying to build to the long side. Can they gain any traction? They have so far. I mean, we're up 225 points from the low, and 20 points in the S&P from that low, which again was a multi-day low. It's been the low all week, but no traction below it for now. As far as the calendar goes, I think we might be in the clear as far as numbers. You have the beige book at 1 p.m. Central Time. Logan speaking at the close. Logan is a voter, but I think we should be good as far as numbers. But of course, the unplanned headlines taking center stage. That's really what the market is paying attention to. If we get any updates from the situation in the Middle East, that is sure to bring us some volatility. So make sure you are still tuned into Topstep TV. Any levels you guys like for opportunities here?
Well, it's tricky. We kind of got one, and it played out down at this support here. I had this options level mark that got kind of screamed through following the when it was kind of drilling down this morning, but things have disappeared here. I think I'm going to delete this line to clear things up a little bit. To the upside, 7,600 SPX, 7,610 in the futures. To the downside, I don't know if we'll get there, but if we bust through, we could go test 75.50, which is 75.60 in the futures. Looks like there's a good amount of perhaps options dampening down there. So if we do start selling off, maybe that's another place to look for a failed breakdown. I regret to inform you, we're kind of in the middle right now.
Yes, we are, Jack. Yes, we are. The Nasdaq's trying to catch a bid here. It is trying to hold above settlement. We're 8 points above settlement right now, slightly green on the day. But again, I don't know that this is a place that I would want to establish a position either. Shorts feel uncomfortable and longs feel like there's a potential pullback. Hogue, we are right in the middle of the initial balance in the S&P, the Nasdaq. What do you have as that IB high, IB low?
We're sitting at the point of control right now. This is a don't touch it here situation, or at least for me.
Yeah.
Initial balance high in the ES, 76.14 in the orders. Initial balance low, 75.74 even. And in the NQ, 30,807.75 is the initial balance high, and the initial balance low is 30,496. Initial balance, first hour of the regular trading hour session, and we now have an indicator that you can adjust to your initial balance. Make sure that you adjust it. It is here under indicators, Topstep, initial balance. I like to put them on myself because I feel like it makes me feel a little bit closer to the charts, but they are there for you. You can adjust them for your initial balance, however you want to look at your initial balance. Again, we look at it as the first hour of the regular trading hour session. Make sure you make that adjustment, and you'll be able to have it automatically populate on the platform. Great stuff. Pretty cool.
Awesome stuff there. Back below settlement here. Yeah, this is market's trying to figure something out. Or it has figured something out, that it's comfortable trading these prices and maybe needs another catalyst to get going here. 30,693 last trade here in the NASDAQ, 75.92 quarter last trade in the S&P. Crude was catching a little bit of a bid there. Hogue, you were saying maybe the trade is in crude. Could not close the gap. We had a prior day high, $94. We haven't traded that since the overnight session. We're about $1.30 above that, about $1.50 into crude. But after this break, Hogue, I want to ask you about some crude levels for potential. We're going to go to a short break. We are continuing to expand here. Our communities at Topstep, we're all over the place. This video is going to talk about it. Come back in with our next guest. Make sure you follow Topstep on all of those platforms. We got the biggest influencer in the trading space joining us now.
Come on, Jay.
Coach,
My man.
How you doing, man?
You talking to yourself about that? I see that little post you put on Instagram.
That's all you.
I see your post you put on Instagram. It's Wednesday. It's Wednesday's price action. We're seeing some volatility in this market. When I finished off slow markets last night, Broadcom was up 5%, and when I was checking it this morning, we were negative. Broadcom was negative, and so we got this rally. You can see we opened up the New York session here around, what was this? 750s, sold off all the way down to 500. So a 250, a 300-point sell-off from the high of this New York session, and we rallied all the way up to settlement, hung around settlement for just a moment, and right before getting on air, I got into a short, six micros, and pretty tight stop loss. I start talking about it, and this market goes up. But yeah, I'm looking at this level of support that we had, and kind of where we've had this level of kind of consolidation, which is basically settlement, to become resistance on this rally up. And I was looking for a little bit of a sell-off here. I had it until I got on air. But we'll
definitely
see.
a
This market is just so freaking resilient. I was pretty excited when I come on because we were selling off to these 660s, and I blink and we're up 50 points.
Right back up. Hogue, it's that word, man. Resilient. These markets are resilient. 300-point sell-off doesn't break it, and eventually we're going to get one. But I mean, you look at the NASDAQ charts. How many days has it been since we've seen a red day? And what's crazy is we're seeing, this is the second time this year, I think we're on a 10-day streak of upside in the NASDAQ in 2 months, right? This would be the 10th green day in a row. We had a very similar streak in the beginning of April, not taking out a prior day's low, just extremely strong. Jack, what are the semiconductors looking like right now?
Oh, they're up 1.8% as a whole. But I always use because it's the craziest, good company. But looking at SanDisk right now, now it's up 4.5% on the day. It was down just a few 15-minute candles ago. It was up 2% before that. Just some crazy moves going around. As we said, under the hood, dispersion. The index are not moving that much. Once again, we look at the NQ. We are down 1/3% in the ES. We're scratch on the day in the NQ. But as I look at my just watch list for stocks, There's stuff moving all over the friggin' place.
All over.
There's just
All
things
wild.
down 10%, up 10%. Large cap things. Oracle, for instance, huge company, down 5% right now. Palantir's down 4.4. Meanwhile, you
Insane.
got, as I said, SanDisk up 4.5%. You got Meta up 3% for a scratch day, and this is day after day after day.
Yeah.
So much volatility. It's amazing how these things can all average out to something that hardly moves and just goes up a little bit each day.
Just slightly channeling up. Speaking of channeling up here, Hogue, we were talking about. Yeah, go ahead, Jack. Finish that statement. I want to get to Hogue and crude.
One last thought on it is just that, like, within the indices, just the individual factors or plays have become more of what's happening than the indices, and they're just whack-a-moling them from one to one. Semiconductors go down rarely. It's like, well, software rips, etc. So the indices don't really move. And when people make the comparisons to they're like, oh, this isn't like the 2000 bubble. I agree in a lot of ways. Yeah. But there are sectors like the NASDAQ was very different then. The NASDAQ now contains things like, Apple's a much different company. It has Walmart and Costco and a bunch of other things. If you look at the actual semiconductors part of it, which is 30%, and treat that as its own index, that's beginning to look a lot more like the .com bubble. There are differences. I'm not shorting it, but that is looking way more like one of the more extreme charts I've seen.
Good stuff, Jack. Good stuff. We'll see how this plays out. We got the NASDAQ right now back above settlement 70,717. So we got Dakota short a couple here. Hogue, if crude, right, we'll play Andre's game. If crude is to make a move back up to the overnight highs at $97, what would be the setup? Where would you feel comfortable, if at all, with a potential opportunity here? Crude right now trading 95.32s.
Well, we already missed the setup. It was doing something else. A failed downside auction.
Failed downside auction, no. Oh,
Right
okay,
there.
I got you. Yeah. Yep.
Right?
What was that? The IB low was 45s, 94.45s.
94.44, basically the IB low. And a preempt on that would have gotten you really good, great trade location, and we're still continuing to see this market roll higher. I'm looking for the market to take out or at least test the initial balance high. And if we start showing acceptance above the initial balance high, this weak high up here would be the next target. Just above the weekly kickoff high of 96.80. Here we are we're above the point of control. We've got a lot of single prints above 95.52. We start eating those like Pac-Man. Then I'm looking for this market to go retest the initial balance high, which would be the target after the failed downside auction. If it does not, if it stops short of the initial balance high, then there's probably more of an inherent seller or weakness in the longs up here, and it may be a while before we go retest this low excess high. I'm calling it a low excess high because there were 2 ticks above the previous bar, and 2 ticks usually does mean a degree of excess, but it's very low degree of excess. The exactness up there is what's got my eyes looking up to that level to see if we can't go recheck that level again. See if we get some, breakout above and a support back at weekly kickoff high for continuation, or a failure above and then rotate back into these lower levels. But yeah, I mean, I don't know what I was doing when this failed downside auction happened. So much
being
going
a TV
on.
star, Hogue.
Like,
being a TV star, Hogue.
It's like easy to miss. Yeah. There's a lot going on, so it's okay. I mean, I've probably missed better trades, but that was a pretty juicy one right there. Very low risk on that.
My co-host at the Buzzer agrees with you as well. He's seeing some potential upside here in crude as well. But we got Dakota in a trade right now. Dakota, you still short? You short from 712s?
Yeah, I missed my stop loss by like a few points here, and we're starting to sell off.
Talk about it.
What a wild market! It's buckle up, just buckle up. If you're watching the stocks, if you're watching the individual stocks, this is wild. This is wild to trade. Maybe it's a case to I was going to say size down, widen your stops. We got the VIX still at 16. So the VIX is still very, very low. I'm looking for a bit of a sell-off here. So let's see if we could get it. I'm looking for these mid 600s to come back into play. 640s, maybe 650s. I don't know if we'll get it. I don't want to say I'm exhausted, but yeah, it seems like right on time. As soon as I come on air at the bottom of the hour, all this market does is just grind higher. So we'll see if famous last words. This time's different.
He's on air. Buy it. He's on air. Buy it. So some interesting spots here I see on the charts. We got that most recent pullback in the NASDAQ stopped right at full session VWAP, 30,674. The S&P is, Hogan, we talk about this 200 moving average on the 30-minute all the time during the opening call. That was the high tick of that move, pretty much 50% of the initial balance. The 200 moving average on the 30-minute, 75.96. And why that is significant and the price action that we're seeing under it, we haven't been under this 200 moving average on the 30-minute in a week. And this was some significant volume. So do we get a daily candle close below the 200 moving average on the 30-minute is my question here in the S&P. I believe the NASDAQ is still holding above it. Yeah, NASDAQ didn't even get down there, but the S&P looking a little weaker here. And the Dow is just hanging out at its lows. You want to short something, it's the Dow, man.
Or
no semis there.
He's short Bitcoin.
Last close below that 200 session moving average, Jay, was on the 19th of May.
19th of May. There you go. So it's been a little while.
Closed above it.
We might be due.
Let's
see if that is going
and after that day, it rallied back above it and hasn't gone back below.
We got Broadcom after the bell, right? Broadcom earnings after the bell.
Yeah, that's a big one.
Yeah, that's a wild. It was just so wild last night during slow markets. It just blew through that 500 level. It was up 5%. And as soon as I wake up, I check the markets and it's red. I'm like, man, just gotta double check. I'm not dreaming. This is what I'm seeing. And here we are right back up 1%. So this individual stock volatility is pretty wild. Pretty wild. We got Meta up 3%, NVIDIA and Microsoft down 3%. NASDAQ just hanging around settlement right here, right now, around 712s, back and forth. I want to see if NASDAQ starts to fail these 700s. I'm in a good position here. I'm short from 712. I'm considering adding to it for a break and push towards these 650s.
How many short right now? Short 6?
I'm short 6. Lately, I've been wanting to build about 15, like 1.5 to 2 minis on this account. If this is the same account, I'm passing on air. I'm $1,400 away from passing. Will I pass today? Will I pass next week? Who knows? We'll pass.
Dakota, you're only trading that on screen, right?
Correct. Yeah. I did start a position right at the bottom of the hour, but this is the position that I had. I got in it right before coming on air, but I'm having it on air. Correct, Hogue.
That's going to be challenging. It
is.
That's great.
There's been a couple times I stayed like a little bit after for slow markets because there was a good trade setup. I'm like, a lot of good trade setups happen when I'm not on air. Like the market doesn't know when I'm on Topstep TV, and so that could be a little more challenging, Hogue. When I see a really good trade setup, I'm like, oh damn, I can't take this one. I have to wait, see if something sets up.
Maybe it does know. Maybe it does know you're only trading that account. So it's like giving you good opportunities and teasing you outside of the time that you're allowed to trade it.
Yeah, I mean, so far so good. I mean, this one's working out. I'm up a little bit. If we get down to those 650s, I think we got a nice little banger. Rule number 1 about shorting the market: you don't talk about shorting the market.
Yeah, we learned that yesterday.
Yeah.
Real quick, Trader Zoe has a question that I think you can answer real quick. In your opinion, what are the top 3 tickers that can move the ES? NVIDIA, Apple, etc. Also, talk about a possible Topstep meetup. We'll work on that. We want to make that happen. Well, there is a correct answer to this, assuming the same move the 3 highest weighted companies would. So NVIDIA, Google, and Apple. Then would be Microsoft and Amazon. However, those companies don't move the same way as some of the other trillion-dollar countries. Let's just call them countries. They are countries. These days, I would say to keep a close eye, it's over $1 trillion on Micron as well, as that moves a lot more. It's going to be way higher beta than these other stocks. So the answer is, on the same percentage move, NVIDIA, Apple, and Google will move it the most. But there are companies like, I'm looking a little bit down the list by weight. Tesla and Micron, for instance, that Micron is indicative too of the semis that move so much that they can move the index. Speaking of moving the index, we're selling off a little bit, Dakota.
We're getting this little bit of a sell-off, up 50 points. And the beautiful thing about micros is I could take a couple off here. I was looking for these 650s to take a couple off, and then maybe a break through that. I'd love to hold one of these contracts if we want to sell off down through session lows. That might be a little extreme. But let's not talk about it, because now we're starting to catch a bid. Right on freaking cue.
It's amazing, isn't it?
Such is the way.
Such is the way. This is the way.
Let's try another. Let's go. Let's go.
Let's go. Let's don't go.
Let's go.
Time.
I'm gonna hire a witch on Etsy to put a curse on the NQ. Let's make it go. I think you can do that.
Oh, this.
Did you take two off down there, Dakota?
I was getting ready to. As soon as I started talking about it, we started pumping. We're at 50 points.
Oh,
no, Hogue.
Market loves to make a liar out of you.
Market loves me. It just means it loves me, Hogue. That's just all. NASDAQ loves me.
I'm going to give you a hug.
It's just
give your entry a kiss.
Yeah. All you can do is laugh.
Yeah.
Let's see what happens. Patience, I guess.
100%.
Just
what did I miss, Dakota?
Dead.
Did we get the VWAP bounce again? We want to talk about it. We want to talk about what else can we talk about? Chat, if you guys have any questions for us, or let us know what positions you're in right now. We got Dakota short 6 micros from 30,712, pretty much right at settlement price. Saw somebody ask the question in the chat: why is Dakota taking this short? Seeing this more as a range bound market for now. Some of the components are in the red, and looking like a decent trade here. Also,
I could go over this trade. I could go over this trade. So I went over it as soon as I came on air, but I'll go over it in a little bit more detail, right? So we opened up around 750. We opened the New York session around 750. The high is 800, and we had a 300-point sell-off. We've rallied 220 points, and this was a nice level of support. I say this, which is like 706s, right around settlement here in the NASDAQ. And sure enough, what was resistance or support before, you can see it was support in the overnight as well, looking to become resistance. So we popped up there, we had a couple wicks, and that's where I decided to get in short. And right around settlement. I was watching the Tech 9 stocks, which is the biggest stocks that make up the NASDAQ 100, and they're showing weakness. So that also, I guess, goes towards my confluence. Like, okay, we're at a level of resistance. We just sold off 300 points. We're in like a 100-day win streak, feels like, in the NASDAQ. Let's see if we get a little bit of selling pressure going into non-farm payroll on Friday and going into all this uncertainty that's happening over the war. So that's what I'm looking at today and go like this week. We got uncertainty, we got oil rally, we got a little bit of weakness, and we're at a nice level at resistance. But this market could just keep going up. I mean, that's the beautiful thing about these markets is regardless of what we think or our opinion, market does what it wants. Yes,
it does. And right now it is in somewhat of a balance. We got Dakota up almost 20 points on this trade. Gold still catching a bid here. 44.86.90s, nice level down there, Hogue, at those 53s. Oil kind of stuck in the mud, $95.29. We got Besant saying inflation is going to be a short-term blip. Rubio saying Iran respond.
It's been 5 years, bro.
I honestly, I read that comment and I said, well, I guess what is your time horizon, right? It's just like, this is a short-term downtrend, but I'm looking at a 1 second chart, right? Maybe Besson is looking at a eternity chart. Who knows?
He's one of those. You plant the oak tree tomorrow. Still the best time to plant it. You got to think in centuries.
Yeah.
The Earth is 4.5 billion years old. So basically, an infinitesimal slice of time has been spent in inflation right now.
Just a blip.
Scotty B thinking in geologic time. I love it.
It's transitory.
Yeah. We got Rubio also saying Iran responding to Hormuz transits with regional attacks. U.S. forces protecting commercial ships transiting Hormuz, and oil holding above $95 right now, $95.31. The tilt getting pretty flat here, 54% long in the S&P, 54% long in the NASDAQ, and 60% long crude, 57% long in gold right now. Who out there is trading an alternative market? Who's trading the ags right now? Who's trading wheat or
Wheat.
cattle? Wheat is actually making new lows of the day. It is selling off right now, down 1.5%. It has been a very interesting trending market. I think I took a wheat trade with you on Soul Markets a couple weeks ago.
We
Dakota.
did. Yeah, we were trading
It's
grass.
still trending. Trading the grass. It's still trending pretty well, and I think it has something to do with the fundamentals. We had that news story yesterday about the El Nino. Of course, oil prices are affecting ags as well. So wheat right now down 1.5%. If Elevated Life is in the chat, I know Elevated Life might be trading it.
All right.
Been a couple of decades since I traded grains.
Oh yeah,
I was over at the Mid-American Commodity Exchange for a couple of years. Trading soybeans and corn.
All right. Dare I talk about this short here? I'm looking to take some profits on a break through these 50s. Why not? I'm not superstitious. Let's if the NASDAQ can start breaking through these 60s, this is a major or a decent level of support today. And if we start to break through it, I think this thing could start catch a lot of selling momentum. And we're starting to see that right now into these 50s. So I'm going to take a couple off on a break lower. Let's see if we could get it just a little flush like that. So there's one off at 50. See if we get through these 40s. So I'll take two off right there. I'm going to move my stop loss to this next pivot that we made. So tightening up that stop loss just above 700 and seeing if we could get some more selling pressure on the break of that.
Nice trade.
Nice trade. Nice
Very
patience.
trade.
And nice stop placement also, because we got to within a couple of ticks of that stop. That is a good eye for the markets and reaping the benefits of it right now. Dakota up about 60 points on this trade. Who said this? Tim Dunlop. Been trading grass since high school, $25 to $30 per trade. See what you did there, Tim. See what you did there.
Micros?
Got a regular,
futures. Yeah.
Took delivery.
Took delivery.
You have to go to a warehouse in Humboldt. Take delivery.
Right.
And just like the real futures market, if you fail to deliver, you are.
Oh yeah, there's a price to pay. There is a price to pay for sure. Those are commodities. They are definitely commodities. We are seeing, and it's a good thing we have Dakota on air here trading with us, because he's in a banger trade. He's going to maybe show us how to pass a combine today, potentially. We're not going to try.
Actually,
just going to take good trades. Are you passed?
I wasn't thinking about that one, but if I get close to 159,
we won't think about
let me know. I don't think this one will. I'm not planning to pass it on this trade. I'm just going to follow a process, but we'll see. We'll see what happens. ACH, anything can happen.
Yeah, well, you are making one of our viewers very happy here, Dakota. Sushim says the only person that can really day trade here. Nice, Dakota. Well, it's a good thing you're here with us again. The best trading influencer in trading. right here
Yeah.
on Topstep TV. Hit that thumbs up button if you haven't done so already. We appreciate you being here, chat. A little bounce here off a regular trading hour view up in the NASDAQ. 30,645 is that price.
Well, I appreciate it. I appreciate it.
Jack, what are yields doing right now? Anything interesting?
We did have the 30-year close to nothing really interesting right now. We're at 4.99 in the 30-year. Not seeing too much of note there at the moment. What's oil doing? Still above $95, 95.14. Dakota, the clavicular of day trading on YouTube. Did you happen to see the new Madden? I was trying to make a joke. I couldn't figure it together about like the CL and clavicular, because that's the oil symbol. But it didn't really map well. Anyway, did you see the new cover of Madden? It's going to be Caleb Williams.
No
Specifically,
way.
Man, I knew Madden's went downhill, but not that bad.
See, the only thing I find funny about this is that, this is the exact moment, I believe 2 moments that he beat the Packers this season are showed in these clips, which is a beautiful thing. So I don't believe in superstition, so I'm going to ignore the Madden curse. I haven't played it in a long time, but we'll see.
James in the chat, the Madden curse comes for everyone eventually. I stopped paying attention to that, but is that still the case where it's just like you're on the cover, then there's an injury? Hopefully not.
It was for a
Hopefully we don't like to see
while.
people get hurt.
Yeah,
It was for
Caleb's
a while.
built different.
Oh yeah, absolutely. Seeing a little bit of it. So Dakota, you took some off there.
Yeah, I took some off at 50, right there at the low, and I have my stop loss at 704.
Yeah,
We're finding some buyers. We didn't really break and hold below that 60 level, these 660s. We did take a look, tested that middle area where I was able to take some profits, and we just found some buyers right there. I have my stop loss above 704 for a reason, because you can see that there's this nice little resistance that we're forming, and we got some selling trying to step in at 30,700s. Still looking at these major stocks, and they're not really going anywhere either. Google just turned red, if that means anything anymore. I don't know. It's interesting because what I typically watch is not as strong as it used to be. Whenever we see Nvidia down 3%, I'll look at the NASDAQ, and the NASDAQ's definitely not near settlement. NASDAQ's usually down with them.
Yeah.
good stuff.
You think we're still in like a BTFD market here? I mean,
I think so.
it's going to be a while before before we
Yeah.
break that, don't you think?
My napkin still says so, Hogue.
When is the last time? I mean, just look at the last 10 days. We have not traded below a prior day's low in the NASDAQ in the last 10 days. Even 300 points. It might feel like a crater as it's happening, but it's still another opportunity to buy the dip. And what these markets are presenting, Hogue, and we're seeing it with Dakota in the short right now. It is providing more two-sided trade than we've seen earlier in the year.
Yeah.
Right. That May through March through April run, there was almost no opportunity to buy this, but we're seeing a little bit more balance. But yeah, I mean, 300 points down in the first half an hour, and we've already recovered 2/3 of that. So I'm still thinking buy the dip. I don't know that I've taken a short in the equities in a little while, and I see them, and you have to be careful with buying, right? Because I'm not trading the NASDAQ with a 300-point stop, right? So buy, failed, selling, I think has been the case, and we'll see how this plays out. But real quick, Dakota, we're going to see if we can get these markets to move. Yeah, go ahead, Oak.
You're right, Jay. I was just saying, you're right. I mean, we got a pretty big initial balance. We got information coming out the rest of the week. It's expended a lot of energy. I'm looking for these. We talked about it earlier. I'm looking for these markets to really just kind of settle into range.
Right.
Two-sided trade.
Yeah.
You said it.
Two-sided trade for sure. Well, let's see if this guy can get it done. Can he get us out of the range? We're going to bring in Dr. Volatility, James Harden, for some announcements.
What's up, everybody? Happy Wednesday. I'm here with the things that you need to know to stay in the know with all things related to Topstep and Topstep TV. And did you know that we recently just launched our new official Topstep Reddit community? That's right. If you are if you're kind of a Reddit person, let's say you don't like Twitter, you don't like Instagram, you don't like TikTok, but you like Reddit, well, you're in luck because now we have our very own officially sponsored Topstep community over there, our Topstep community. We're going to go ahead and drop the link in the chat. Go ahead and click on it and join us today. Upvote and downvote to your heart's content. But the best thing about the Reddit community is that you can post your trader wins, you can find community, you can rave about Topstep, and you can rage about Topstep. We allow it all. And guess what? We're in there too. You can get real help from our support team in there. You can get real answers from Topstep employees. So if you're not part of the community, go ahead, join us today, and follow us wherever you go. Topstep Reddit. We've made it. Help us take it over. Then once you're done doing that, be sure to come back because it's group coaching time. Group coaching, it's part of the day. We take time out of our busy schedules to sit down and answer your questions live right here on Topstep TV. Each day, we are joined by 3 amazing experts, and today is no different. We're sitting down with Hogue, Coach Ray, and Hoop. That's right, you saw Coach Ray this morning on opening call. Now catch Coach Ray during group coaching. If you have a question for Coach Ray, a question for Hogue, or a question for Hoop, go ahead and click on the link that's going to be dropped and pinned in the chat now. This is your ticket to group coaching. Fill it out, then be back in your seat at 12 p.m. Central Time to see if your question is read and answered live on air. And don't worry, if you don't hear your question read on air, we do keep them all as a backlog, and we try to get through them on days when question submission is low. But you guys have a lot of questions, and we love that, so keep them coming, and don't hesitate to submit more than one. Then we have some really big news, guys. You might have seen this online last night, but Topstep is doubling down on responsible trading. Traders who add a daily loss limit to their accounts keep their account for over 50% longer than those who don't. And we think that kind of discipline is something that should be rewarded. Starting today, for a limited time, add a daily loss limit to any trading combine and unlock the responsible trading advantage. When you pass, you unlock double payout caps in your Express Funded account. That means standard XFA caps are up to $10,000, and consistency XFA payout caps are now up to $12,000. These are the largest payout caps in Topstep history. And don't forget, the daily loss limit is not a rule break. It's a risk feature that helps you always trade for tomorrow. 59% of traders have lost an account on day one. The daily loss limit helps make sure that you are not one of them. Hit your daily loss limit and your account locks the rest of the day, but you can come back tomorrow fresh and keep trading. Adding a daily loss limit also gives you up to $30 off any no activation fee trading combine. So add a daily loss limit to protect your downside and double your upside. Now remember, this only applies to new trading combines and trading combines that have the daily loss limit and have reset. So go ahead, guys, grab some combines and start paying yourselves with the responsible trading discounts here, only at Topstep. This is something we've talked about for a long time. Long-time viewers remember Michael talking about it. It's finally here. So go ahead and take advantage of it today. Back to you guys.
Awesome stuff. Thank you for that, James. I don't know if you knew your powers worked for the Dow, but we did see some selling coming in there in the Dow. So the Dow traders appreciate you there. 30,683 last trade here in the NASDAQ. 75.88 last trade in the S&P. Code is still short. You at short 4?
No, I'm flat. I'm flat now. I'm up 500.
Nice.
That turned into some very choppy price action.
Oh, yes, it
Not
did.
really
And we got a new guest
now.
joining us. Just kind of snuck in there. Henrico, what's going on, man?
Hey, how you doing?
Doing good,
What's
man.
up,
Doing
guys?
good. How are you?
Yeah,
reading these
also
markets,
good.
Henrico?
Nice to be on air with you guys again. It's been a quite interesting 2 days for me. Yesterday I was stopped out by 2 points before we rallied to all-time highs. Today I think like 3 points away from being stopped out. So it's been like 2 days really on the edge with my stop losses, and now I'm just waiting for us to a little bit get out from this choppy market. I really like this 700 level that Dakota shorted. I think this is like a little bit the key level right now. Whether we break it, I think we can have another run the all-time highs. If we break down from here, maybe we'll see potential maybe new lows, but right now it's super choppy, so I don't have much expectations. How are you guys?
Doing well.
Doing good, man. Doing well. Trying to stay out of this chop as well. It did take a long earlier, down near 530s in the NASDAQ. I was looking for an opportunity to get back in, but kind of happy to be out of this chop right now. Is it chop or is it range, though? It's a decent range to trade. We're still talking about 50 to 60 points in the NASDAQ. Oh, crude is catching that bid.
Yep.
Is it
95.73s? Yeah, crude up about 75 cents in the last 10 minutes or so.
Yeah, NASDAQ doesn't care.
Yeah,
Equities don't care.
Not at all.
Rested there for
Not
a
at
minute.
all.
Now it's running again.
Huh. You and Paul both like the upside in this market. And, we've seen selling in crude off the back of headlines that we were getting closer to a deal. And it doesn't seem like we're actually getting any closer to that. We're going to bring in some guests later to talk about that a little bit. But like you said, Dakota, it doesn't seem like the equities really care because the NASDAQ's catching a bid right now as well, right back up to settlement, 30,711s. The chips are too strong. Nothing else matters now.
Yep.
And they're not particularly oil dependent.
Right.
What do you say? No chips, no dips?
No, I said all chip, no dip.
All chip, no dip.
Yeah.
There's a little bit divergence between ES and NQ. ES been sitting on this range under the VWAP, NQ been kind of now holding the VWAP. So for me right now, I'm not seeing really like any trades. I feel lately I've been really rushing into taking setups that are not actually A+ setups in my eyes, and then later you're like, why the heck did I take it? Like,
is
there a reason? Like kind of like taking trades out of boredom, and that's what I'm trying to kind of fix here. It's been a slow grind on those combines. I'm still on the same combines that I started last week. Not rushing it, but at the same time, only want to find those quality setups and not seeing right now.
It's not a bad idea. Most of trading is waiting, right? Waiting for the setup, waiting for something that you've measured. It's what we do in between time. Those marginal trades, Enrico, that usually cost us not only in actual capital, but mental capital as well, right? You're making decisions. The more decisions that you make in a day, the potential for those decisions to be lower quality. I know if I'm taking 10 plus executions in a day, some of those are just by nature going to be shitty executions. So try to wait for the clean ones, and you go from there. And you feel a lot more comfortable establishing your risk. I've seen a little bit more selling. Those 712s, Dakota, the NASDAQ's trying to figure out whether it wants to be red or green on the day, rejecting at settlement. The Dow's still looking a little heavy.
Yeah, I mean,
see if we get some
like you guys said,
here.
less is more. Less is definitely more. The less trades you take, typically the better off you are, because that equals the less opportunities you have to screw it up as a human. That's sometimes how it works. But no, I agree with you. We do have Broadcom. Slow is fast. Left is right. Broadcom earnings after the bell and non-farm payroll on Friday. So, I mean, even though these stocks are flying, we're just chopping around here. Or actually, it's consolidation because I'm green. I have a positive P&L. If you have a red P&L, it's probably chop for you.
Yeah, it's also the way that I have always found Topstep, Dakota slow markets, because slow markets, when Dakota is doing slow markets, that's usually 4 a.m. for me in the morning. And I should be sleeping at that time, but sometimes when you have a long weekend, especially with holidays, like if we have a trading holiday on Monday, then coming on that Tuesday when the clawbacks open, you're so itchy to kind of find the trade, and then you take the trade. And that's been kind of my vice to stay up long, because I take a trade that I don't want to take, and then I stay stuck in the trade during the Asian session, and then finally Dakota comes on air, and then that's how I sometimes find myself watching the slow markets. It's being stuck in a bad trade and then just staying up.
When you're stuck in a bad trade, when Dakota comes, it's like when the birds start singing and you pulled up.
Yeah, for me, it's definitely when the birds start singing.
You know what I am looking at? Production team. I don't know if you guys have my charts. I think I'm sharing them, but I'm looking at this Bitcoin daily chart, Jack. This thing is ugly, man. There's this candle.
Sure is.
We've been talking about this candle during At the Buzzer because Coach Paul was getting long when we closed above that February 5th candle. It was about a 13% sell-off in Bitcoin. And we haven't really traded through that low. That looks bad. That looks really bad.
It's a short right there. That was the short opportunity.
No one's talking about it.
Yeah. I mean, all the crypto Twitter, I've seen some names in crypto Twitter that a bunch of people in the chat probably follow, talking about, taking all your Bitcoin and changing it for another asset, or getting out of crypto in general and moving over to, to stocks, right? You look at some of the AI stocks or the semiconductors, you're making a lot more money holding those long than you are hodling Bitcoin right now. And sentiment is definitely changing a little bit, it feels like.
I follow Bitcoin quite a lot, and there was also a little bit panic because Sailor started selling a few Bitcoins.
Yeah.
I think he tested the waters, kind of what will happen with the market once he starts selling. I think there's that. And there's also, as you said, with the stocks, they now enable stock trading on the crypto exchanges, which is a little bit interesting move from those exchanges in my eyes. But it's that's actually yesterday's my nighttime bad trade. I was looking for longs on Solana, which is really correlated to how Bitcoin moves. And I was taking a little bit of heat, came out with the winning trade in the end, but it was tough.
And the Rat Pack Show says nothing has outperformed Bitcoin. Yeah, I mean,
time frame's important.
If you're using the Besant charts, no, it hasn't. But
I don't know. I know there's an option usually every single day that outperforms it. 0 DTE option.
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
It
Could you
depends on the
imagine?
time frame as well. I don't think Bitcoin has been performing so good in the last cycle. They used to call them like cycles in Bitcoin. And if you see the Bitcoin returns from the last cycle, which was, I would say 2x, it's not so amazing in terms of if you compare some of it to the semiconductor runs that we are having, or even in NVIDIA itself.
I've never owned a Bitcoin. Never owned one. I don't know what people do with one.
With Bitcoin? You hold it and hope it goes up? That's the whole point. You hold it. Which,
they lose their wallet.
You can buy oil from Kazakhstan next year.
There you go. It's a utility.
Buy drugs.
I have some just in case it does go to $1 million. I won't be on the wrong side of history, but not financial advice. It's not a lot. It is not a lot at all. We'll see what happens. If it goes to 0, I'll be okay.
I still have my Dragon JPEG I paid $600 for.
Oh,
nice. NFT?
Yeah, NFTs or whatever.
Poll in the chat. Have you purchased an NFT? And did you get out for a profit? Hogue shaking his head like, nope. Hogue, you do know what NFTs are.
Hogue's got 10 Bored Apes.
Yes. I do know what an NFT is, and I was like, this is ridiculous. I wouldn't touch this.
Hogue said NFT means not
for another 10 years now.
Right. Got a Bored Ape. I'll leave that alone. I thought there was potential utility for it, but it had to be in real life stuff, right? If everyone was just going to sit in their living rooms or basement and just trade digital trading cards, what's the utility in that? But if there are some real world implications for it, then maybe you could see some value. And am I a hater? Do I sound like a hater? Maybe I am a hater. I don't know.
NFT, the Topstep payouts.
I guess it depends if you're holding NFTs.
Yeah, that's what the pop cards are. They're kind of like NFTs.
Right.
There you go. So we got Google quietly now down 0.75%. When I came on here at the bottom of the hour, so almost an hour ago, Google was green. Google's now negative 0.75, and Nasdaq is still holding relatively strong in comparison. So now we have Nvidia down almost 3%, Apple down 1.2%, Microsoft down 3%, Amazon down 2.25%, Google down 0.75%, and this market is being held up by the rest of
semis.
Nasdaq.
Trying to get more semi beta to short everything else and buy more SanDisk and Micron. What else is up today?
Heating oil.
Crude.
Up 3%. Crude.
Heating oil.
Crude's up.
Crude's up.
We are just chopping around here. Does anyone in the chat consider this range and not chop? Who out here is doing their best Dolby time impression and scalping this range in the NASDAQ? Again, it is about a 50-point range. I know for myself, if I try to trade this range, all my executions are going to show up right in the middle. And so I try to stay out of it, but I know somebody's looking at this as the most favorable price action for the week. So hopefully you're killing it.
I'm short again.
All right. Talk to us, Dakota.
Enter at the
I'm short 76. I'm short 76. I'm seeing some more selling coming in on the equities.
Yeah.
And similar setup, looking for these mid 600s and trying to get in with some of this momentum here. See if we get down to those 640s and break these 660s once and for all. We'll see. So far,
small size.
How many do you got?
I'm short 6 from 676, and so let's see if we can get some selling pressure.
76.
Yep, 6 from 676.
Is that on purpose? Like that whole 6-7 thing? Is that what you're doing here?
I entered a market, so
he does it subconsciously.
Yeah.
Yep. The Russell does look like it wants to maybe continue to the downside here, 2902.60. The Russell did make lows below 2890s. So still some room to go for the low of the day. But Enrico, if the snitch is snitching, do you still look at correlations between the Russell and the other equities?
I do, yeah. I want to see, I'm going to quickly switch to this index chart. What I want to see here is kind of Russell leading the race. So Russell needs to be ahead of every other index. In percentage wise, it is, so it's kind of doing it. And then I want ES to confirm it. So that's the confluence that I'm looking on those 4 indexes.
Taking profits.
Here we go. Seeing some selling coming in here.
Nice trade.
Just taking some profits here at these 40s. There we go. 30s.
I want to talk a little about when you're done trading this, when you're done with managing this trade.
Yeah. I've moved my stop loss. I've taken most of the profits already. Look at this go. Let's go.
Little intuition right there.
We're finally getting the move. Intuition right there. This is the move I was looking for.
Let's go. Let's get
it, Hogue.
I saw one comment in... Sorry.
Go ahead, Enrico.
No, I just wanted to say, I saw one comment in the chat which said, I passed my combine a week ago and I haven't taken a trade in a week. That's amazing. If you have the discipline to wait for a week until your setup arrives or kind of cool down from passing your combine. I just saw this comment and that's like one of those things that really impresses you, that people have that patience, they have that discipline, and make sure to wait out until your setup arrives and then take the first trade.
It takes a lot to not trade.
Dakota, are you flat or are you still on this trade?
I still have one runner on, and I'm going to leave this one runner on and see if we can get a lot of momentum to the downside now that we finally had a nice break of these 660s. We still have a minute until this 5-minute candle closes. Anything can happen, but as long as we close around this level, I'm going to be very happy. I don't want to keep talking about it, but
don't talk about it.
I'll change it. Dakota, have you thought about going like, I got a name for you. You could be I show slow because you're an influencer. So instead of I show speed, you could be I show slow because you're slow.
No, I'm
Markets.
just gonna pass on
Okay.
that
Go some more.
that ain't it.
I mean,
okay. Well,
hey.
we'll go back to the lab.
How many times did they try to make a light bulb? Go back to the lab
Hey,
for
that's
sure.
okay. That's all right. That's all right.
Yeah.
Guy last night didn't think my jab was slow.
I show patience. Okay. See, and this is where it starts, right? This is how a writer's room works, right? You throw out an idea.
Yeah,
Jack,
exactly.
and then
It doesn't have to be I slow or I show. It could be I am profits.
okay,
Sure.
that could work too. That could work too.
It's a good mindset.
It is. But I do want to talk about this trade, Dakota. We got London close coming up in about 3 minutes. Enrico, if you do, or 4 minutes. Enrico, if you do see anything, let me know. But Dakota, little trader intuition there we just saw on screen. We were talking about this market's choppy, it's ranging, it's not doing anything. And then all of a sudden, it seems like you click the short button and the market starts selling off. What do you see? And of course, some of it is intuition, but what do you see that says, okay, this time is different than the others? People are asking in the chat.
Well, it's not me saying this time's different. It's me saying, hey, this is the same setup that I trade and I see before. I've taken losses on. You guys watch me come on air and take losses on this very similar setup. It just happens that this one does work out. And so it's exactly the same, chat. It's not as complicated as you might think. And sometimes I get a lot of people that say that. It's like, there's got to be more to what you say. I'm like, no, there's not. It's simply that was resistance. We ended up showing this very similar, right? We were getting those wicks right there at markets not holding above 700. So market struggled to hold above 700 and actually put in a lower high. That's technically a lower high here on the 5-minute chart. And so I'm watching the 100-tick chart on the right-hand side. So along with that, this 100-tick chart, we popped up to 690s, immediately rejected, and I jumped in. I jumped in at market. I usually don't use market orders. It's more of like, whenever I use market orders, being in the market's a lot more important than price. So I immediately jumped in looking for a break of those 660s. So almost the same setup. It's just lower pricing. And also I'm trying to go in as in depth as I can. Also, I have a watch list in front of me. It's on my phone right here. And
yes, this is what I was trying to get to. This is what I'm trying to get to.
I have the Tech 9 stocks, which is NVIDIA, Apple, Microsoft, Amazon, Google, Tesla, Walmart, Meta, and Broadcom. I watch them. And whenever I look at them, I'm watching, what are they doing? Is there weakness? Is there buying coming in these markets? And right at that same time, I'm sitting here watching, I seen Google just dump. And so I hopped in.
So the components started to sell, and then that's giving you a indication that the NASDAQ could potentially follow its components. So there you go, chat. That is what it is. Again, I'm calling that intuition, right? Yes, you were trading at the same price levels, but you were also just flat at that same exact price. Something changed slightly in the markets that said, okay, this opportunity looks a little bit different. We're seeing some volatility pick up here, but great explanation there.
Yeah. One thing I wanted to add is traders try and get an exact.
Never gonna
when
happen.
do you get into the market, right? An exact trigger point so they can try and duplicate it. And it's not as simple as that, right? I could say it's simple, but it's not easy. Yeah, it's not like a robot, right? Where it's like, if this, then that. So this is going to be your exact trigger point. That's what a lot of people want, right? Like, give me that exact point on how to get in and get out of these markets. And there's a little bit of intuition when it comes to just getting in, getting out based off of a little bit of experience. It's like 80-20, 80 mechanical, 20 intuition. It's a percentage for everyone.
For sure. Jack, someone was asking what you were, I don't know if you were, what was Jack giggling about in the chat?
I had another influencer name for Dakota that I may regret. Okay. I shouldn't say.
If you want to save it, that's okay. We'll talk about it in the green room.
I'll say it one of these days.
All right. Here soon. Okay. Catching a bid here, back up to full session VWAP here in the NASDAQ. 30,672 is that price. Trading 668 here. The range is continuing to range for now, about 100.3 minute, 30-minute candle. Henrico, anything that you're seeing in this price action? Not trying to convince you into a trade, but anything change in what you're seeing here? You didn't like the price action when you came on. That's fine. You're flat. You're making the right choice. But anything changing for you to potentially get into a trade here?
I was looking if we break this 62020, that's the 15-minute range low on NQ for me. If we will break this with momentum, I will start looking for shorts. I like the trade Dakota took as well. I think taking this range highs or around range highs, keeping in mind that that 700 is kind of key level. Why for me this 700 is also key level is I look a lot on EMAs, and if you look at my chart on a 5-minute chart, there is a stacked EMAs on this 700 level. We have 200 EMA here, we have 100 EMA here, and even if I scale up on the time frames, we have 21 and 9 EMA here. So this 700 has been kind of on my mind for break or make zone almost all sessions since the New York opened, and now I'm just waiting for any confirmation. And I really like what Dakota said regarding like having a fixed system and trading only like a robot based on like this needs to happen for me to trigger. Like there is so much, at least for me, there's so much in trading that comes from intuition, and the intuition is not something that comes from, I don't know, talent or you're born with it. You get it by just staring at this market for hours and hours for weeks, months, years. And then you start developing it, because I see the same thing in my community. In my Discord, I get a lot of probably newer traders who come in. They ask, what's your exact strategy you can execute that I can kind of copy? And I always tell, like, if I would have something like this, I would just automate this into a trading bot and I wouldn't need to trade. I like the discretionary part to kind of take the information, what market is showing you in that moment. And we as a traders, we kind of can find the same reason to entry or we can find the same entry for completely different reasons, right? For one is key areas, for another one it's, I don't know, supply demand, for another one it's EMAs. Like you need to find kind of your thing in trading that fits your characteristics, I would say, the one that you feel comfortable in, and then you add intuition, you add the market hours and everything, and then you kind of mix it all up.
There you go.
Sage advice from Enrico. Dakota still short that one runner there. Everyone else, I believe, is flat. Hogue, any other markets you're looking at right now? We got to get you out of here for to get ready for morning highlights pretty soon.
Yeah, a few minutes. No, just watching crude continue to roll to the upside here. We're very range bound in these equities. I'm focused on value high, value low. We just took a look down to value low in the S&Ps and right back to point of control. So we're going outside in range bound markets. Upper and lower extremes are your opportunities for entries. Points of control or centers of the range are your exits. I like what you were just talking about there, Henrico. And even if you did hand out profitable strategies to everybody in your Discord, most of them probably won't make money with it.
Exactly.
They'll get their thoughts and opinions and motivations and all of that into it, and nobody will have the same outcome.
Yeah, statistically, you can have. Sorry, Dakota. Statistically, you can have like 60% win rate as soon as you experience that 40% drawdown, and it's going to continue maybe even for weeks. The statistics sometimes play out in a really funny way. Then people lose confidence, they start revenge trading, and even though they have the playbook of the profitable strategy statistically, they still don't manage to kind of like execute it and actually sustain it.
Everyone's
going to
a little
more Hogue.
That's for sure.
I got some good news. We have you for another 5-6 minutes because you're sticking around until Jessica Inskip is here. Going to go do an interview with Jay. Should be an amazing time for all, but we are selling off a little bit here. Dakota's runner looking good.
Yeah, I mean, look, we came within a few more points of my stop loss and getting a little bit of a sell off again.
Still see the big positive options gamma level down at 75.50 SPX. I have that marked on the chart. Be 75. Real simple right now. There's a 10-point spread between the ES and spot. So 75.60 in the futures. If we do break the lows from earlier, we also would be not doing our job unless we showed our live leaders for today. So Andrea, hit me with it. Someone who doesn't want people tracking him down to take his money is anonymous. 13,000 up on the day. Xavier's 12K. Mao 11.5 and Weihan up $10,728. Those are today's live leaders.
12K.
Great job, everyone. It's a heck of a day. No doubt.
Every day, live traders are doing really well in these markets. Doesn't matter the market condition. I mean, that's the beautiful thing about the community, right?
Mm-hmm.
All right. Well,
Dakota,
we got
is
that.
it chilly in your room?
Yeah, it is, and it's comfortable. It is very comfortable.
Looks nice.
It's nice and cozy, and can't argue with that.
Where are the buyers? Well, we'll see. Maybe they're gearing up to buy SpaceX. That's coming.
When's the launch of that?
June 12th, I think, is the IPO.
Oh,
Let me
okay.
check that real
Yeah.
quick.
Wait, is crude headed towards session highs here? No, we got 97 session highs, all highs of the day. Yeah, maybe we're almost at 96 here in crude.
What I'm looking for.
I'm still seeing some selling pressure in these equities. I don't know if we could break through. We got a new level of support here in the Nasdaq, which is going to be these 630s.
All right, 630s is Bitcoin still okay. Bitcoin's trading 66,340 in the spot. Overnight, it dumped down to about 65,370.
Ooh.
Rough times. Looking at our heat map here. Got NVIDIA. I just want to check really quick to make sure this heat map updates as quickly as my other stuff. Yeah, it does. So NVIDIA's down 2.9%.
Yep.
What's holding us up? Intel's up big, 4.8, 2.6 up. AMD, SanDisk, Qualcomm, the semis are going. Walmart's up.
I'm still leaning short. Let's see if we could sell through these 630s.
Yeah, the
Yeah,
fact
look at
that
that.
we are holding those 650s is really good for shorts. That was kind of the last support we had.
And yes, let's break through this. I wanted to mention something. I heard you
Go
guys
ahead,
talking
Dakota.
earlier about points, right? I can't remember the exact words or the conversation.
Nice popping crude
But
there.
there we go. But as this market keeps going higher, 10 points is not what it used to be. So volatility could still decrease, but these I've been saying this very frequently lately. These moves in terms of point value will continue to increase. Like we had that 300-point sell-off this morning, and we still didn't break yesterday's low. Like that could be very normal. That used to be what a 100-point or a 50-point sell-off a couple of years ago. So the point value on these moves are going to continue to increase the higher we get. And so, you know, we have to get used to saying, oh, I have a 100-point stop loss. That's normal. That could be very normal. That's like saying we had a 30-point stop loss back when NASDAQ was at 19,000. So
it's nothing. If you're trading the NQ, by the way, the best way to visualize it is, let's just use 30,000, big round number that's kind of near here. At 30,000, 300 points is a 1% move, right?
Yeah.
And that means that 30 points is just a 0.1% move. That's nothing. Nothing for the index to move.
Very minimal. Very minimal. I remember when a 10-point scalp meant something. All right, let's see if we can break through these 620s. I'd like to see that. And then if we can break through these 620, 630s, next stop is going to be mid 500s. See if we come test the lower end of this consolidation. It's looking heavy.
About 7 points off the lows of the session in the ES at the moment, trading 75.81 last trade there. Come on, let's do it for Dakota.
Dakota value low in the NASDAQ is 30,588. We are beginning to drag value lower. So if this is your runner, you may get more out of this.
Mm-hmm.
Right at the low value in the S&Ps. Let's see if this can hold.
Looks like we might be trying to break through these 600s.
Your real break is down around 590.
Like if we get down there to the 590s.
I agree, JSTN. Until the semiconductors break, we're still up 1.3% on the day in the SOX.
We're
back to the natural order of the universe. Software's getting clobbered. IGV's down 4%. As I said, under the hood, man. Robinhood's down 5.7% today.
Under the hood.
Under the hood, we're rocking.
Let's get it.
You guys know that, right? It's not normal for like huge market cap companies just to move like between 5 and 10%.
No, not $1 trillion. Yeah, it's not. It's like 0.5% day is a good day. It's like earnings type movements daily here. Nasdaq's holding these 612s.
It's exactly the 50-minute range low right now. I think this is the first time in probably months where we have spent the first 2 hours inside of this 50-minute range. Like we were in the middle, now we are fighting with the lower end. Usually I play the breakouts of this 50-minute range. So I might get my first confirmation to look for shorts if we close the candle above this 622. That doesn't mean I'm going to short immediately. I'll look for entry that will kind of indicate me to start looking for shorts. But I think I haven't seen us stay in this range for so long, for quite a while. So indicating me that I shouldn't rush into any trades.
Nice. Patience.
As Bullet Sponge points out, bro, NVTS is up 20% today. That's great. That only has though like a $7 or $8 billion market cap, I think. So it's not the same as like that stuff happens. It's weird when like Micron moves 20% in a day at a $1 trillion market cap.
I know. Just add 20 billion. Or that's 200
hundreds
billion.
Of billions.
Yeah, that's 200 billion. Yeah, my bad. Wow, add a zero. Freaking wild. All right, let's see if we can go test these 590s. I still got this runner on.
Let's do it.
Getting closer. About 4 points away from session lows in the ES.
We didn't quite get to 600. We got 602. A little bit of a pop. But these little bounces have been getting sold off in this area.
All right. Well, Dakota, keep us posted because we got to move on. We got Jay and Jessica Inskip are coming up. But we wanted to give some final words, Dakota.
Yeah.
What you looking for rest of this?
What am I looking for? Just so everyone knows, I'm doing this for everyone so I can pass the combine. I still trade my XFAs, right? I have my XFAs right here. You see them. I take the same trade. I took the same exact trade. If we refresh it right here. And yeah, I'm up. What is this? 25,000. Same trade, same setup. and I have many running from the same price level. So I do trade my XFAs in the background. The most important thing for me right now is this combine, which I'm trying to pass in front of everyone.
Spoken like the greatest influencer alive. Dakota, we love you, man. Keep us posted on how this trade turns out. Hogue, we'll see you for morning highlights. Henrico, any final thoughts?
Yeah, the patience is the key, I would say. I come here lately quite often and super honored to do it, trade with you guys. And pretty much always I've taken trades when I joined Topstep TV. Today is a good example when if I don't find the setup, I don't trade. And I think that's like what everyone should maybe take from my last message is don't trade if the market doesn't give you the conditions to enter.
Love your attitude, Enrico. Thanks for joining today. We're going to kick it over to Jessica and Jay. Close out this day. We'll be back with morning highlights after that. Let's go.
Let's go.
Let's go. Indeed. Great stuff on Fast Markets, guys. Jessica, Inskip, welcome back to Topstep TV. It is Wednesday. We got Jessica here for a little midweek update. Research director of stockbrokers.com. Jessica, how you doing today?
I'm doing great. You know, always so much to digest in the market, and I've gone down some rabbit holes, so I'm happy to talk to you about that.
Let's talk about them for sure. First, let's talk about the equity futures, right? We had all-time highs in the S&P yesterday. We made all-time highs in the NASDAQ today. 9-week green streak in the S&P, 10-day green streak in the NASDAQ. What is causing this massive momentum? You heard the guys talking about it just now. We get, $1 trillion market cap companies moving 10s or 20% in a day. What do you attribute this momentum that we're seeing in the markets to?
Yeah, I attribute the momentum to NVIDIA, honestly. Huge component of the market. And this goes also to my rabbit holes of what's happening with Google financing, their new release of RTX, which really just created a moat around their entire product. So they're almost taking a playbook from Apple and becoming a complete solution, complete stack for enterprise and now consumer. And that, of course, trickled down to anything that kind of moves in sympathy with NVIDIA. So it's definitely the AI narrative that is the tailwind. The headwind is rate environments, which is triggered, of course, by a culmination of things. It's actually inflation concerns, which has to do with oil, but also some labor market data we can talk about. And then that's, of course, affecting rates. So the rate risk is our headwind. But then we also have one of the best earnings seasons we have had since 2021 we just got out of. And what I think is interesting is when we're in earnings season, we're in that current chapter, the market really cares about earnings. But now we're out of that, we tend to focus on something else and then refocus back on earnings. And right now that something else seems to me like rate risk, the AI narrative, but also we have a Fed meeting coming up. So a little ways in mid-June, but how things are repricing and trying to understand that, I think is going to take more of our attention, and we'll find these areas of resistance until we have resolution, because if we don't have uncertainty, we don't know where to go. We don't know what something is worth. That's really what it comes down to.
Absolutely. And in the equities, if you don't know where to go, there's always somebody out there willing to buy it, and that is just continuing to push us to the upside. We are seeing a little bit of a pullback today. This could be the first red day potentially in the NASDAQ in, again, 10 days. But again, kind of seeming like a buy the dip opportunity. We had you on Monday. We talked about all the economic data that we have coming out this week. It is jobs week. That is the economic data for the week. We got that JOLTS number yesterday, came in 800,000 higher than expectations. We have the ADP number out tomorrow, and we have non-farm out on Friday. Early numbers, we got JOLTS out yesterday. What's your feel on the labor market right now? It's a concern for the Fed. It's a concern for interest rates, like you mentioned. That JOLTS number yesterday, how are you reading that one?
Yeah, so we got JOLTS yesterday morning, and we got ADP actually this morning, and then we've got the Challenger job report tomorrow, and then in the employment on Friday. So something every day this week, it feels like, for employment. So when I talked to you on Monday, I talked about how I'm focusing on the consumer, because I see this shift for consumer health, which goes into capex and spending, and a lot has really transpired since then. This debunks a lot of concerns. But if you've ever heard that saying, is good news or is bad news good news? And right now, good news seems to be bad news, meaning the job market, that low hiring or that no firing situation has kind of been debunked because we have there are broad, I'm looking at it right now, broad gains across 8 of the 10 super sectors, all established sizes, services providing, still led by education and healthcare. So definitely keep that on mind. That's still expanding, but it's not as it's showing a little more of a broad-based move, and there's more job openings. There's not as much quits, which makes you want to question sometimes the fidelity of those job openings. Why aren't people going into them if there are more? So I think there's some diving deeper as we get more information and more data. So it's a great week certainly to digest that. But now we take a look at our inflation readings that we have. And if you have a little bit more of a resilient labor market, or the consumer isn't going to have as many cracks, well, then what does that do? That puts rate hikes back on the table. And then that's what you see in yield curve action, and even I've been looking at the SOFR curve, be it the series of overnight financing rate, to give me an insight as far as short-term debt because of what Google has done. So it actually is all tying into AI in a weird, odd way.
Back into big tech. You
Yeah,
can't get away from it. You can't get away from AI.
You can't get away from it. I posted that on social media. I try not to talk about NVIDIA, but then it just happens.
It is driving the world right now. But yeah, go ahead. Finish that statement, Jess.
Yeah, that's the major point I want to take away is the market is being fueled by fundamentals. That's such a beautiful thing. But the market's forward looking, so we want to see if that will continue. And there are re-ratings higher, but when there's re-ratings higher, so analysts are setting higher expectations, we want to make sure that that bar is within reach. And then the headwind is coming in, which are yields. So that's just what to watch in all totality. And then we can get into the weeds of the IPOs and the Google financing. I think is so interesting, Jay. So interesting to me.
Let's talk about it. Google, obviously one of the biggest companies out there. It's one of the heaviest weighted companies in the S&P and the NASDAQ. What's Google trading at right now? Let me see if I can pull up a Google chart here. Trading 355s right now off of its all-time high. It looks like 404s. A little bit of a pullback in Google this week, down about 5% this week. Any interesting levels that you have here in Google? And I do want to talk about your levels, and we of course have to talk about oil. But somebody mentioned one of your price levels in oil on Monday. They said Jessica called the high. Any interesting levels you have in Google or in the SPX? I know you look at the underlying.
Sure, yeah, we can look at all of it. So with Google, I see an area of support on the weekly candle on February 2nd, and that's around 348.75. So that is and I like to say that it's areas of support and resistance because it's like a mattress. Do you test it? Do you sink in and then bounce off? Or, but the first level of that is, so the top of the mattress, if you will, the 348.75, and then it sinks down to about 328. So that's a good cushion there, 348 to 328, about a $20 cushion.
Absolutely.
That's where I'd look for an area of support. And then 344 is my 13 weekly moving average. That's my strong first defense line is what I'd call that. But the first sign that I see, I like to add Bollinger Bands to the chart to tell me strength of the trend. Bollinger Bands are just 2 standard deviations from your set time period. So if you are on the higher end of the band, that means strength because you're clocking higher and higher prices. We deviated from that actually on May 11th. And so now I'm looking for us to find our area of support, which I believe will be around 345-ish, lowest level 320. So that's where I'd position it. But I see the MACD line looking like it's about to cross over to a sell signal. And that could just create some momentum. It's almost like you see a yellow light, you're going to slow down, you know it's going to be red, you're going to stop, and then you're going to go again. And it's almost a self-fulfilling prophecy, especially with MACD, because mathematically it uses EMAs, which puts more weight on recent prices rather than smoothing it out through every price in the data set. I really like math, Jay. So
I can tell. I can tell.
it explains everything.
Absolutely.
So
Absolutely.
that's what I'd be watching with Google. But I do think that the reason why it's selling off is because of this $80 billion that they announced that they're going to finance, but it's how they announced it. And I think it's really
Okay.
interesting. We draw some parallels down to what happened in the .com bubble. So this is the go down a rabbit hole with me, Jay, if you would
Let's
like.
do it. You said the right words. You said .com bubble. My ears are open. Tell us what you're seeing here. 80 billion in equity plan. But how are they? What is their plan? Talk to us about it.
So keyword here is equity. So when we're thinking about when we were first talking about circular capital, when funding the AI data centers and the AI build out infrastructure, everything that's utilized for artificial intelligence, there were a lot of parallels that were drawn to the .com bubble or that time period, but a lot of that wasn't funded with free cash flow. So therefore, that was debunked because we said these companies are mega cap companies with various revenue streams that aren't concentrated. They're utilizing their cash. Therefore, this is not apples to oranges when we're trying to compare the cash intensive or credit cycles that they're utilizing. Now, what they did utilize was issuing equity. If you consider a newer company, so not the likes of Google or an older, huge mega cap company, but if you're a newer company starting out, you are going to issue equity for liquidity. You're doing it to raise capital and get a cash grab. But it's sometimes to keep the operations going, to keep the lights on. And there's a lot of signals that we would take. So if you are, and I like to pair it with stock buybacks. So NVIDIA announced a really big stock buyback, their latest earnings. When a CEO announces a stock buyback, as investors or market participants, what we're saying is, okay, this CEO has confidence that this stock is probably undervalued, so they want to own more of it, and therefore it's got more price momentum. They see this as an attractive valuation point, and they are saying that with their dollars. Now, on the opposite end, just flip it around. If we're issuing equity to raise capital, you don't want to do that at all-time highs because
Got you. I'm trying to convince somebody of my value.
Exactly. So normally that would so keywords normally that would be a red flag in any type of environment because, okay, this is a cash grab. This is at record, the stock is at record highs. They're not doing this when it's lower. It's that could be a liquidity issue. But the big debunk of that is the stake that Berkshire Hathaway is taking. If you study the way Berkshire Hathaway's methodology, they're taking a 10 billion stake. They're literally debunking that. And what you have to ask yourself as a CEO or someone who is strategic and you're planning with money, if you're deploying that capital, does it have the correct return on investment? And so now the question is, if the best way to raise capital is this Google structure, maybe the timing because of IPOs is something to talk about, but is that a vote of confidence for good return on investment for the cash that they're going to get out of that? Berkshire Hathaway says yes, because famously, Warren Buffett, I know he's not CEO anymore, but he's involved and the methodology still remains. Warren would go down to management and how management's utilizing money, down to how they handle paper towels in their company. It's meaning that because I'm so serious because of
if I'm giving you $10 billion, I want to know. I want to know how it's being used. Absolutely.
Exactly. So what the market is doing, I call this the old playbook without understanding the why, which goes back to maybe that stop sign analogy. You are teaching my kid how to drive. Maybe that's where this is coming from. So if you are at a yellow light, thank you. It's been fun. And you're pausing all of the sudden, it's because you've taught that. Maybe you don't know. And I'm teaching my son that. Why? Because you're about to slow down and hit a red light. But in other countries, it's actually different. You go red, yellow, slow down to go green. And so understanding why helps you maybe understand the reasoning behind it. Poor analogy on my part. But the point is, I think that Google is selling off because people say, oh, equity issuance. I've learned that equity issuance could be bad, when in all reality, if we look at why they did that and then what Berkshire Hathaway did, that's actually not necessarily a bad thing. And then last thing on the structure of it, and going back to what I'm saying with rate risk and the SOFR curve. If we don't have rate cuts on the table, that means financing is getting expensive. Google did issue that 100 billion or a bond, like huge, right? The 100-year, sorry, century old, not dollar amount there. Century old bond. Yes. They might have saturated in their own the credit market. And so having some diversification is also okay, but because of the SOFR curve, it might be more expensive. So therefore, this might be the most cost-effective way if you think about the current environment. And caring for margins, so on and so forth, in the accounting game, I think is also a component of that. So in all reality, they're saying we need to raise capital. We need to build out AI infrastructure on their earnings. There is so much demand. We don't have the supply for it. And as long as the supply demand imbalance remains, the AI narrative remains intact. And it means more compute, which leads to NVIDIA rallying and why we have the stock market going up today. Right. Rabbit hole done.
Awesome stuff there, Jessica Inskip, man. We could have just let you keep cooking. And why do we go in such a deep dive in Google? I know most of our chat, they're trading futures. You're trading the NASDAQ. If you're trading the NASDAQ, you're trading Google. It is the number 6 heaviest weighted stock in the NASDAQ, 5% of it. And we just went down a little bit of a rabbit hole on Google's equity plan coming up here. Jessica Inskip, great stuff. I think we're going to see you next week here on Topstep TV. There's just not enough time in the day to get through everything that we need to talk about. But where can people find more Jessica Inskip if they're looking for more information from you?
Yeah, just check out my socials, Jessica Inskip. Just look for the one with the blue check mark. There are some fake ones. I will not DM you. And Jay, I'm sorry. I thought it's been 10 minutes. I just realized that we're done.
Oh no, you were cooking. I was just letting you go, Jessica. I was just letting you go. Okay. We can extend the segment just a little bit, but we do have to make some room for our next segment coming up. We got morning highlights with Hogue. Again, Jessica Inskip, research director at stockbrokers.com. Chat, I got notes right here. If you need to, go back and rewatch this segment. Great stuff as always. Jessica, we'll see you soon. You have a great week.
Thank you for having me. Talk to you soon, Jay.
Later.
Traders, welcome to the morning highlights. Hopefully you're seeing lots of green on your screen. Fascinating markets today, wonderful opportunities. Again, hopefully you're trading well. Thanks for joining me, and a big thanks to Jessica Inskip again for joining us at the end of Fast Markets there. Always interesting things. we're going to take a look at these markets in context, take a look at some of the trades that were taken during fast markets. No opening range trades. We got invalidated on both our trades in gold and the crude oil. Or can take a look first here at gold. What were we looking at in context? And if you were watching the opening call, we were looking for buyers to come into this market anywhere near this weekly kickoff low of 44.53. Even the market was holding shorts in the overnight. The market opened, it did not trigger our opening range trade, looked a little bit higher, and then, of course, the market kind of fell and found buyers down there where we were looking for them, down around that weekly kickoff low 44.53, current session low 54, within 10 ticks. Market is somewhat range bound, but still holding downside structure. I'm a little bit concerned that these buyers may get exhausted, but until that happens, I'm still looking for opportunities for longs in this market because of the reversal pattern we saw on Thursday. If there's still buyers protecting down here, just make sure you manage risk. Look for opportunities to trade close to points of invalidation for your trades. Let's take a look. Context in crude oil. Another check today of another weekly kickoff level last night. Overnight inventory was long up against resistance. All right. That makes sense, right? Longs overnight up against major resistance. The market pulled off. However, one of the things that we talk about in the opening call is the gap close, the session gap close. We would have had to come all the way down to 93.50 to close the session gap, which we weren't able to do. Then we left a failed downside auction. The target for the failed downside auction, the other extreme of the initial balance. Very tasty trade there. But looking at the opening range trade again, we did not get triggered into this. We got looked above, looked below, that invalidated the trade, so no opening range trades. Let's take a look at the ES. Jack had a nice house account trade here today. We'll take a look at that. But again, we were looking at these even highs up here as unfinished upside auctions. We were looking at these even lows down here as unfinished downside auctions. Well, we took that look down to the bottom here, the unfinished downside auction. The exactness is weakness, attracted price. We saw a pretty good bounce off of that. Jack ended up getting long 3 MES, about 75.80, made 10 points on those. Very nice trade. The market is still trying to push lower. It's dragging value lower. Let's see if we can see any continuation to the downside. Next target would be on our pivots. Pivot level number 2, 45.56.75. I'm sure there are other targets down there if we are able to continue this move to the downside. Now, one of the things we think about is we had a very big first half hour. The initial balance is pretty wide. It is going to take a lot of energy to extend very far outside of that. We don't know. It could be a headline, could be anything that could happen that could extend this range to the downside. Only time will tell. Make sure you are managing your trades and your risk. The NASDAQ opened with an attitude. It put in a new all-time high in the overnight last night, and that did not last long. The market opened and just popped right up there and put in a new all-time high in the regular trading hour session. We say it all the time. The market does not like to leave all-time highs, recent highs, or recent lows in the extended trading hour session. Likes to take those out during regular trading hours. So we've pulled back a little bit. Still haven't taken out yesterday's lows. Haven't even hit S1, support 1 in the Topstep pivot levels. And we are very rotational here in the NASDAQ. Let's take a look at a couple of the trades. Mandy came in, very patient as always, let the first 15 minutes to half hour pretty much play out. She ended up getting short 1 MNQ at 36.73. Made a few shekels on that. Got out of that at 30,647. Then started looking long. Got long 2 MNQ 30,642. Got out of those at 30,678. And Dakota was looking for shorts when he started coming in. Shorted a couple of times. And as far as I know, he still may have one of these shorts on. He ended up getting short 6 MNQ here at 30,676. Got out of 5 of those, about an average of 30,638, and was still holding on to a runner. May still be holding on to that runner. Great trading by our on-screen traders. Let's take a minute and take a look at today's quotable quote. Jimmy Dean, I can't change the direction of the wind, but I can adjust my sails to always reach my destination. We can't control what these markets are going to do. And very often we find ourselves with some sort of bias as to what the outcome is going to be for a particular day or a particular period of time. But if that bias does not prove to be true, you're going to have to change your sails so that you can get to your destination. Hopefully you enjoyed that quotable quote. We've got power players coming up here in just a few minutes. We got Antonio R., we got Dolby, and we got JD coming up here in just a couple of minutes. This is Topstep TV. We'll be back in just a moment. Stick around, folks.
Welcome back, friends and traders. It is time for Power Players. And it's Wednesday, so that means Antonio is here to trade it up with us. You guys know Dolby Time over there on the other side. Antonio, what's going on, my man? How are things going today? You in these markets?
Things are going well. I'm not in the market just yet. Took a bit of an ass whooping last night, so we're going to go from there and start fresh. I don't see much going on, really, right now in the NASDAQ. So if they try to set something up, we'll see if we can get a trade.
All right, let's do it. We could talk about last night in a little bit. But Dolby Time, what are you seeing in these markets? Anything catch your eye?
What
In,
are
out?
we seeing?
No comment?
What are we? Oh, Jade, I got plenty of comments. I got plenty of comments. Don't you worry about that. I mean, let's do what we always do as a range trader. We want to go from high to low. So we'll start at the weekly. Weekly, we are broken way out. And let me preface this. As a range trader, we're looking for 3 candlesticks that we can kind of draw a line through the middle of. So weekly, we're broken out. Daily, we could say we have a daily range. I'll give it a daily range right here. We got 3 candlesticks. We're forming one right here, right now. So daily range high is going to be 30,822. Daily range low.
30,822.
Going to be 30,000. What is that? 30,000. I say 300s. We'll round it up to 300s. We like big round numbers. Nothing wrong with that.
3,300. Yep. Why not?
Yep. Let's go on to the 4 hour. 4 hour has a nice range. We got more than 3 candlesticks you can draw a line through. So that looks pretty good. I'd actually say we're at the base of the 4 hour range right now. Let me get my little markers in here. 4 hour range high, I would say, is about just a hair under. The daily range high at about 30,770s. 1 hour. That's also in a range. Oh man, we were just cooking with the ranges today. I would say that's 30,741s. Down to about these 4 hour range low. Chad, this is what doing charts is like every
Marking
day.
it up. I like how you do that.
What we do.
Marking up every line. I got to do that. I have so many lines on my charts that I've drawn that I drew like weeks ago and I forgot why I drew
remember them.
Yeah.
I mean,
you got to remember to label everything.
It helps. You want to know, and also I don't know about you, chat. It's pretty frustrating when you are taking trades away from your levels. We spend all this time, doodling up our charts, and then we end up, taking a trade in the middle, right? It's like, yeah, we don't want to do that. We want to try to stick to our levels as much as possible. We don't want to be taking trades at like 30,600, where we're in between a 15-minute range high, 15-minute range low. So we're going to stay disciplined here. And I think JD, after doing all the doodling, let's look for some price action on 30,530s. NASDAQ is only down 0.5%. Not crazy. I got crude over here too, but I think there's enough action going on in the NASDAQ. So we'll stick to the NASDAQ today.
530 is not too far away. You going to start scaling in some bids? For a few bids in there?
Yeah, I might.
Wait and see.
I might.
Wait and see what the price action looks like when we get there. Yeah.
It's tempting. It's even tempting right now, to be honest.
Yeah. It doesn't look like the way this day has been setting up. I mean, we're almost smack dab in the middle of the initial balance in the NASDAQ right now. It doesn't have the makings. It doesn't look like it has the makings for a breakout kind of day. It looks like we're just going to be stuck in this range for a little bit, doesn't it? This is not trading advice of any kind. This is my personal opinion, just looking at this 5-minute chart.
Yeah, based on how flat overnight VWAP is, that's one of the main reasons that I got torched.
What are you looking for?
Yeah, good question.
Well, the breakdown that we got in the beginning of New York today is what I was looking for last night.
Ah, got it. So right idea.
Right analysis, just too early.
I hate when that happens.
But I caught the first breakdown before we got to Asia session. I caught the first breakdown. And after that, it was just downhill. I was up big, and I think I only need 100 to pass my combine.
Oh, no. Oh, we were talking about that yesterday, actually. I think
This
with
top
Coach Jay.
city last night just
Yeah.
chopped me down.
When you get that close, do you start trading the P&L or do you try and just stick to the process? Do you slip
No, I still
sometimes?
trade setups.
Yeah.
Just trading those setups. I mean, I tried it a few times and then I got to that mental point where it's like, okay, they're not going to do anything. And then there was a mental tipping point. In my brain, I knew they weren't going to do nothing, but in my brain, I also knew that they needed to do something. So
Yeah.
trying to see it through before it happened was not a good thing last night.
Yeah, we literally just talked about that yesterday. About how
Yep.
how hard it is to get like that last $100 or $50 in a trading combine, and kind of how sometimes the trading plan can go out the window because we're looking at our P&L, trying to make something happen. It's like $100, man. Like I can get $100.
Mhm.
I just gotta.
By the time I
go.
realized that I only needed $400, I was like, it was a surprise to me because I had only been trading the combine for like 2 days.
Yeah. And it seems so easy. Like you stop thinking about it. When you start trading the P&L and not price action, you're like, well, I could just buy it, walk away and hold on and wait for it to give me $100, you know?
Obviously,
and then it
it's gonna
turns out that you bought the top of the move and it ain't coming back. And then that's when things really start falling apart. You start chasing it, you start doubling down, trying to make that money back, and it's a vicious cycle.
Yeah. One thing that did help me though is starting to slow it back down.
Mm-hmm.
What's
helped a
we
lot.
talk about that every now and then. What's that mean to you when you like getting back to basics? I think that's kind of what we refer to.
Well, I was
What's-
thinking about it last night. My first run, what was that, like close to like 70 grand?
Damn.
After that, it's just like you want to get back to that point, but trying to get there and speeding it up is not going to help you. So taking it slower, because the market's not going anywhere, for one. So it's a little bit tougher to take it slower because you already saw something, and then you're like, dang, I don't see it anymore. Like there was a bunch of money, now I don't money anymore. So you're trying to get back to that bunch of money, but fast is not the way to do it.
Market knows if you're naughty or nice. It's like Santa Claus.
Yep. What's that
Tell
old
me
line?
about
We're making new lows in the S&P right now, guys.
Yeah, I'm looking
Get a little
at this
breakdown.
chart. Looks pretty good.
What do they say? Slow is smooth, and smooth
And
becomes
smooth is
fast,
fast.
right? Yep.
Shooter, Mark Wahlberg.
We're just selling one. We're momentum trade.
Here we go. More new lows in the
Going
ES.
with
Gold
it.
breaking down also. What's that, Antonio?
You still there? Is he gone?
Oh, I think we lost
He
him.
froze.
Oh, yeah, we lost his charts.
Just you and me, JD.
Frozen. Frozen
we are
in time.
Short 30,563, 1 micro NASDAQ. This is a momentum trade.
Yep.
So wish this range trader a little bit of luck. I think our downside target is going to be these 30,500s. I think that's a pretty good target. Maybe just do a hair above. Like we'll do like 504 half or something. But we did trade our level, right? So basically just trading a breakdown of the 15-minute range low. So nothing wrong with that. It's about a 2-to-1 trade here. We're doing the no touch challenge, JD. I think you were gone. You were living the high life up in Minnesota, but this is the no touch challenge is happening in June, which means that we're just setting our take profits and letting the trade cook. And we're not really going to be moving our stop. We're going to be accepting risk. We're not going to be going to break even real early. So we're just going to play the levels that we see and we like. If the trade works out, great. If it doesn't, that's also fine. There's only really 3 results you can have. You can hit your TP, you can get stopped out, or there's something in between, right?
Gotcha. Yep. Yeah, you're assuming the risk when you put the trade on, right? So give it room to breathe. Antonio, do we got your charts back again?
I'm sharing them. I'm not sure what's going on.
Oh, we lost you for a second. It might have disconnected.
But I can try it again.
You froze up for about 90 seconds there. We might have lost your charts. We did lose your charts.
Okay. I'll get back to share them again.
Thank you.
But
We're gonna offer
Dolby,
580s too.
The no touch challenge is like my slow it down. The way you're not touching it and you're not over managing, that's me slowing it down, because over managing to me is like eating up the pace.
Yeah, this is like, I don't know about you, chat, but I've had this habit in like the last couple months of like getting into trades and then just getting incredibly nervous, like out of nowhere, being overprotective, kind of like a helicopter parenting a trade, going to break even way too soon. And I would kind of just get this anxiety pretty much every single trade I took. And so I'm kind of just doing like a little bit of exposure therapy here and just being like, you know what, whatever happens, happens, until kind of like this goes away. Also, doing a little bit more of, setting the stop based off of technicals, not just the P&L. It's not like a $50 trade, because, that stop could be in a spot that's maybe not technical. We're down to the 1 hour and 4 hour range low, so we might get a bounce here. See how this pans out.
S&P made new lows. NASDAQ didn't really come close to initial balance low. Initial balance low in the NQ 30,496. Low print of this move is 30,531 quarter. You kind of nailed that level, Dobie. 530. Was that your level?
Yeah, 530 is a 1 hour and 4 hour range low. Let's see that. Yeah, NASDAQ's tricky because it can bounce, 30, 40 points right off of the level. But we're going to stay disciplined here.
Let's check in on the tilt.
What do you got?
Pretty flat. 54% long in the S&P, 57% short in the NQ. Little divergence there. Crude oil 66% long and gold 62% short.
Okay.
Looks like a nice looking at a 5-minute chart, it looks like we might have found a little swing low here, potentially. See where this 5-minute candle closes. Got another minute and 15 seconds.
Man, NASDAQ is a market of second opportunities. If you don't get it the first time, there's a good chance it'll go right back to where you wanted to get in and then sell off again.
Yeah. And that's what you want out of a market. You want more than one move a day, right? You want a chance to at least make your money back if you miss on the first one.
No, 100%. I think that's why you're going to break even so early in NASDAQ and kind of get you in trouble too, because it's going to go back to your entry. You gotta give it some time.
Yep. I traded yield curve for quite a few years back in the day, from like 2002 to 2008. All I traded was the yield curve, and sometimes you would only get that one move per day. And if you were on the wrong side, you might as well just picked it up for the day and gone home, right? Because you weren't getting another shot at it. It's frustrating. It's aggravating.
Yeah, it sounds terrible. That sounds terrible. Antonio, any levels you're looking at?
Oh, I think we lost Antonio
again. Yep, the bug, the gremlins.
Frozen in time. He's got the tech gremlins today.
Nice bid in NASDAQ. We're offering these 579s maybe as a add to this trade.
We got 580 offered at 74 in the ES. We're approaching. It just pulled. That offer just pulled. Moved up to 77.5. 77.5. 550 offered.
Nice.
Someone's trying to spoof the market. Antonio, we got you back. You froze up again for a minute.
Goodness gracious. Am I still frozen?
Oh, no, you're back. Good. We hear you now.
You are back. We moved our stop up to 600s. That's the more technical
levels that I'm looking.
Yeah, what do you got? What levels do you got?
I would be looking to see what they do at New York low, since they've already taken.
New York.
Yeah, I'll be
lows,
looking to see
okay.
what they do at New York first.
Yep.
But other than that, I just want to see a reaction there, see what we can get. It looks like they're bouncing away from New York low. So if we can give conviction to the upside, and maybe we'll look for longs, but I want to see what these lows.
Antonio, did you see that Topstep X has added the sessions for you? If you go to TSX sessions, it will put in the New York,
Yes, I
London,
did.
Asian lows,
I
and all
did see
that
that.
stuff. We were like just talking about that last week.
A lot of new features. I'm looking at I have the initial balance indicator up right now. You switch over to my charts, yeah. So you got initial balance high, initial balance low, clearly marked on my charts. So initial balance low happens to be session low right now also. So 30,496 in the NQ. Yeah.
We just missed an add to our trade here. We're looking to offer up 579 quarter. I think we missed it by just a hair. 79 quarter. Yeah, by like 2.5 points. Stops at 600s, offering 579s. See if we can get down to that level that Antonio mentioned that I think was New York session low, I believe. Or it's also the IB low too. It's both, right?
Yeah.
Yep.
Cool. See if we go down there and get it.
NQ still trading inside initial balance. S&P broke out. Oh, I guess I don't have the. Let me put the IB indicator up on here.
Maybe a second chance at shorts. Probably risk about $100 on this trade, just coincidentally, not intentional.
No. So we were trading just below initial balance low in the S&P. We're approaching it right now.
Second. Okay.
So move back inside. Move back inside initial balance low could be
maybe our timing is a little inconvenient here for this trade. We'll see though. Wow, we got even closer. 78 half. We were looking for 79 quarter. 3 ticks. Come on. Come on, NASDAQ. What are you doing?
Dirtbag activity.
Thank you, Antonio. Dirtbag activity. That is exactly what that is.
I'm gonna get a T-shirt made. It says "Dirtbag Activity."
Dirtbag activity with a chart of the Nasdaq.
Yep. I'm gonna tell you. I'm gonna start selling the clothes. Fed Babies clothing.
Merch, money and merch.
I think there's a market for some sassy trading gear. I'd buy one.
Hell yeah,
for sure.
The space is picking up steam. Yeah,
it is. Trading's cool.
People will recognize it if you wear it out.
Oh, definitely. And everybody wants to wear Fed Babies anyway.
Yep, that's right. Oh, we got JD in a collared shirt today. I didn't know that.
I'm typically wearing a collared shirt.
Oh yeah. Okay.
I own 5 of these Topstep black polos. So
are you one of those guys, JD? You find a shirt you like and you get like 10 copies of it?
I do it like the Einstein method, you know? Like he owned like 10 sets of the same set of clothing, so he didn't have to spend any time thinking about what he was going to wear.
That's right. Save that mental
I do that
capital.
with some of my clothes.
Yep.
I don't want to think too hard.
He thought it was a waste of time. Why would I have to think about what I'm going to wear when I could be thinking about something else, right?
Right.
Mm-hmm. That's how it is for me. Black T-shirt, white T-shirt, simple.
I mean, you dress it up, dress it down. I mean, very versatile. Very versatile. Oh, we're still hanging out in this trade here. Short 1, micro NASDAQ, 30,563. We missed the ad by literally 3 ticks. We'd already be up almost another 30 points in that additional trade. Heartbreaker. It's okay, though. Sticking to the plan. Sticking to the plan.
It looks like the S&P is ready for another leg lower. Looks like it wants to break a little bit. Same with the NASDAQ.
Yeah, this NASDAQ just got smoked.
Looking a little heavy. There was some decent buying that came in and just erased it. Absolutely erased it.
We're gonna lower
I've been
our
doing that all night.
Yep. We're gonna lower our stop here down to 30,058. That is a structural move. We just got that new kind of a test of our ad. Didn't get it, so totally fine. Reducing our risk here puts this trade at about 4-1 or 5-1 for risk reward. Ooh, getting kind of squirrely here. This 1 hour range low is hanging on for dear life.
Oh, you
Gotta
see
say,
that?
Antonio, what do you got?
You see that comment in the chat?
Which one?
Dirtbag activity concepts. You're gonna have to.
DBAC?
You're gonna have to steal DBA concepts from Dakota and brand that real quick.
Ah, shit! I didn't even think about that.
DBA concepts, another meaning.
That's hilarious.
Okay, second shirt right there.
That's hilarious. I didn't even think about that.
Man, 1 hour range low with another stick save here. Just do it, NASDAQ. Just get those 500s.
This is
this is part of it. This is the dirtbag activity that we're seeing right here.
Yeah, I want to see what you do down there. Because if you do some dirtbag shit, I don't want a part of it.
We're about 2 points from new lows in the S&P.
Let's go. Let's go. Yeah, we can't go to 500 before we go to 625. We got to make a pit stop 100 points higher before we sell off. Just NASDAQ things, that's all. Let me just hang out here. Did you have any levels, Antonio? I know you mentioned the New York low. Any other levels that you were looking for?
No, that was my draw. I mean, my overall draw from the shorts would have been a couple of previous daily lows, which would be 317 and 291. Those are my overall draws if they're going to short and continue to short. But other than that, it looks like every other draw has been taken so far that we can take to the upside at least. We took all the previous daily highs. And we have left a couple previous daily lows and a couple of session lows, but we've taken all of our previous session lows except for New York from yesterday. So yesterday's New York low would be a level at 423s. That's a draw for me.
Mm-hmm.
They just aren't giving any gas to the tank. Maybe their gas is too high, just like America.
Yes. That's like $5 gas going to get you. We're going to offer up 568s and 578s. See if we can
My car takes
add,
premium, so
add to this
gas
short.
is really high.
Yeah, what are you driving these days?
Q5 Audi.
Oh, okay, nice. There we go.
So you're putting the premium in there too, right?
Unfortunately, JD. Unfortunately,
I understand. It's
a hard life. Someone's got to do it though. Someone's got to drive that Audi. Okay, 1 hour range low. Here we go. What are we gonna do, NASDAQ?
S&P about to make another new low. Here we go.
Just take
2 ticks away.
Just take this down. I mean, NASDAQ has to make it so difficult, doesn't it?
Oh yeah, they're gonna make you think a lot.
Yeah, they are.
That's why I try to take as much thinking out of the process. I try to do as little thinking as possible. So whatever I can do to reduce thinking as far as trading, I do that. Like these labels, I have them on templates. Everything labeled is on a template, so I don't have to write it every time. If I can reduce the thought process and maximize the trading process, then I'll do it that way.
Gotta say, no touch challenge certainly helps with that. I'm doing way less thinking than I normally am, and it's really nice. It is really nice.
Yeah, it works for me for like a week, and then I relapse.
Yeah. Try to make a bunch of decisions. It's not worth it. Gotta be honest, it's not worth it. 1 hour range low, another stick save.
Is it funny how you can slip back into old habits as a trader, like so quickly,
so fast,
and not even
so fast.
not even realize it? Yeah.
Last night was an old habit. That's why I got my ass torched.
It's so unforgiving too, right? Old habits never really work. Slip back into them and you just get super punished. All right.
There's a reason why you
Now
try
we're
to
waiting for
improve in the
the-
first place, you know?
It's an old habit.
It never
You
worked
still do it.
before. Maybe it'll work this time. Yeah. Just put in a new low in the S&P, and we're bouncing a bit.
Nice
This feels
work,
like
Toby.
prime opportunity for a. Familiar with the failed top, failed bottom trades? I know I've talked about them on here hundreds of times.
Yeah, come failed moves, come fast moves, JD.
Yep.
Learn that
Still
from
one of my
Brian
I want
favorite
to
Trainer.
see if they slip the lows.
Yep. Still one of my
If they
favorite
slip
trade
the lows,
setups.
then I'll look for a short.
Sweep lows. Is that what we're looking for?
Yeah. If they slip them,
Sweeping
then I'll look
lows.
for a short.
New lows in the ES. I'm watching the S&P ladder. I'll pull up a NASDAQ chart.
Getting real close to 10% in this one.
NQ
Not
wants
gonna
to
be,
burn some stops. No doubt
Yeah,
about
it
it.
does. Yeah, it
They're going
does.
for the low.
Reverend Market Maker said, hand over your wallets.
Which one's yours? It's the one that says, I won't say it, but everybody knows what movie I'm quoting.
We're getting real close to 10% in this. You know, we'll just take it. 106.50. We'll just take it. We're good.
He
We're
said, I can't
good.
take the agony, the anxiety. Just give me the money.
You know what they say? You don't want to be a dick for a tick, right? You know,
Yeah.
you don't want to be
Do that,
stingy.
do that.
Don't
But you
wanna
let
be
fear
stingy.
dictate your exit.
I mean, what am I out? $15? That's fine. The market can buy Chipotle. It's totally fine. Who cares?
Yeah. Have you read Hugard yet?
Oh yeah.
Best loser wins. Yeah.
Yep.
It's his big thing.
Well, look. Hey, look
Here.
at this. Look at this.
Oh,
We just
exactly.
bounced.
it's looking like a good out. It's looking like
we
a
just
good out.
bounced
Yeah.
15 points. You know what I mean? Something to be said about the 10% rule.
Bag.
Intuition. Dirt bag.
Yeah, market had the same plan. Market had the
DBA
same
squared. That should be it. There's your branding. DBA squared.
Good one.
plan. Back up we go, just like that. All right, we're good. Got some lunch money. Good vibes. This is a good session. This is a good session.
Oh yeah.
Burning
That
my
was going
skin to
fast.
sit on my hands.
What'd you say?
Burning my skin to sit on my hands, but ain't shit happening.
Nope. Nope. Any other markets doing anything right now? We got crude selling off a little bit.
What's the
95.80s.
Bitcoin doing?
Cares about Bitcoin? RTY.
Bitcoin. Who cares about Bitcoin? Little double bottom. Looking at a 30-minute chart.
Okay.
That is a textbook double bottom. Got some headlines coming out.
Dude, RTY looks
Hezbollah.
very interesting. Oh, what are they up to?
I think the lack of headlines today is why the market ain't doing crap.
It's only a matter of
which
time
scares
before
me.
Axios comes out.
Yeah.
And
That makes me nervous when we haven't seen, especially these last few months, when you haven't seen a headline in a while. It means they're gearing up for something, right?
Mhm.
Yeah, the headlines are only pissing me off because they seem like middle school kids going back and forth with the petty ass headlines. They're saying absolutely nothing in the headline.
Absolutely nothing.
The headline says nothing.
Yeah.
Algor-
He called me a jerk.
algorithms, so-
No, he didn't.
on the
I didn't call him
points.
a jerk. Yeah.
Yeah.
Right.
Hey, how do you trade that? How do you trade that?
The market saw 300 points,
Confirmation.
but you said, "Oh, it's false that U.S. and Iran stopped talking. It's false." That says nothing.
Mm-hmm.
I like the mayor, like the may nots. Maybe so and so might be doing something.
Right?
Yeah, might be doing a tariff or whatever. It's like you can't just put the T word in there and put a maybe before that. That's not that's not cool.
Yeah.
The whole thing's fake too, right? Is there any proof that
How would you
the
even
White
begin?
House
How
has
would
been
you
in
even begin?
contact with, Iranian officials at all? Like, has anybody
would you
proven
even
anything
begin?
that they've actually spoken?
I would doubt it.
How do you even know, JD? What are you gonna do? Go fly to the White House and ask them? You can't even.
I
prove
mean,
what are we talking about? They can
these
say
markets are so
literally anything.
headline. Yeah, these markets are so headline driven. It could just be like Antonio said, just some kid sitting in front of his computer typing out headlines as a joke, not even
Some
knowing
intern.
what he's doing.
Some intern moving the market a couple billion just on some headlines. Alternative markets that are kind of interesting, actually. The Dusty Rusty, RTY, daily range low 28.81. We are within about 6 points of the daily range low in the Russell. If you're not a range trader and want to know what a range looks like, pull up a daily chart of the Russell. You can draw a line through the middle of about 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, about 8 candlesticks, I think. That's a beautiful looking range in the Russell. We do need a White House correspondent.
We try to get Jackie P in there. We try to get Pelzer in. We when they opened up after the last election, they opened up the floodgates for White House press passes. So anybody off the street could have applied for a White House press pass. And we definitely jumped in there. We threw our hat in the ring and we applied for one. Have not yet gotten one, but I would love to see our guy, Jack Pelzer, sitting in the White House press briefing room asking questions. I think that would be excellent.
His questions would be awesome.
They would be. All right, Dolby. Good exit. We got a little rippy
Super
happening.
Muted.
Oh, how'd you do that?
Muted.
We can't hear you.
Son of a.
Blame the cat. Go ahead. Blame the cat.
That was a good minute. My cat's not even here. That was just me, man. That was just me.
That's not even here, but it's still his fault.
Yeah. I was saying, like, what would Dakota do? You know? I got my bracelet. WWDD.
WWDD.
Yeah. What a bounce. Man, that New York session low. They were just like, we're good.
It's strong. That's why I said I want to see what they do down there.
What a move. It's also close to the initial balance low as well. It's kind of like an initial balance low bounce. Kind of just staying stuck in this range. So does that mean that we're going
high and then initial low?
Yeah, does that mean we're going back to 650s here? Test the middle of the range?
Potentially. Look at the S&P. S&P is below the initial balance low, and it's approaching initial balance low. Will that hold as resistance now? Like it, if you believe in that support becomes resistance theory, you either got a cheap short in the S&P, or you're looking for a failed downside auction in the NASDAQ, right?
And it's a failed downside auction. This is, where the discount buyers can come in. They can set a cheap stop. This is, it would have been a real cheap trade. You probably could have risked 30 points on it. Try to buy those 505s, 510s, put a stop on the other side of IB low. And, whatever happens, happens. You just let it cook.
If they can break through 630s with some pressure, I'd be interested in longs.
In longs, yeah, I think there's a very valid trade idea for longs. I mean, the longer the time frame that you're bouncing off of, the more powerful that bounce is going to be typically. And so if this is IB low, then is IB high in play now? That would be a move, Antonio. How about it?
Right.
250 point mind melter, just slow grant to the upside.
Hell yeah.
A mind melter.
Day off.
Look at this bounce.
Ran that one too.
Does this qualify as dirtbag activity right here, Antonio? Getting to 30,500
No,
and bouncing
not
90
this.
points?
I mean, if you were in a trade, then it would probably qualify. But the fact that you're
Qualify,
sitting on
okay.
your hands right now, it's not dirtbag activity. You have to be involved.
Got to be involved. Okay, got it.
It has to. You have to have some skin in the game for it to be dirtbag activity.
That's right.
This is true. All right, one more time for the people in the back. Group coaching is coming up next. We've got Hogue, Coach Ray, and Hoop. We've got a couple of professional traders coming on to answer your questions. That's right, you in the chat. There's a form pinned in the chat right now. You got a question for Hogue, Ray, or Hoop, or the three of them collectively. Click on that link. You see right there, it says submit your questions for group coaching. There's a form there. Click on it. Fill out the form. Give us your question. And we will answer it live here on Topstep TV. If you've ever wanted to hear your name sounded off on Topstep TV, this is your opportunity. What a special treat.
What would you ask him, JD? What would you ask him?
Good question. What would I ask? I'm usually answering the questions. I haven't asked one in a long time. Do we close inside range today? It's looking like a range day.
I'd say so. With no news?
We could analyze that for a full hour. Just looking at this chart, trying to determine whether we close inside of range or outside of range. Or initial balance, I should say.
Well, you see what happens.
Close the chart and walk away day.
Yeah. It's got kind of that vibe, right?
But think of all the ranges.
Slow,
we
a little
could trade,
choppy.
Antonio. Think of all
But
the
that
ranges.
would be one of my old habits, one of my issues. You know, it's a close the chart and walk away day, but you sit there and wait and wait and wait.
Just burn mental capital. Just kind of stewing in your own thoughts.
That's half the battle, you know? Just sitting there and waiting for your setups.
Oh, yeah.
A lot of people just don't have the
But
patience.
when
A lot of
nothing's
people don't have the
happening,
time.
it's like, dang, I want to close the chart, but maybe something will happen. Just close it.
Yep. And it's different for everybody, you know? Some people, you know, day trading is not their full-time job, right? So they only set aside, you know, 2 hours every day to be in the market, look at charts. So it's like,
you don't need to be
so any time that you sit there and you're not in the market, they feel it's wasted time, right? So it's like,
man, if you can
I've been there
dedicate
too, you know,
like 2 hours, like just a concentrated 2 hours in the market, that's all you need. Pick the open, or pick lunchtime, or pick the last 2 hours. That is all you need to get a couple $100. Anything more than that, I think the mental capital is out the window by that point.
Yep. And whoever said a couple $100 isn't a good day has no idea what they're talking about, right?
$1 billion is not a lot of money, JD. I'm putting it out there.
$1 billion. What year? 1 trillion. What year was it? 1 trillion seconds ago, Dolby.
Like, what is it? Like 60,000 BC or something? I have no idea.
Yeah, it was like, so a trillion seconds is roughly 31,000 years. Yeah. What's that number into perspective?
Oh, they're having a good time back then. Well, that was fun. That was good. That was a good time.
Oh yeah, look at that. Our hour's up.
Yeah, just like
Holy
that.
cow.
Flies right by.
Just like that. All right, guys. I see the shot change. That means we got to get out of here. Group coaching coming up next. Antonio, thank you for joining us once again. We will see you next week. Dolby time, always a pleasure. Catch Dolby on Power Hour later this afternoon. Hogue, Coach Ray, and Hoop are back for group coaching. Again, you got that form pinned in the chat. If you got a question for these coaches during group coaching, grab that form, fill it out, click submit, and they will answer it live here on Topstep TV. All right, we are going to step aside. Great to see you, Antonio. Dolby, catch you later. Topstep TV. Let's go.
Welcome, traders. It is time for group coaching. Just afternoon here, Central Time. Grab yourself a sandwich and a glass of scotch. Looking forward to answering your questions today. And as always, we appreciate you sending in all of these questions. That got to just to the side of me here. We've got Coach Ray on the other side. We've got Coach Hoop. Hoop, how's your day today? What's going on? You trade well?
I did overnight. Yep. Did overnight and caught one this morning on the short side. So, yeah, I mean, I'm always a little leery, Hogue. It's rollover. So,
yeah,
I worry about the rollover demon getting me. But today's been pretty decent, caught a short, pretty much overnight. VWAP was flat as hell. And, I'm always leery of a bounce. So just been kind of trading on the way down. I mean, I kind of like seeing the difference in the sessions too. Ray, I know you talk about it a lot, looking at, Asia versus London and how the market reacts. You can pretty much just see from Asia to London for most of it. It was just it was a very contracted range. And that's why I kind of thought, maybe rollover. We only had like 25 handle range, and then that changed this morning. So
yeah, sure did.
And gold is showing cracks. Just kind of keep an eye on it. And Hogue, you showed that initial balance on or the failed downside auction on crude, and I'm like, boy, did that thing stick out like a sore thumb.
Oh yeah,
that was a really good one. Did you catch that, Ray? Were you saying that at all or no?
No, I was getting chopped. I was getting chopped up in crude oil. So I took some trades as a result of the EIA. Got some winners, got some losers, and kind of a little bit down on the day. But it comes with the territory. When you have kind of a little bit of an upside bias and you bring that into the market, that gets you to do things that you don't regret, right? Not letting the market kind of tell you what what the market wants to do. So, but yeah, not too bad. Just kept risk within tolerances, and we're not always going to be right?
Nope.
Absolutely.
100%.
Absolutely. Well, let's start out the segment with some live leaders. Who is on top with the live traders today? All right, Zhu Xiao up 13,371. Anonymous still up some dough here. 12,919. Xavies up 112. Meow up 11,560. And Wei Han up 11,112. Very tightly packed today for the live leaders, all within about a couple of grand of each other. But great job, pro ball trading, live accounts. Take that money and run. Awesome. All right, Ray.
Yes, sir.
I have a question for you.
Okay.
Ooh.
You are a math teacher.
I am.
So you're used to finding the right answer, because in math, there's always one answer. Does it make you crazy that in trading, there's no right answer?
Yeah, I think that's probably the most frustrating thing about trading is that I think something that I've kind of gravitated, and I think that's probably kind of as I've evolved as a trader, it's been less about me trying to be right and more about me trying to test probabilities. Is I think is kind of where I've evolved to, right? Because I've learned over the time that I've been as a trader, we're not always going to be right. We basically are setting our probabilities in our direction, right? We're by placing our positions, but we never know exactly. And I think that's, and again, I guess maybe based on my background, that's probably been one of the most frustrating things about trading is that, in math, you can do 1 + 1, you get 2, right? Well, That's not always the case when we trade, right? We could say 1 + 1, but we don't always get 2.
I've always wondered what you would say to that question, because I've always kind of, as many traders as I've known and as many traders as I've worked with, I always kind of felt like engineers and mathematicians were going to struggle when it came to trading, because again, there is no right answer. I got an older brother who was in the industry for a few years, and he was an engineer, and he's always looking for the right answer. And when it comes to trading, you just got to take that market generated information, try and sense what the market is trying to say, and respond to it.
Right.
I appreciate you answering the question, Ray. I
No problem.
Feel like it's going to be a challenge for a lot of folks. So RJ's telling us to make the market great again. Market just sucks. What do you think of that, Hoop? Does the market suck?
I guess it's all in context, right? It depends what market state you like to trade. If you're breakout traders, I know when volatility goes away as a scalper, I'm like, what the hell's going on? There's no volatility, and it's a range trader's paradise. So I guess it all's relative to what market state you change. Hogue, a lot of guys was a cash register was rollover, right? Just find that range and sell the high and buy the low. But a lot of people have that, so they're always looking for the breakout. So I guess it's relative to the market state you change. So
I think it sucks when you lose money, and I think it's great when I make money.
Yeah, that'll agree with. No math involved in that.
The market, it just is what it is. I mean, it doesn't. It's not trying to do anything to us.
Yeah.
It's not trying to do anything to you. It just does what it does. It doesn't know us, doesn't like us, doesn't dislike us, doesn't even know us, and it just does what it does. Ray, you have anything to add?
Yeah, I mean, a lot of it I think has to do with just kind of your. I think some of it is personality, right? There's probably like Coach Hoop just mentioned, right? There are folks who are more momentum kind of breakout traders, and they might find a market like this to be a little bit challenging to trade, and others who are kind of liking the range and taking advantage of it. So it's our ability as traders to find what market condition we're currently in, and try to apply the best strategy or tools in our tool chest to the market that we're given, because we don't get to decide which market we're given, right? Where we have to work with the market that we're given, and we need to apply the right tools. And the sooner we can kind of recognize the market condition, and then we can then apply the appropriate tool for that condition. And if we don't have that, I think as a trader, I think we need to make sure that we have appropriate tools. We don't want to take a crescent wrench to a problem that requires a hammer. That's that sort of thing.
I think I've probably used a crescent wrench as a hammering tool at one point or another, but not correctly. Right?
Not correctly.
Right. Great answer. And that really kind of segues into another question we have here. Sanji's asking, what would the best way to predict whether the session will be directional or choppy? How do you hypothesize accurately what the day type is going to be? Ray, I'm going to pass this one to you.
Well, I mean, just by his phraseology, right? Exactness, accurately, right? I think those are kind of misnomers in applying or trading the market. Now, one of the things, and I think that I don't have this on the chart, but I'm going to go ahead and add this, is something that we can use to kind of evaluate sort of the volatility of the market, and that is ATR. Okay, so, and I'm going to change this reading here to 4, and I'm going to see if I can actually change the color of this to white. And something that I found kind of useful in understanding the markets is understanding what the ATR is doing at any moment in time, right? So if I have some low readings on ATR, look what that translate in the way of price, right? So I have low ATR ratings, and what is that telling me in the way of price? So unless I have some sort of range kind of price action, a range kind of strategy to take advantage of this market, I'm probably best served in sitting aside a market like this. So I found that this is something that I kind of turn on and off here on some of my other platforms. But you can see here that this is offering us, when we get these little spikes in ATR, that's kind of when we start to see some activity in the market. So maybe using something like the ATR to kind of help guide you as to kind of what the market condition could offer you, maybe some insights to which market's condition you want to be a part of. So that's kind of, and I've also used the DMI along those same kind of lines as well. So anytime we get sort of, a flat to overlapping kind of negative and positive DIs, that also gives you kind of an indication of the type of market condition that we're in. So a couple of indicators that might help you. But again, I'm just going to point out here a couple of comments that just on the question itself. There is nothing absolute. Okay, there's nothing absolute, right? Again, these are just guided. These are guiding principles that you can use and maybe help you in maybe staying out of markets that would otherwise kind of cause you to get chopped up. So,
great answer. I never thought about using the ATR for that purpose.
Yeah, something I've kind of learned over. Yeah.
Awesome. Oop, how do you hypothesize that the day may be range bound?
Well, once again, there's more and more new things coming to Topstep X all the time. So the easiest way for me to do it is because I'm a very fixated on price more than I am time on a regular basis. And that's just the way I trade, right? So the easiest way for me is to try and find something that might look like this one I just threw up there. That's a 500 tick on ES. And this is kind of how a range chart might look. And I'm just kind of looking at some other stuff I use. So I might look to, Hogue, you always talk about it, finding good trade location and trying to stay and not fight the direction of a market, right? So as ES kind of moved through this day on its way down, that's a 200 day on top of that 500 tick chart. So you can start to see that the direction is down. And I'm going to look at spots to maybe scalp inside there, right? Here we come up towards the high. I'll take a scalp. I can, basically manage my risk around it. But right now, until we kind of get through this, and this is how some people use VWAP, but this is just an EMA, right? So I'm riding this market down, and then the market decides, hey, I'm going to start to rally. Now I start to get above here. Now I'm probably a little more hesitant of how the short side works, and I'll just kind of watch to see. And once again, time of day becomes a factor. But that's kind of how I would see if I'm starting to see a direction and I get a test in here once, twice, I'm taking that short, right, Hogue? And I might, the Hugard way would be what, guys? You're picking the direction. I know it feels better to get out. Add. Here we go down further. So that's kind of how I'll look at it. And once again, that's leaving kind of time out of the equation, right? So, but that's kind of how I would try and see if I'm finding a direction in a day, kind of that way. Does that make sense?
Yeah. Great answer. So, Sanji, we're never going to, be always right or always be able to hypothesize. And when I say hypothesize, that means it's just a hypothesis. We don't know ever if it's going to be a market that's going to be directional or choppy. What we can do is take what we know from the past and take what's been happening in the past and look at what's going on in the future. Like, I've been kind of thinking that the equities overall are going to be somewhat range bound today or this week because of the unemployment numbers on Friday. Has that proven to be true to this point, Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, overall, we've been, between these highs and lows. We may be extending below that now, or we may just come right back inside the range. So thinking about the way the market has acted in the past, think about what is coming in the future. Anytime there's like a major economic release, like in a week or so, or a week or two, there's going to be an FOMC meeting. All right. Well, the day before an FOMC meeting is you can kind of figure that the market's going to find a range, and it's probably going to flop around in that range because nobody wants to initiate positions before the FOMC meeting. We know probably what's going to come out, but what we don't know about the FOMC meeting is what are they going to say about it? How is the verbiage going to change? And that can change the market. So, when a market is range bound, it stays range bound until it doesn't. When you get a good breakout, that's when you may say, okay, this breakout looks healthy. My main hypothesis might be that after a breakout day, we may see directional activity. We may see the market move away from the previous area of balance because the markets are constantly in ebb and flow between range or balance and directional activity, and range and balance and directional activity. But whenever you're doing this and you are attempting to assume the context and the particular day type, you have to be flexible. So don't just have one hypothesis.
Yeah.
What if that hypothesis does not ring true? What if you're looking for a range day and you end up in a directional day, but you haven't hypothesized that possibility and you haven't prepared yourself for making a change in your strategy? You're still probably thinking, well, I'm thinking range bound, so I'm going to trade that strategy all day. But if something changes, you have to be willing to adapt and you have to be willing to change that strategy to suit the current assumed or hypothesized market state. So when I sit down, I'm thinking, okay, my main hypothesis for today is X. If that doesn't work out and something else happens, let's say the market starts to move directionally to the upside, how is the market performing on that move? Is it a continuation of a longer time frame trend, or is it a market state change? All of those things come into my mind when I'm thinking about, okay, hypothesis 1, hypothesis 2, hypothesis 3, and hypothesis 4 is usually, I don't know, I give up. I'm probably done.
Yeah.
So, but you do want to have some scenarios ready in your mind and a strategy attached to those changes so that you're prepared when that first hypothesis of a range-bound day proves to be untrue.
And I would add to that
okay.
I think I would add to that and to say that I think your mind will be more amenable to execute whatever that is, right? So the more you can actually plan out, kind of scenarios or levels, then it's going to be far easier for you to make that switch because you've already kind of mapped it out in your mind. I think coming into a market with just one direction, and it's going to be a lot, and with no other plan B or plan C, then it becomes difficult when you see an opportunity to go the other way. So the more we can maybe, like Hogue mentioned, the more we can actually have a plan A, plan B, and a plan C. And if plan A doesn't work, I can go to plan B. Then the easier it's going to be for us to kind of make that shift.
Awesome. Yep.
And that's why we say stay nimble, right, guys? We say stay nimble.
Yeah.
That's what we mean. Yeah. I mean, that's why, and once again, everybody's a little different. The trend has been, at least what I see through younger traders, whenever I got to come in with a bias, and I'm like, can't do it. I just can't. I've come in too many times in 30 years with a bias, and I know this is going to happen today. And, we're going to break down, and when we go, we're going to go. And then I don't have that. I just need to be able to react in that moment, to me. And that's maybe more my style as a scalper, but that's why I have to stay flexible with the bias, or like what Ray said. The market's going to throw. I'll use a baseball analogy to my guy Eddie. You snap a curveball off, and you can't hit that thing. What are you going to do about it? So you got to be able to maneuver around that. So that's the other thing why we say stay nimble, right?
Yeah.
Great stuff.
Those crude hoes.
All right. Mandy, not our Mandy. I think this is a different Mandy. Is asking, does Dakota use previous day high and low in its trading strategy, or is that not relevant in scalp trading? Thanks. I can't speak 100% for Dakota, but I do know that he is well aware when price approaches levels like that. Well, this is yesterday's lows. This is yesterday's highs. This is settlement. He is paying attention to it. As to whether or not it's part of his strategy is something we would have to ask him, Mandy. And I do thank you for the question. We're going to take a kind of a little bit of a longer question here, and this is from somebody I've known in the program for quite a long time, Ibrahim. So he wants to ask, and we do get this question a lot, but he's been having something happen to him for the last few years. He can pass a trading combine in 2 or 3 days, and he's passed countless accounts over the years. He's been with us for quite a long time. However, I end up blowing the funded account within a day or two. What's confusing is that after blowing the account, I can start a new trading combine immediately and often make 50% of the profit target on the first day and pass the combine on the second day. Yet I can't seem to hold on to XFA accounts for very long. Of course, there are times when I've made good profits in the XFA, but I actually end up giving them back within 3 or 4 days. One time I was up nearly 30,000 after only 4 trading days. All I needed was one more winning day of $150 to qualify for a payout, but I ended up losing it all within a few days. The question is, how can I build the mental discipline and habits necessary to protect and grow a funded account? How do I rewire my thinking and develop the muscles needed to keep an XFA account once I get funded? He adds, he's known me for about 9 years, and yes, I've seen Ibrahim and talked to him over the past few years, and I appreciate the kind thoughts, Ibrahim. He also extends his thanks to all of us, the staff, front, on screen, back end. He says he's grateful and thankful to all of us. So Ibrahim, this is a question we get like almost on a daily basis, and it always seems to come back to the same thing: is the fact that trading, you're really good at the trading combine because there is a little bit of skin in the game because you want to get to that funded account, and once you get to the funded account, you want to make money, and it ups the ante. It makes it more difficult to make the same trading decisions. And you're wondering, how do you build the muscles needed? And it's completely, a personal journey. I'm very impressed that you've gotten, an XFA up to $30,000, after 4 trading days. And it was that $150 day to get you to able to get a payout that screwed you up. You're not focusing on looking for good trades at that time, Ibrahim. You were focusing on good trades. You made some good trades. Sounds to me like you maybe YOLO'd a little bit, maybe got a little bit lucky in the first 4 days of that XFA. I don't really know what kind of size you're used to trading, but that last day when you were just trying to make that $150 sent you into a tailspin. And I have been there, Ibrahim. I have been there. It's almost like trying to reach a specific profit target goal. And if you don't get to that goal, you don't feel like you've been successful that day. So you start focusing on just making that goal, whether it's 1 tick or $150, you lose your focus on what your real goal is here. And that is to look for probabilities that are in your favor on every trade that you take. Your job is to look for good trades and manage the risk. So you get to a point where you're $150 away from being able to take a nice payout. That first trade that day was probably a loss. And that began the whole spiral to the downside, because all you need is $150 to get to that payout. And you had a loss, and then you had a second loss, and then you had a third loss. And by that time, you're thinking to yourself, this is ridiculous. I got to get this money back. I got to get there today. So again, your focus isn't on your job. Your focus is on the money. It's getting to that goal. That's why I'm not a big fan of profit targets for, in live accounts. And we don't have profit targets in live accounts. It's just consistency that we're looking for to get you to the point where you're going to be able to take some of that money. So if I'm wrong, Ibrahim, I apologize, but to have, 4 fabulous days and to just have $150 to make that following day to get to your payout, it changed your focus. You turned from being a good trader into just trying to get to the goal. How do you build the muscles to do that? After that first loss or that second loss, Ibrahim, on that day when the spiral started, the muscles that you have to learn to flex are walking away down just a little bit of money. Maybe it wasn't your day. Maybe the market didn't align with any of your hypotheses. Maybe if you started later on in the day, things could have been different. Maybe if you step away after the first couple of losses and you come back and you wait and you focus on your plan, your strategy, your process, not the fact that you got to make 300 now. Just look for the next good trade. Don't let them get in your pockets. Tomorrow's another day. That's too much to lose. And to do that in the next few days, it's heartbreaking. It absolutely rips apart your mental capital, your emotional capital. I can imagine that you were feeling pretty low about that. And you know what, Ibrahim? Everybody would. Everybody would. But you're still at it, and you can still do this. So, take what I just told you. We're gonna have Ray and Hoop chime in here in a second. But once you lose the focus of looking for the next good trade, in process, in strategy, look for the next good trade, no matter what you're looking for out of the market, no matter what you've made out of the market, none of that matters. Only thing that matters is that next good trade and protecting your profits and protecting that account. You can lose $200 a day for 10 days. You're still going to be up $28,000 on that account. You wait for the next day that you make that $150 and you're there. Yeah. Don't get into that downward spiral. I've been in that spiral, man. I know we all have. But Hoop, I mean, what do you say to Ibrahim? This is we talk about this just about every day during group coaching. And it's heartbreaking when these things happen, but it's part of trading. And we got to have thick skin, man. What do you think, Hoop?
Yeah, I mean, I agree, Hogue. We've all been there, and I just been kind of watching things, pop through as chat goes along. The first thing I would say, a lot of chat was saying, and I agree, it's probably some over leveraging, like you were saying, maybe a little bit of YOLO. We don't know. The main thing is, and my fellow coach here, Ray, and we've done group sessions together and talking to traders, and we can talk about all the other dynamics. This whole business, I think, after being around it, is about risk management. I know people are just tired of hearing about that, but I was around a lot of traders that could put up days, Hogue, but when the market went against them, how deep would the loss or the down day be the cut. And I just was talking that the other day, is that you could stack 5 winning days and then just eviscerate that in a down day with no DLL, like you said, controlling a small day down. And that's why I keep saying, and I'm sure Shubham's here and he's heard me talk about it. It's easy to stack up the good day. It's how you control the down day is what a lot of traders, and you use the word spiral because I think that's probably one of the better words, is just how we control that risk when we do spiral, or we're gonna, accepting whatever our DLL is, right, Ray? I mean, that's the big thing. I hear you. I've heard you talk about it in terms of it. This business is all about risk management, and it is. And we get caught over leveraging, sizing up, catching a great day. But it's when the cards go against us, and the market's not treating us nicely, is how we end up finishing the day. So risk management and controlling your leverage is, and once again, Hogue, when you're up that much and you lose it, that can be, that can lead to
devastating.
It can be, moves on for a long time. Ray, what's your feeling on that? We've heard this one before.
Yeah, I mean, I think a true measure, I think, of a good trader is recognizing when the market condition is not aligned with their view, right? And having the discipline to walk away from their platform and go out and do something else. I think what separates the 5 or 8% of the people that are successful at this, right? I think it's something that we kind of need to continue to exercise, the ability to walk away from the market and saying, you know what, I've been 2 trades, whatever that number is. Okay, it could be 2 trades. I mean, I'm going to go with a kind of a baseball analogy. It's kind of like 3 strikes, you're out, right? I take 3 trades, all perceived to be my A+ setup. They don't work out. Well, guess what? I just shut down the platform and go do something else. Right? There's no point in pushing your whatever it is that your view of the market is, because the market is obviously giving you feedback and telling you that's not the case. Right? And the more we can have the discipline to do those kinds of things, I think we stand a better chance of holding on to XFAs and moving into our funded accounts, because I'm sure the risk managers are looking for those kinds of patterns in your trading, right? Saying, hey, when he has a string of losers, is there a pattern as to where when he has losers, does he continue to press? And in this market, we can't press on something we can't control, right? So again, we've all been down this path before. I have a similar story that I had when, again, I got within $300, and I don't know how many times I was getting to within $300. I'd have a series of a week or a week and a half or more of just straight losing trades, right? And it wasn't, again, shout out to Coach D, right? She kind of made that one comment to me was, hey, how about just dropping all these references that you have on your charting platform on dollars? And then within 3 weeks, I was able to pass the combine and never look back. That's just that one bit of feedback that I was way too focused on the dollar value. So honestly, I think, and again, this is probably an exercise that you can do. I understand, Abraham, you've been at this for quite, but there's probably something in some sort of journaling exercise that you could be doing for yourself to understand how are you feeling different between your live and your practice, and seeing if there's any subtle differences in how you're feeling, because there's probably some nuance there that's allowing you to trade a lot better in your practice accounts that you can't replicate in your XFA accounts. And it probably has something to do with over leveraging the account and maybe not accepting when you're not right about the market is probably coming into play here. But that's probably an area that journaling can definitely support you.
Great answer, Ray. I love what you said. You think it's time to press. And, when you think it's time to press, it may actually be time to pull.
Yeah.
There's a lot of that in futures trading. When you're chasing money, you never get it. Paradox.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
It's a paradox. When you think it's time to press, it might be time to pull and get out of there.
Mm-hmm.
All right. Great stuff, guys. Great stuff. Funded guy is asking, do you full port accounts on some trades? I don't. I'm too old for that.
Yeah, I hear you.
How do they?
No.
I don't know. Ray, do you ever?
You have to, if you're willing to do that, obviously you're not trading, you're gambling. I mean, that's like going to the roulette wheel and betting all on black. That's all you're doing, right? You're not trading at that point, in my humble opinion. So, I mean, again, trading is all about risk, managing your risk. You're not, and in any sort of business, right? We're always kind of looking at our downside, right, and how we can minimize our downside and maximize our profits. And when we go all in on a position, we're not maximizing our downside at all. So it's no longer trading at that point. It's just straight out gambling, right? So.
Well, and this business is about stacking days, right? I mean, Hogue, right? I mean, you got to be able to stack days. If you have 20 good ones and 5 bad ones in a month, so be it. But you need to stack days, and by stacking days and throwing 15, NASDAQ on, that's once again. I talked about Hogue about this the other day. I said, I know exactly why. I took the rails off and I traded the NQ, and I know exactly why I put the rails on, because it creates, and that was trading 2-lot. So throwing 15 mini NASDAQ on to YOLO and get it right. There's no end game there, right? So yeah, once again, YOLO's a dangerous.
Yeah. I think the last time I full ported, I was bidding for a 5-lot. Somebody hit me on 20. That's the last time I full ported. So
right, yeah,
too old.
Yeah. Talk about me and made it feel uncomfortable, right? Oh,
yeah,
feel uncomfortable real quick. Have 20 on, and those are the bigs, right?
Those are the bigs.
Ooh. Yeah, fuck her up, Buttercup.
I was so nervous I couldn't even write down the trade.
Yeah,
we're going to take a minute
Hogue.
and check out some payouts and P&Ls here. Got JD coming in with that stuff. Come on in, JD.
What is up, guys? Yes, we have some live funded trader information to share. We've got payouts and P&Ls from yesterday. Yesterday's top 5 live funded P&Ls. Here they are. Up at the top, Kai, $38,643 in profits trading the NASDAQ and the S&P yesterday. Kai's trading on a 100K live funded account. Kai's got about $100,000 in payouts since his inception in the live funded account back in February. $100,000 in payouts. Puts up a nice, nearly $40,000 trading day. Nice job, Kai. Bogdan, $30,257 trading the ES, NASDAQ, and the Japanese yen. We don't get too many yen traders on this list, but we've got one now. Bogdan, trading a 150K live funded account. He's payout eligible again after yesterday, and turned around this morning, requested a $27,000 payout. So that big win yesterday was 5 in a row, or 5 winning days, payout eligible. Took out 27 grand. Good on you, Bogdan. Bob, our buddy Bob, $16,277 trading the NASDAQ and also in a 150K live funded account. 2 more winning days to get that first live funded account payout for Bob. Keep at it. We'll know you get it. Eisenbach, $14,120 in a 150K live funded account trading the NASDAQ. First winning day in the LFA for Eisenbach. Hopefully the first of many, many more. And then our old buddy Shamaslov, $13,693 in profits trading the S&P and the NASDAQ on a 150K live funded account. 5 winning days. Again, requested $33,000 payout this morning. So Bogdan and Shamaslav both hit payout eligibility yesterday, turned around and requested payouts this morning. That's how you do it. Always be paying yourselves, folks. Speaking of paying yourself, take a look at these payout numbers from yesterday. Yesterday's top 5 live funded payouts. Up at the top, Anthony R, $31,403. Andre, $28,465. Zian, $28,858. How, $16,977. And John C, $16,821. These are all live funded traders paying themselves from the live markets. All right, guys, that's what I've got for you on the payouts and P&Ls front. Back to you guys.
Thanks, JD. You know what I like about that that P&L board? I think that was everybody that was on it yesterday stayed on it. No, I don't think anybody lost any of that money yesterday. Once they were up, they were up. They stayed up. Great job, traders. Pro ball stuff. Pro ball. All right. WADA is asking, I make better trades when I make an entry. Wait till I place my stop to break even, then I walk away. If I micromanage the trade, I make less. What can you advise for me? Put your trade on, get your stop to break even, and walk away. It's working for you. When you sit around and watch, you tend to micromanage the trade. You tend to Lenny it. And if you're not familiar with what Lennying is, it's a literary reference from a book called Of Mice and Men by John Steinbeck. There were two characters. George was a nice enough fella, but he wasn't altogether upstairs, and he loved furry animals. He liked picking up mice and rabbits, and he liked playing with them and petting them, and he would put them in his pockets and pet them and play with them. But he played with them so long and a little bit too hard, he would kill them. And that's what a lot of traders do through their trades. You over-manage. And if you're having success putting these trades on, putting your stop in, your profit target, and walking away, then keep walking away. You don't have to sit there and watch it. You don't have to get tempted to meddle in the trades, right? So there's your answer. If that's working for you, keep doing it until it stops working. I mean, what do you say to that?
Yeah, I mean, I think the biggest thing, there was somebody asked a question earlier, chat, this morning, and asked about, we talk about the trailing stop and when to move something to break even, right? A lot of us move to break even because once again, three of us, we love Hugard. So it makes us feel better, right? I have no more skin in the game. I don't have to worry about it. And I get it.
Right.
There's a validation point on it. I get it. I mean, I'm not going to lose anything, right? Not going to lose anything. So that's why we talk about the artistry of moving, when the market moves your direction and when do you move it? And, somebody had asked, he says, I really have a hard time trailing a stop. Well, break even people, they just, okay, it's got far enough. I could move it to break even. We're all good. And I think, yes, you can find a lot of solace in that, but a lot of times, how many break-even traders also say, man, I missed the whole freaking move, all because I moved it to break even too quickly. Yeah. So I think it's a delicate thing, and being, Hogue, you said it, Ray, you said it, when to move that stop, and, it's an art form, man. And you just, whenever you move it, the thing I would tell any trader is when you move it, accept it.
Right.
Break even, 10 points behind it, whatever. Just accept when you move it, and if the market comes get you, it comes get you. So that's all I would say. That's the biggest thing. No coulda, woulda, shoulda.
It's an art form.
Yep. 100%.
Definitely an art form. A lot of traders move their stop to break even way too quickly, and they get stopped out and then watch the trade play without you. It's like getting slapped
100%.
in the head twice.
Yep.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Ray, I know you and I have had this conversation. How do you feel about this?
Yeah, I mean, like you said earlier, I mean, if it ain't broke, don't fix it, right? I mean, if you can walk away and remain profitable, you're obviously the indicator that's not working, right? I mean, if it's causing you to exit the trade because obviously your emotions are going to get heightened when you're in the trade, you're probably not thinking all that objectively at that moment in time. And the emotions are overwhelming you to do something that you later regret. So if setting the trade, setting your stop and walking away is how you address that, there's really no reason to fix it. Right. I think that's sound advice. It ain't broke. No need to fix, because again, again, this is kind of, I'm going to kind of pick up on maybe some advice that Coach Hogue had given me in the past along these kind of lines is, keep an emotional journal, right? Track how you feel getting into the trade, track how you feel during the trade, track how you feel after the trade. And that's going to give you a lot of insights about whether or not you should be part of the equation when it comes time to manage the trade. And if you can't stay objective, if your emotions get heightened when you're in a trade, then what you've done is actually address the root of that issue, right? Mm-hmm. By saying, hey, you know what? This is just not. I'm just an emotional wreck. I can't just sit here and watch this trade work against me. Well, the market doesn't move in straight lines. It kind of staircases up, staircases down. And if you can't deal with the staircasing, then you're better off just sitting aside, setting your stop, and letting the trade play out. I don't think there's really anything to fix here. You've actually found the root cause, right?
Yep.
If you want to sit there, just take the batteries out of your mouse.
Yeah.
That way you can't do anything.
Yeah. Click on a mouse that not connected to your platform.
Stick your mouse in a drawer across the room. Something. Throw it out the window.
Yeah.
Whatever it takes. Whatever it takes. We can go back to a question from our friend Jeff Metzler, who had a bunch of questions the other day, and I like this question. Simple. And to the point. Do you use volume profile to enter trades? Jeff, you could say, or you could also say not. The profiles, volume profile, and especially TPO profile they're not signal providers. They're not indicators. They're just a different way to organize the information that the market is providing in its two-sided auction process. So it just takes the charts and helps you look at them a different way. And so would I say that I enter trades off of volume profiles? There are volume profile, mostly TPO profile nuances that I'm looking at, that I'm looking for trades, and it may be on the profile, it may be something that I'm seeing technically in the candlesticks that are aligning with what I'm seeing and thinking based off of the profiles. But I wouldn't say that I use volume profile, just volume profile, to enter trades. It's just a different way to organize the information, and that, and it's visual. And while volume profile is volume over time, or time over volume, whichever way you want to put it, TPO chart, or excuse me, volume profile is price over volume. TPO charts are price over time. So there's a little bit of a difference to them, and they do provide slightly different information from time to time. The TPO charts, to me, I think you get a lot more detail. And I would never say that I'm a profile trader. I use the profile to organize the market's information. So I would not say that I use it to enter trades, but it is always part of the equation that I will use to enter trades. Ray, what do you think of that?
Yeah, I mean, honestly, I think it helps, like you said, it helps us structure kind of the market a little bit, right? And I think in and of itself, it actually provides us some levels to consider, right? We always talk about, value area high, value area low, point of control. Well, those levels offer us logical levels for us to manage our risk. So while we may not directly use volume profile maybe for actionable decisions, the results of the volume profile provides us logical reference levels for us to support trades. So, much like other things that we use in the market, VWAP and things of that nature, right? Pivots and things of that nature. So using the volume profile to help us, as Coach Hogue mentioned here, kind of structure the market in a way that maybe gives us a different perspective that the candles may or may not provide, is kind of what we use the volume profile for. And there are some levels that we can generate, right? As price is coming into a prior area of value, right, from a prior day, that's something of significance to keep an eye on. And if you get the right kind of price action, 3-bar reversal, break a channel, whatever it is that you use to execute a trade, well, you just found a location where you can manage your risk. And that's really, at the end of the day, that's what we're all after, right? We're trying to find locations in the market to help us manage our risk. And the volume profile is just another tool to kind of map out these markets in ways that allows us to manage our risk.
Well put. Very well put, Ray. And that's the one thing that changed when I first started looking at market profile or TPO profile or volume profile. Was my trade locations did get better because of it. Did I trade off of it? No. But they offered much better context and, potential risk management is really the first thing that I noticed. Was, all right, well, I'm not going to trade here. Everybody's trading here. I want to trade where the market is not going to spend a lot of time and where I'm going to find out quickly whether I'm right or wrong. Because we all want it now. We're not going to get it now, but we want it now. Oop. What do you think?
Yeah, from watching and I watched you guys trade profile. I think, would you guys say, from watching you guys trade and Vinny, would you say it keeps you out of taking bad trades a little bit too? In other words, your location. Yeah. You guys are always looking, volume profile are always looking for a little bit of good trade location, right? Single prints, we talk about volume nodes and things like that. So I think a lot of times when I watch volume profile traders, it keeps them out of being in the chop, right? You get, I listen to Ray talk about it when we'd have sessions, looking for those extremes, right? Where you can get good trade location and kind of manage risk around it, where if you don't use it as a piece, maybe you get caught in the chop a little bit more. So from watching profile, I think like the point of control is something that I do watch. It can be not the greatest place to be finding trade location, right? So
more of an exit than an entry.
Yeah.
Point of control.
Yep. Mm-hmm.
Awesome. Great stuff. We got a couple of minutes here, and I want to address this question for Leanne. I studied volume profile, ICT, supply and demand, fair value gaps, and I love learning about all of them. Should I just pick one to be an expert in and executing to be profitable? Should I just pick one? Hoop, I'm going to pass this one to you, my friend.
Yeah, from a person who is, always tinkering a little bit, if you can find one and stick to it, I see my coach Ray just shaking his head away there going, man, if we always all have, and obviously Ray being a teacher, you can go and find a lot of different ways to do it, but if you can find one specific, and just executing around that and just keeping it that simple. A lot of our brains don't, and I'm guilty of it, don't always operate that way. So, but yeah, if you can find one, I'd love to say I found that one, but I haven't.
Yeah. Ray, it's a lot, right?
Yeah, I would say just become the master of one instead of the master of none, right? I think, and then you figure out the one that really aligns with your personality. I think that's the best thing you can do for yourself.
Yes.
Right.
It may take some time.
Yeah.
To decipher which one that's going to be.
Yeah.
There's nothing wrong with learning all you can.
Correct.
But that gives you the opportunity
when you're starting out, right?
And
getting different perspectives like this. This session here, maybe some of the other traders that we bring into the room, and figure out which one of these traders actually resonates with the way you like to look at things and how it fits your personality. I think is the best thing that you can do for yourself.
Awesome. Well, guys, time is up already. Time flies when we are having fun. Hopefully, you've got some things you can take with you after this session today. We always look forward to these. Tomorrow, Friday, a couple of more sessions. We really appreciate you sending in all these pictures. Ray, Hoop, always a pleasure spending time. Thank you both again for your knowledge and experience. We got Trade with Topstep coming up here. We got Stephen DeLong, we got Vince and JD coming up with you in just a few minutes. This is Topstep TV. Stick around. We'll be right back.
Good afternoon, friends and traders. Welcome back to Topstep TV. It is time to trade with Topstep. We've got a special guest here, Stephen D. First time on the show. You guys all know Coach Vince over there on the right. He's here with us every day. Stephen, welcome to Topstep TV. Thank you for joining us. Tell us everything. No. You don't have to tell us everything right away, but welcome to
Steven.
Topstep
Welcome.
TV. How are you doing today? What's going on?
Doing all right. Just watching these markets. Missed a little bit of the morning session. Had a slight emergency at home, but we got that taken care of, so it's good. Right now I'm watching this, failed breakdown on the prior day low. Got in a little bit late, so hopefully that gives us a little something more. Hoping to pop off trim about 5 points here, and then hold the rest to wherever it may take us.
You are currently in a trade right now. I see your screen right now. You are in a trade. We're trading the micro S&P. Talk us through this a little bit.
Yeah, I'm
Let's
working
dig
some
in.
micros right now. I've got a little bit further to go on some combines. I saw that, Topstep came out with the new program on the DLL side. So pretty excited about that. We're going to give that a go and hopefully get day one done.
Awesome. There you go. There you go. Brick by brick, as they say. Vince, before we start putting the screws to Steven, what's going on in your world? You got any trades on today?
It's been a yawner for me, JD. No trades here. Just trying to wait for a good opportunity. It's just markets kind of feel like they went to sleep. They could use a little jolt. What do you think?
Jolt is for sure. Let's check in on the tilt, actually. Let's see what the let's see what our Topstep traders are doing. Ooh, look at this. We got 73% long in the S&P right now. 60% long in the NASDAQ. Haven't seen a 70+% shift in the tilt in the S&P in a while. Gold and crude are both relatively flat, nearly 50-50.
Yeah.
But S&P is on the long side, 73% long in the ES.
Just hit the VWAP. There might be a short opportunity here in the ES. Let's see if we reject the VWAP. Steve,
where's your VWAP
position? At? 75.83 half.
83 half. Got it. All right. So, Stephen, whenever we have a new guest on, we like to know a little bit about them before we dig into the markets. So, quick bio, little backstory.
Yeah.
How'd you get into these markets? How'd you find Topstep? Yeah. Tell us everything. Now tell us everything.
I'll start from the very beginning. No, I kind of fumbled around crypto for a little bit for a few years, then got into some SPX options, right? Doing credit spreads, selling credit spreads, put spreads. And then, I stepped away from trading for a little bit, and then my neighbor actually, funnily enough, was like, "Hey, I'm looking at kind of Forex markets and prop firms over there," and I was like, sounds a little, this or that. And I was like, okay. And then I started digging around again, and found futures, found Topstep, and I was like, okay, they've been kind of the leading brand out there, so let me give them a go, start trading with them. It seems like the relatively safe bet, and been doing this kind of part-time for a few years, getting used to the future space, and kind of finding my style. So now I primarily focus on, taking a look at prior day lows, getting in failed breakdowns of that, sweeps and reclaims of major levels, and then whether it be like IB high, IB low sort of deal. And, I try to keep it simple.
Yeah, exactly. We've got those features on Topstep X now, initial balance high and low. We got a whole bunch of new stuff rolling out.
Yeah, I saw those roll out, and I haven't had a chance to play with them. So hopefully tonight, during the overnight session, I could kind of click through and kind of see what's going on with them.
Awesome. The difference between trading Forex and futures, do you see a big one? Is there a gap there? Is it easier? Is it more transparent?
I like futures better, mainly because I'm able to get a little better, transparency, like you said, with kind of the volume profile. So I do watch the volume profile. I like to watch kind of, time and sales, see how the order flows come along, and kind of try to figure out, what the players are doing, or make a best guess, right? Sometimes it works, sometimes it doesn't. But I think, as far as transparency, what the commission is, you could see what, the spread is. Sometimes you get slipped a little bit and it is what it is, but you're never kind of guessing what's going to happen, with, a futures firm versus, on the Forex side, right?
They're two completely different animals. On the future side, we've got regulation, we've got oversight. On the Forex side, basically you're at the mercy of your broker, right? You try to buy something at the market, you have no idea where you're getting filled. It's like you're underwater by 20 ticks immediately when you get into the market. I've had experience with that also. But then you move over to the futures markets, which are completely regulated. We have standardized contracts. You see the bid and offer on the ladder. You can trade the ladder. You can trade the chart. It's a little different. That's a lot different, I should say. Transparency is key when it comes to putting
So,
a trade
Stephen,
on.
do you trade currency? Being coming from the Forex world, I mean, do you trade the euro or the pound or?
No, I don't really. I primarily focus on, that, ES, NQ. Sometimes I'll dig into gold. During the silver craze, kind of touched that, put my hand on the fire, got burned a little bit, said, no, that's okay. Not doing that one again. But no, I mean, I'm trying to, hone in the craft first, really get the process together and then seeing how that applies to other markets in the future. But, maybe bonds, give that a look, in a few months here, see how that's going. But I've been staying away from currency.
All right.
The bond market. Have you taken a look at the ladder on the 10-year Treasury note recently? Let me pull it up right now.
No, I haven't.
It is. Hang on, let me pull it up. There it is. Look at the ladder on the 10-year Treasury note. It is $3,299 on the bid, $5,200 offered. These markets are
nice and thick.
These markets are thick. That is a thick ladder right there. It's not like trading the NASDAQ.
It's hard to bully that around.
Yep. You are not going to be pushing any markets.
Just going
I spent a
along
lot
for
of
the
time
ride,
trading the
right?
yield curve. Yep. Back in the day, I traded yield curve for a long time. I spent about 8 years roughly trading yield curve. 2, 5, 10-year notes and 30-year bond. The entire curve. And back in the day, it's a very spreadable market. So you're spreading 30 years versus 10 years, or 5 years versus 10 years, or 2 years versus 5 years. There's a lot of different spread options there. But you would only get like one real good move every day, and then it just went flat. So if you weren't a spreader and you were trading outright futures, it was like you had one chance a day to be on the right side of that market. And then if you weren't trading any of their products, you had to close it up for the day and move on. Or, just go home. Because it would
go big and then go home, right?
Yeah.
The
It would make one
lockout
move.
rallies we've had.
Yep. It would make one good move and then go in a 3-tick range for the next 6 hours. And that was it. That was the day, But yeah, those markets definitely move. And they are the leaders too, We talk about the S&P and the NASDAQ all the time as being benchmarks, but the bonds are the boss. Whatever bonds do, stocks will eventually follow. Good piece of information right there. It's a good market to keep a track of. Absolutely. All right, let's get back into these markets. Say again?
I was gonna say maybe I'll start tracking that, put that on my quad. I've got a little quad chart I watch for a couple other markets to kind of see if there's any sort of like correlation to be aware of. But no, I appreciate that.
Yeah, for sure. There's a correlation website that I watch pretty religiously. I'm going to throw the link in the chat. The MRCI, market correlations, intermarket correlations. Check this out. This gets updated every day. It gives you the percentage of correlation between markets. I'm going to throw it in the chat real quick. Talk amongst yourselves while I type.
Steve, what's your position there?
I am long 8 micros from 82 and a quarter, but it's looking kind of choppy. I mean, I think the market might just be done for the day.
Yeah, the market's you know, a little wonky lately.
Yeah, it's kind of unfortunate because I was specifically looking for that prior day low earlier, this morning, and then I just didn't get the opportunity to get in and kind of left without me. And it is what it is. But we've been kind of dipping below it, holding below it. There was this, a Gex node sitting around the 60-ish area, which was held up pretty well. So we'll see if this prior day low still gives us something too.
Well, so what's got you looking long here, though?
It's just typically I like to watch for reclaims of the prior day lows. I know we bounced off. There was a nice little Gex node sitting around 560-ish on the S&Ps. So that held up. We reclaimed the prior day low again. So I figured give it a shot. But I mean, if we start breaking down below that prior day low again, I'm probably going to cut this position pretty soon.
Gotcha. Okay.
I threw that link in the chat, the MRCI intermarket correlation sheet. Take a look at that. Gives you the percentage of correlations between a whole bunch of different futures markets and cash markets. Looking at it right now, you see a 100% correlation between the NASDAQ and the S&P. We were looking at crude oil for a long time. Crude oil and the Dow. Where is crude? It's in there. But it was upwards towards 98% just a couple of weeks ago. That has definitely fallen back a little bit. There it is. 25, negative 25. Yeah. So it went from 97% correlation between the Dow and crude oil to 25. So this gets updated daily, so you see how different markets are reacting to other markets. It's a useful tool. I like looking at that quite a bit. It does not update in real time. It updates end of day.
Maybe I could add that to my pre-flight checklist over here and just take a glance at it, see how it helped me out as well.
Yeah, we rejected the VWAP up there at 83.5. I may look for a long, though. Look for a little bit of a deeper pullback below value, and then I might take a crack at it.
Okay. Once again, Vince, what market are you looking at?
Yes.
Yes, that is correct.
Yeah, the Dow is kind of it flatlined. It needs paddles. Get the paddles.
Get the paddles. Here we go.
Get the paddles.
Bitcoin looking like possibly another leg lower. We got a little bear flag happening on a 30-minute chart. Dow has gone sideways. Crude's gone a little sideways. Gold
too.
Just bounce off the lows. We got a little double bottom on gold looking at a 5-minute chart.
Yeah, sitting at point of control pretty much. Everything is below the intraday VWAP. All four of these markets. The Dow, the ES, the NASDAQ, gold, all sitting at value low. They're all heavy today. Maybe they're looking for a lifeline. No tweets, huh? No tweets today. Not yet, at least.
News has been slow, which scares me. I mentioned this in the segment about an hour ago. On a slow news day, I'm just waiting for a bombshell to go off, right?
President's got to be golfing. He's golfing today.
I can't just...
Just thinking about how to line up the tweets for the end of the day. He wants to hook up everyone for Power Hour.
He's on the golf course. There's no time for tweets.
A day without a tape bomb is like a day without sunshine, right?
He's giving everyone a breather. Maybe he's trying to hook everyone up with a break. Take it easy on them.
Leading the sheep back to the slaughter is what we call it here. Yeah. Give everybody a false sense of security. Get everybody in the market, and then boom, blast them right out.
Yep.
What's that meme where it's it's like a dog or something sitting in a house fire and it just says everything's fine and everything's on fire.
Yeah, right.
Nothing to see here. Please. Yeah. It's true. It's true. Someone asked for an update on Mag 7. I can give you that update right now. Got Apple down 1.78%, Amazon down 2.97%, Google down 0.71%, Meta up 4.3%, Microsoft down 3%, Nvidia down over 3%, Tesla down marginally 0.1%. Meta is the only Mag 7 stock in the green right now.
Yeah, Nvidia down 3.2.
Say again, Vince. What was that?
Nvidia down 3.22%.
Yes.
That's been a choppy market lately too. That one. That thing's just.
It sure has.
Yeah, it's been very range bound. $20 range.
All right, Steven, talk us through your confidence on this trade. How you feeling about it?
I have no thoughts on it. I see honestly, it's the setup was there. I take the setup, I take my trims, and however it plays out is however it plays out. If we break back down below prior date low and doesn't want to pop back up, then I'll be out. If I'm able to get my trim 5 points off, then we'll do that and hold the rest. But I'm indifferent, right? It either works or it doesn't. I did my part, and now I just got to kind of sit on my hands and let it do its thing.
Yep, right on top of your entry price. It looks like. Yep, we're
it's trying.
So green again.
It's trying. So we'll see.
Is your CYA below the intraday low? Is that how much risk you have on this, or?
So I'm gonna start watching around probably 76. If it starts kind of popping off and pushing back off around 76, then I'll just close it out. I'll give it a couple points and then call it good if it doesn't want to give it to me.
Gotcha.
Mm-hmm. Reasonable. I mean, just glancing at this 5-minute chart, it looks like you're on the right side of the trade right now. We've started making a series of higher highs and higher lows. So it looks like we are just in a flagging pattern right now on a 5-minute chart. Could be poised for another move.
You're in the VWAP
Vince,
pinch
would you call
right
this? Yeah. Vince, would you call this a failed downside auction, by the way? Is it too late to call it a failed downside auction?
No, definitely a failed downside auction. Absolutely.
Okay. So the longs are looking even better now. I kind of want to get in this trade with you. We know what our risk is. You can get in a nice cheap long right now, risking only about 6 points in the S&P. It's an attractive looking trade.
More of a pullback. I wanted to get long somewhere around 74s, right at value low. We didn't get the pullback enough. We only got to 77.25, I believe. So, maybe see
we just had a couple
rally here.
We just had a couple headlines hit the tape. They haven't affected the markets yet, but there's some veiled threats from Iran coming out. Iran says if Israel attacks Beirut, Iran would respond decisively. Then we got a couple more comments from Bank of America. Bank of America CEO on one hand says consumers are micro-changing and spending as prices rise, and affordability is a real issue at the moment. Strong statements coming from Bank of America. Veiled threats coming from Iran. We might have some movement going into the end of the day here, guys.
Yeah, let me go put a safety stop on just in case we get a tape bomb.
Tape bomb feels imminent, doesn't it? When you see headlines like that, something's going to happen.
Yeah, they're going to start going
Someone's
back and
gonna
forth a little
respond.
bit.
See, they were listening to us, JD.
Sometimes I feel like they are listening to us. Who are they? I don't know. But
They, them,
World Wide Web.
you know.
They're scared of us.
Right? What's the old line? Just because I'm paranoid doesn't mean I'm. How does that go again? There's a quote there.
Let's see.
Be really nice if we could get a nice little pop to like 87. You know, start pushing up into this next high value node on ES at least, or high volume node, excuse me, and I can get this trim off, tighten up my stop.
JD says, just because you're paranoid doesn't mean they aren't after you.
That's the line. That's
There
the
we
line.
go.
Oh, you see, chat figured it out too. Thanks, guys. Appreciate all of you. Yep, be nice to see a nice influx of buying right now. Want to see a nice rippy,
We have
and decent volume.
Nice bottoming here in the ES. We flip over my chart real quick. Got kind of a little inverse head and shoulders action here. So pull this up. You know, so we have, you know, we had like this little bit of movement, pop down, couldn't put in a new low, kind of around this neckline right here. I can see a nice measured move if we can get some steam behind it up here to around 7,600, 7,601s. So let's keep our eye on that. Nice little market structure there on the lows.
Here we go. Nice hold, Steven.
Nice hold.
We're getting that rippy. We're getting that rippy.
Filled, but didn't get down far enough.
Let's see if it'll give me a couple more ticks here, and I can trim out
let's
half
go.
at least.
There you go.
What's your target?
There you go.
What's your target?
So I'm gonna try to take 87 quarter, and then tighten up my stop a little bit, and then just hold this thing and see where it goes. Hopefully, we get back up to close to 7,600. That'd be nice to traverse the whole value area, but it's kind of late in the day. We'll see if we get that. Come on,
Vince, do you have statistics? Vince, do you have statistics on failed upside and downside auctions? Like how often, if you get a failed downside auction, how often will we trace the entire range for the day?
Yeah, I don't have stats on it, but I will say over the past month or so, I would say the statistics are pretty high.
Yeah.
Probability has been pretty high lately. It's been, we're in that market state, right? Where we're kind of range bound, right? We're not really extending ranges like we were last year. Last year, the ranges were insane, right? We were doubling, tripling the range every day. And now we're kind of in a different market state, so if people are struggling that are trend traders, things have changed a little bit here. So,
yep. Things have quieted down, but the tape bombs still exist. Headline risk is high. Headline risk remains high. It's been high.
The market, I feel like it's scared to move because it just doesn't know which way the tape bomb is going to go. So it just stays tight, compact, and then, it'll make its little move.
Keep watching this S&P. I like this trade more and more, Steven. I really do.
It's looking pretty nice.
Yeah, Vince, your little
see how this plays
inverted out. That inverted head and shoulders that you just pointed out on the 5-minute chart. It's looking legit right now.
Yeah, definitely. It had some nice little market structure there. Took it out.
What would our
we can hold and get above this?
Calculate our measured move target. All right.
7601.
7601?
Mm-hmm.
Would this be a little ambitious up here?
Where are you at? Oh, all the way up to the high of the day?
Yeah, that wick up there.
Potentially. I mean, we have excess up there around 70. Like, if I was going to get short, Steven, I'd probably, if we get up to around 7605 to 7608, I'd probably be looking to get short myself. Like, that's where I would try to enter the market.
Yeah, I think that would be a pretty good spot too, because that would line up nicely with like the London low, a little peak above the value area high. And we just kind of balance out through the rest of the day. Not liking the fact that we flip the point of control right now, and we're kind of rejecting off of it over here at what's this, 87.5.
Yeah, that's volume point of control is at 89, 88.75 volume point of control.
Yeah.
We got an overnight VWAP at 75.91 too. That's a decent target. Let's turn this into a coaching moment for a second. The inverted head and shoulders. Switch over to my chart for a second. Let's play this out. Let's draw this out. All right. So here's a chart of the E-mini S&P 500, micro E-mini S&P 500. So the inverse head and shoulders that Vince was just talking about. Here we go. We have one shoulder. You have your head and second shoulder, right? So your neckline is drawn across that line right there. I'm going to delete this line because it looks goofy. All right. So here's your neckline, this blue bar. That's your neckline. Here is your low print of that inverse head and shoulders pattern. So how you would calculate a measured move is take the lowest point of the head and shoulders pattern and you line it up with the neckline, and then you measure above that. So you see this line I just drew from the lowest point of the head and shoulders pattern to the neckline, and then you just extend that from the neckline, and that becomes your measured move target. Instead it was 7601, yeah, basically right there. 75, 75.99 would be your measured move target based off of that chart pattern, right? And it looks like we have a good chance of getting there. Steven, do you subscribe to technical analysis at all? Do you do chart patterns and measured move targets and whatnot?
I did. So for a long time, I would try to do, chart patterns, whether it be head and shoulders, bear flags, bull flags sort of deal, pennants. And then it just, I'm not the brightest bulb of the bunch sort of deal. So it, for me, it became a little too much. So I tried to figure out ways to kind of simplify my trading. So that's why I kind of gravitated towards, finding like market generated, levels, whether it be prior day lows, 4 hours and stuff like that. And then kind of, using volume profiles, a little bit of map. But I think, at the end of the day, just from this, I think we all kind of came to the same conclusion here.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, that makes perfect sense. Do what works for you. I think it's important to know these types of chart patterns, this technical analysis, because people have been doing it for a long time. Like this isn't old news, or this isn't new stuff,
Right.
A lot of the old timers.
But then again, JD, it might be new. Because everybody's looking at everything else, right? No, I'm saying it might be new now because everybody's looking at all these other,
the old is new again. That's an interesting concept, right?
Yeah. Read everything. Fine. Personally, I like
it. I don't need to worry about what's going on in the world. I don't need to follow every headline. I might get bombed out here and there, tape bomb, but
Mhm.
At the end of the day, I just trade what's in front of me, and that's pretty much it.
Yep. Technical purists will tell you that news has absolutely no effect on the markets. The market was destined to do what it's going to do, and outside factors really don't apply to it. It's hard to believe that because we've seen that the opposite of that is the case.
Yeah, the tape bombs have been a
people
little
talk.
extreme.
People talking markets move, but there are. Go ahead, Steven.
I was going to say, at the end of the day, it's people, making decisions, buy, sell, and then, it moves along that way. So if sentiment changes, if people are thinking something else and they're getting nervous, then they're going to do what's best. And if one overpowers the other, I think, it's going to move in that direction.
Very true. Very true. But there's always a catalyst. It needs a spark to actually create that move, right? Technical purists will deny that catalyst. They will just say that was the move that was supposed to happen. Interesting. If you ever met a purist.
We have a normal trading day here in the NASDAQ. Go figure that one out. Right, we do have a normal trading day. We are inside all day.
Couple more headlines coming out from Iran's foreign minister. Iran's foreign minister says no tangible progress has been made in U.S. talks. We'll be looking for a rebuttal to that comment coming in the next 20 minutes or so. That one didn't really move any markets. So a little bit of selling coming into the equities, but nothing to panic about just yet. We got some settlement prices also. Crude oil has settled for the day. West Texas Intermediate crude oil, the July contract, settled at $96.02 a barrel.
I'm sure at the MNQ.
It's a short.
2.
We got more headlines coming out of Iran. Iran's foreign minister says our contacts with the U.S. have not been cut off, but no progress has been made in negotiations. More headlines pouring in. This is exactly what we were talking about, right? Headlines affecting markets. Did you put that trade on just because of the headline, Vince?
No. I'm looking at my my profiles here. I like a push down here to 3,600. Kind of center in range though, which isn't good. We're sitting right pretty much at this sitting right at the point of control now. That's not good. All right, let's see. I didn't even know it was a headline, so I might have got caught in that. Looks like I'm gonna get stopped out here.
Steven, no change in your mindset, right? Still holding this position?
It's going to play out however it plays out. I mean, I've got my trimmed off. So, at this point, it'll either, be a scratch, maybe small loss. What am I? That's 2, 3. Yeah, it'll end up being a small scratch if it comes down here. If it's going to do its thing, if it's going to move, then it's going to continue. If we break down here, then we'll potentially see a low day, at least in my head. But I keep watching this point of control keep shifting up a little bit. So it kind of does have me a little nervous.
Understood. We've still got about, 15 points to go to hit the measured move target from this inverse head and shoulders. And this pattern is holding true. We've got a nice channel here working in the S&P. We're making higher highs, higher lows. Volume has not been that impressive, but that happens at this time of day. But just staying on the right side of this market seems to be the best case scenario right now. And you are on the right side of the market right now, Steven. This is looking good.
The inverse head and shoulders. I've got buddies that they would call it the big giant wumbo. Whoa.
The big giant what?
the wumbo dumbo.
The wumbo dumbo. All right.
Whoa.
Very good. Very good. All right, let's check back in one more time. Steven, what's your entry price on this micro trade?
Let's see. I'm sitting at 82 and a quarter on the micro S&Ps.
Very good. Vince, what's your entry price? Are you still in this trade, Vince?
Yeah, I'm short for 36.51 is my 36.51.88 is my average here.
36.51.88. There you got it. All right, we are going to take a real short break. We get some news on jobs. ADP says hiring in most industries in the U.S. is picking up. We saw that ADP number come out this morning. 122,000 new private payroll jobs. Estimated 120,000 was estimated. Nice uptick there. Prior revised was at 105,000. We reported on these numbers earlier this morning. So those job numbers are looking up. But let's see what they have to say. Gabe, let's run.
ADP's monthly employment report shows private sector firms added roughly 122,000 jobs in May. It's the second month in a row the private sector employment gains were above 100,000 jobs. The healthcare industry continued to drive the lion's share of the gains. That was followed by businesses in the trade, transportation, and utilities industry. Many other sectors added jobs, including manufacturing, which is climbing out of a 2-year slump. Two industries losing jobs were the tech-heavy information sector and natural resources and mining. ADP does not have access to every company's payroll and can't see the public sector. The official jobs report from the Bureau of Labor Statistics can vary significantly, and that comes out Friday.
Interesting. So on the private payroll side, they're losing jobs in IT and energy infrastructure. Did I get that right? So smart people and drillers are losing, and miners are losing jobs. That makes sense?
Mm. Gee.
Learn AI.
Yeah.
I was going to say, the AI play thing, they might still be kind of reducing size on the tech sector to, using the guise of AI still. So,
yep.
See how long that holds up.
Are you big into AI? Do you use AI for trading at all in any way, Steven?
I've
day-to-day?
used it to build like some indicators for some other platforms to kind of meet my needs. But other than I've been having buddies tell me about, they're using it to do, some morning analysis, kind of see what's going on, and just kind of build out scenarios for them. But, maybe I'm just not hip like that yet,
I'm cool like that. Who knows that song? Sound off in the chat.
Yeah.
Yeah, it takes some getting used to. That's for sure. I'm a slow starter when it comes to new tech. Even though I have a tech background, I still feel like I'm a slow starter. But I've been doing my best to learn more and more about AI and its usefulness and its reliability. I'll say that much about it. John G in the chat says this internet thing is just a fad. Who was famous for saying that? What president was famous for saying that? And then I'll never forget Al Gore saying that the internet is just a series of pipes and tubes. Is that what he said? A system of tubes and pipes. Welcome to the interwebs.
Didn't he say he created the interwebs or something?
He took credit. Yes, Al Gore.
Funny. That's funny. He started the green thing too, right? Didn't he start the whole green thing? All right, I'm out of that. I'm out of that trade. I scratched it. Should have went.
It scares me every time I hear that order filled. I'm like, is that me?
Was that me?
I'm up $6. Yeah. It's not giving it to me.
Oh yeah, Steven, you know the half of it. When people log on, when they come into VMix in the green room, like you did earlier, and you shared your charts and whatnot. Some people leave and don't stop sharing their charts, so you hear their trades triggers like all day long until we have to finally cut them off. Not everybody can hear it, but in my headphones, I hear every trade that everybody makes that's logged into VMix all day long. So.
That would freak me out a little bit. Like, what's going on here?
It's funny.
It is funny.
All right.
You know when someone's going on tilt when you just hear it.
Order
Build.
filled. Order filled. Order filled. Order filled.
Build. Yeah.
All right.
Take a break, man. Take a break.
Yeah.
I'm not gonna lie. I've had days like that where if I turned on like chart executions, it would be like every other candle. It just filled. Orders filled.
Mm-hmm.
Order filled. Order rejected. That's the one you got to watch out for. Order rejected.
Order rejected. Yeah, that's the problem.
Mandated
How
break
many
at
am I
that
in?
point,
Wait.
right?
How many am I long? Oh my god, I have 15 on?
Already at max. How did that happen? Dan Emmons just disables the sound, the fill sounds.
Oh. Yeah, we are just. Man, I am hoping these markets get into better conditions sometime soon.
Yeah, they felt like they've just been kind of like I know for my setups, it's like I'll miss it by a couple hours. Like you'll start to see it play out during like London or something. An hour or two before NY opens. I'm just like, well, that's unfortunate.
Yeah. What is your favorite time to be in the market? Do you have a designated time that you like to trade? Or are you just in there all day long?
No, I like to get on the charts, or at my desk around like 8 a.m. Eastern, and then try to pop off around noon. I've started to notice that if I'm clicking buttons any longer than that, bad things happen. Every once in a while I'll try to catch something during Globex. When there's a little bit more volume, or there's maybe headlines or something that gives us a nice setup, and could see continuation out of something. But I've been trying really hard to just kind of keep it within that kind of 4-hour window. Limit trading. Spend a little bit more time with the family and kind of focus on stuff like that.
Wonderful. Love to hear that.
Nice. Very nice.
So is trading your full-time job then? Is this it?
Yeah, now it is. I worked government contract doing tech for quite some time. I was in the Marine Corps for 5 years, and then kind of transitioned into the government contracting side. Flew desk. It was no, but definitely appreciate it. But yeah, so there was some layoffs and whatnot, and I was like, all right, well, I've been doing this for a little bit, doing okay. Let's give this a shot full time. So I've been full time trading for the last almost 3 months. 3 months now, yeah.
Awesome. That's great to hear.
Going well.
It's been going well.
Definitely an adventure for sure.
An adventure, yes. But that's great. It takes a lot of dedication to
an adventure.
That's exciting. I mean, it's it's definitely nice to be able to give kind of it the full attention it deserves. I could definitely see how it's difficult to kind of balance trading full time and a full time job. So I think having the opportunity to kind of give full focus and dedication to the one thing is definitely an opportunity, and I'm excited for. So.
Yep. That's cool. Very, very cool. Question about risk. Since you've gone full time, are you setting targets daily? Do you set a daily loss limit, daily profit target? You're just in there all day long looking for your best setups. That sound about right?
Yeah, I mean, if I get a good trade in the morning, then I'll just kind of be like, all right, well, this is cool enough. If I get some runners in, that's cool. And it's a big battle for me still, moving forward. Just there's definitely a little bit more pressure to manage. It's trying to figure out, what's good enough, right? Where do you stop? So it's taking some adjustment and still working through that, and we're getting there.
Yep. Where do you stop? That's the ultimate question, right? It depends on where you're at in your journey. When you're just getting started, you want to build yourself a little cushion. So you're playing small ball, right? Jabbing away at it brick by brick by brick, building up that safety net. And then eventually you get to the point where it just becomes automatic. You're like a robot and they're trading. And you could sit there all day just playing your A+ setups and taking the good with the bad. And just letting it flow. That's obviously not for everybody. Not everybody has that type of time to dedicate to it. But when you get to that point, if you get to that point, it, what do they call it? It just becomes a flow state. It's automatic, right?
Yep. In the zone.
Some of the favorite times is when you get into a nice little flow state. For me personally, it's when we start kind of consolidating, after we've made a good push off, my entry, and I'm able to kind of trim in, trim out, and keep playing that consolidation zone and maintain the core position. But, definitely.
Yeah. Trading around positions, that becomes the next step too. You put on your core position in the morning, and you just trade around it throughout the day. You want to be long for the day, so you put your one lot on. But then you see changes in market state. You still want to be long, but you recognize market state, so you start trading contracts around that also, which is a very acceptable thing to do while maintaining that long position, right? There's a lot of nuance that comes with experience in this business. There's 1,000 ways to peel an onion, as Hogue would say.
Oh yeah, that's for sure. No right or wrong way.
You're not limited
to
sure. Yeah. You're not limited to just setting and forgetting it. You can do quite a bit of different things. Check back in on these markets again. We're right at the lower channel line of this 5-minute channel. Well, I guess we're closer to the midpoint. Readjust this.
We're right in the center.
Yeah, right in the middle of this little upwards channel. We're still making higher highs, higher lows. Looks like another pop, possibly. Like another pop. Looking for that 7,600 measure move target from that inverse head and shoulders. Will you hold this position for the rest of the day, Steven? Is this a, do you put a timestamp on your trades?
I mean, if we get up to probably
long
5
MNQ.
Ooh, look at Vince. Go ahead, Steven. What is it?
I'm sorry about that. I was going to say,
right.
if we get close to like algo time, around like 10 till, the end of the day, I'll probably just cut this thing because
yeah,
getting a little long in the tooth. If we don't see a pop back over, 87 really quick, maybe coming into this next hour, then, maybe I'll cut it then, see how we do. But we'll see how it plays. Not really sweating it too much.
Yep. You've assumed the risk. Give the trade room to breathe.
Mm-hmm.
All right.
It's a nice
Mr.
entry,
Vince. Yep. Vince, you're long 5 MNQ now. What got you into this trade? Is this a momentum play?
Yeah, I'm gonna try to play momentum. I usually don't trade here in the middle of the range, but let's see if we try to get some momentum going in here towards power hour. It's pulling back on me now, so it may be short lived. Didn't want to risk a lot on it, so it's not like $120 worth of risk on 5. Okay. So it's tight. And
sounds good. Sounds good.
Ooh, almost got stopped out.
Almost stopped out?
Almost.
Yeah, not taking a lot of risk at all, huh?
No. All right, we're out. It was worth a shot.
That was pretty tight risk, huh?
Yeah.
Let me look at an NQ chart.
Yeah, it was only 12 points. 12 points in the NASDAQ is like, it's tight. Very surgical entry there.
Yeah, especially
You're playing
nowadays.
that-
I mean, super tight. Yeah.
Mm-hmm. It's
NASDAQ's
just
a
it was
tough market
momentum,
to
right?
play
If
tight.
it doesn't go, it's not going to go, and that's pretty much it. So,
Yeah. NASDAQ is such a tough market to play tight too.
It is.
It'll whip for no reason, you know,
Mhm.
30, 40 points and then come right back into balance. It's a difficult market to trade unless you're playing straight momentum. You're in the middle of a big move and you just caveman right into it, right?
I mean,
Caveman
actually
trade.
try
It's
it
going
again,
up.
though.
When we talk about caveman trades, it's in a nutshell, at its simplest form. The market is going up, so I'm going to buy it. I'm buying into the rally, and I will take a few points out of it. That's a caveman trade.
Yeah, we're stuck here. We got to take out 36.91s. We got to get that swing high there. Oh, here we go. It's right back where I was. It was back to my entry, so we'll see. I might try it again. No, seriously, I might try it again.
It's fighting that Asia low. It looks like, at least, you know, the way I'd look at it. It's trying to determine if it wants to keep pushing beyond that.
What was the Asia low in the NQ?
Is my Asia low wrong? Maybe I got 652 ish.
52. Oh.
Let's see here.
Yeah, that looks about right.
All right, we're trying it again.
Vince is back in. He's not giving up. He's taking this one. I shouldn't say he's taking this one. He took this one. All right.
Taking it for the chat.
Steven, we got about 30 seconds left. I got to ask you, who's watching? Who do you want to say hi to? Give him a shout out right now.
Hi Gina. Hi kids. Hi mom. Hi dad. Hi Ventus. Hi Asian Ventus gang. Love y'all. You're awesome. Stay awesome. Be cool.
Nice.
What a guy. Very nice. Very nice. Big shout out to the whole DeLong family. Thank you, Steven, for joining us. First time on Topstep TV. Did a great job. Took some trades.
Yeah,
Wonderful
nice
talking
trades,
to
dude.
you. Nice to meet you. Can't wait to have you back on again. This was great. Thank you so much, Steven. Appreciate you, man.
Appreciate it.
Mr.
Thanks for the
Vince,
time.
I will.
Thanks for having me on.
Oh, you got it. You got it. Vince, I will catch you later. Steven, be good. We will catch up with you in a little bit. All right, guys, we're going to step aside. Power Hour coming up next. We've got Jack leading the charge. Andre is still out there somewhere looking for the beige book. I don't know where he's actually at right now, but we could hone in on him somewhere. It's Wednesday, so Muhammad's here for Power Hour also, and Dolby Time. Stick around. We got another hour left in regular trading hours. All right, Power Hour coming up next. Topstep TV. Let's go.
Welcome to the hour of power here on Topstep TV, aka hashtag Power Hour, or maybe we've called it just Power Hour now. Anyway, I'm here with Dolby and Mohammed. Welcome to the show, Mohammed. How's everything going in Riyadh?
Welcome everyone. Good afternoon. It feels that market dropped more than 0.5%. It feels like 5% when you look at the chart. Yeah, we have this drop after the open and another leg, and that's it. So what I got today, wooden buyers all over the place. Just recently in this higher highs, they start to be stronger. I'm not trusting the pullback. I would like to either sell below the recent low, so it caught up with the momentum down to the low of day, or buy it above that recent high around 7,590 in order to complete the rotation to the opening range. So what happened today, we had a big 30-minute opening range from 7,615 down to 7,574. We pulled back to the 50% of it and then trapped liquidity below the opening range, coming back higher, unable to get back to the 50%. So I'm selling this around 7,575 and a half, looking to continuation to the low of 7,565. If not, I will buy the high to the middle of the opening range.
All right, Mohammed's laying it out for the last hour. Dolby, what's up? Looking snazzy in those spectacles. What's happened?
Oh, thank you. Oh, feeling snazzy. Look good, feel good, Jack. What they said in the life insurance business. What a terrible existence that was. Yeah, you'd wear a suit every day, Jack. Every single day.
Okay.
Had to wear a suit.
Okay, I thought people getting life insurance. I didn't know about the industry. I think it's more do you smoke? The nephew. Your life's worth nothing. Go ahead, Dolby.
Nah, we're just chilling. I like Mo's analysis here. We had a nice trade during the 11 a.m. getting short. Fortunately, we are kind of in the middle of the 4-hour range, so kind of a coin flip as far as where this could go. We're not down we're down 0.28%. As Mo said, it feels much worse than that. It's just how jaded we are as NASDAQ traders. You can barely handle a down day. I'm kind of split, to be honest. I'm kind of split. So I want to see what happens at this 15-minute range low at 615s. And then maybe we just stay range bound and just kind of hop around between like 600 and 700. That's the middle of the range. So let's just stick the landing. Like, look, we're already bouncing. You know what? I'm buying one.
Without even looking at that chart.
To get short.
Yeah.
Oh, Mo. 1 point to get short here.
Dolby, without looking at the chart, I know the semiconductors just moved because the ES was selling off as you were saying that. So Mo, you're getting short the ES?
Not yet. I mean, they missed my entry. That it's not triggered by a tick. Look at this, by a tick. My order was 7,575 and a half. The low was 75.75. I'm not triggered yet.
Okay. Just wait long enough and you'll get triggered by the NASDAQ. It's only a matter of time, Mo. Yeah, so we're long 30,630 half. We're going to look for an upside target of 30,680. So that's going to be the high of the 15-minute range. We're also going to try to add one at 619s. Our stop is in a decent spot. It's in a decent spot. We're at 605. And that's about it. We're still doing no touch challenge, so we're just going to let this cook. Whatever gets hit first is what we're dealing with.
Dolby, I just came up with like a great use of trading data. If you want to do a startup with me,
okay.
We talk about life insurance, right? What if, in addition to the normal like health questions, we give them like a free trading combine or something? And doing this, we gain information. Like basically we can just choose not to insure the people with the highest risk tolerance. So we just find the people. So we talk about their health, but then we find the people who just have no risk tolerance and we give them the insurance.
Ooh.
What do you think?
I think that's a great idea.
I shouldn't have said it out loud in front of all these people.
Yeah, someone's going to do it already. You losers. Get at your own idea, chat.
Peter Thiel. Okay, so you guys are both long here. Dolby in the MNQ, Muhammad in the ES. What's your position size? Oh, sorry, you did not buy a tick.
He is not filled.
I was looking for a short.
I
was looking for a short below that one tick. So God bless me, man.
Yeah, and God bless this trade right here. We're up $43. I mean, that's a quick 20 points that we got from the NASDAQ.
I would put the stop just below your entry point, man. Your entry is just fantastic.
Just below? Only because it's you, Mo. Normally, we're not supposed to do that, but because you said so, we'll go to just below. Do you mean like 617s, or do you mean like break even?
Yeah. Below this low, yeah.
Okay, got it. 617. All right.
So Dolby, since you're yucking it up in the MNQ right now, why don't you give us an above below here? You know how it goes. Contractual obligations to do above below. Yeah.
Yes, we do. This is my silly idea. Let's do 30,737.
30,737 above below. We're going to put that in the chat to a poll. You just choose above or below.
Okay, so I'm long 5 micros at 70,580. Not triggered yet. I'm placing the order. Limit in.
Get on the train, Mo.
Take me. Take me. Joining Dolby here.
Water's warm. Water's warm. Not gonna lie, Mo.
I'm on. So I'm in. So my stop would be the same place that my entry short trigger. That wasn't triggered. So
were you bracketing this range? Is that what the goal was?
No, the goal was to short the low of the last low. So you can see here.
Got it.
Higher lows, higher lows, higher lows. So I was looking to short just below this. So we break that cycle of going higher. So I'm selling that momentum. That didn't happen and ended up with a strong rejection green candle to the upside, which means if I'm in short, I would be exit already because I'm wrong. So that's what causes me now to take that long with a stop just below it, below this low.
Nice. Speaking of just below it, Dolby, I realized that with Andre out, they put me into host. We don't have anyone on chat, which means I'm going to do the above below. And what was that number again?
30,737. 30,737.
Here you go. Here's a poll for you. Here's some chum for the chat. There you go.
Okay.
Above or below.
Mo, how do you feel about these lower highs that we keep on making here in this range? It makes me feel not very good. Does it matter? Are you still there, Mo?
It matters. It matters.
You matter. You matter, Dolby.
Yeah.
Trying to live.
My stop now is double the position. It is a reversal stop here. So it's a bicycle trade.
Ooh.
So that was my original short, 75 and a half. It is the stop of this trade. So if I exited this trade short, the long side, I will enter the short side to 70.50. 5 points.
If we do start, I was going to say real quick that if we do start selling off this hour in the ES, we almost got to it at the lows of today, but there's a pretty big options level down there. 75.50 SPX, 75.60 in the June future would be awful hard. We could get maybe pinned down there. We do have, if you're holding trades through the end of the day, I don't know exactly when they report, but after the bell, Broadcom is reporting. And I hadn't checked in a while, but Broadcom is a $2.3 trillion market cap stock now.
Wait, weren't they just $1 trillion like not that long ago?
Yeah, man.
Oh, that's crazy. See,
That's how it works when
$1 billion,
you're selling shovels.
Not that much money. Not that much money.
Yeah, what is $1 trillion?
What's $1 trillion? What's $1 billion, Mo? Nothing.
Mm-hmm.
I don't even want $1 billion. Give me. I want $500 billion. $1 billion isn't enough. Ooh, this trade is getting not great.
It's buyers. Yeah, so I'm short now. Short 5, 75.5.
Okay.
Stop in this one. Had to go initially at 88.
Right,
Initially at 88 to stop.
We're done with this trade, Mo.
Well, Iran state media saying Iran targeted U.S. military ship hosting a control and command center approaching Iranian territorial waters in the Gulf of Oman. Also from CNN, monetary compensation is a key sticking point in any Iran deal.
Okay. I mean, this is a better location for a long.
That's one way to put it. Yes,
it is. Technically speaking, as it's a better range. It's a better range. Is it the largest range? It's not the largest range.
Yeah.
It is not.
I can see head and shoulders in your chart.
Yeah, I see it too, Mo. I think I like your short better. But now we're kind of in a weird spot. We might have to get down to like 530s. That's pretty far. Probably ride a short down there with you, Mo. What's your
I don't
entry?
know. It's about. I don't trust the pullback. Either you have stronger pullback, otherwise this is a continuation to the downside. You can see today market is bearish, making lower lows in any time frame that you want to see. So I'm not trusting the pullback.
A big Dorito pattern is what we got going on. So look at the 1 hour chart. We have lower highs, higher lows. Or we need to get down to the 530s. Wish I had taken that. Man. What are we gonna do, Mo?
What? I still can't get over this. The individual stock moves. Mag 7 right now. So we're down 0.5% in the ES. Nasdaq is down 0.25%. Amazon is down 3.2%. Microsoft is down 3%. Meta's up 4%. Wow. Nvidia is down 3%. Walmart's up 3%.
What?
Get ready for some more. We got, SanDisk is up 6.2%. Oracle's down 5%. Intel is up 3.7%. AMD's up 3.4%. CoreWeave's down 5.8%.
Awesome.
Robinhood's down 6%.
Dirtbag activity right there. All over the place.
Palantir's way down.
Dirtbag move by the Nasdaq. Absolute dirtbag. Cannot. Just came down and swept the lows, Mo. Right back up again. Just gave the market $25. Want that $25 back. Coming for it.
Indeed. Crude's trading $96 on the screws.
That's creeping up there, Jack. Crude oil. We can get back to 100 again? Might as well. Whatever Axios says, that determines the price of oil. They got a lot of sway.
You're right. Sir, this is a casino. Yeah. Just complex is a good way to put the price action for the individual components here. And it's been like this pretty much every day. Except for SanDisk, that always goes up. Go figure.
Always. Dude, I like your short, Mo.
I mean, if I am a buyer, I will be so nervous right now.
Yeah, MES looks heavy. Russell looks heavy. All right, we're gonna offer. What's your trade? What do you got exactly? Oh, you're in the ES 75.75.
I mean, yes.
Yeah, you're probably pretty nervous. Everyone's nervous then, Mo. That's true. Mo is never nervous. He hides his emotions. He doesn't have it. Mo, do you have emotions?
I don't have it unless I am 50 contracts in. I will be nervous. It's just 5 micros.
It's nothing. Nothing, Mo. I guess we'll just keep on playing this range then. All right, we're gonna see if we can get short 650.
Yeah.
We couldn't make a higher high last time.
Well, we'll keep an eye on any news coming out. Bitcoin off the low, still trading 65,890.
This is strong. Oh, what is that? What is that? We're going to break even on that. That's some shenanigans going on here. Actually, we're just taking profit.
Stop run.
We got like, that was weird. We got like $15 on that. That was too fast for my liking. What is that? Is there news, Jack? Did we just have something? I felt kind of newsy right there.
Yeah,
yeah,
it wasn't a big move.
Crude sold though. Crude sold like 50 cents from 05, like 40 cents. Oh, that's a big move right there. And on some volume too. What was that? High of 96.06, low of 95.63. So 43 cents in a 1 minute candle. That was a dirtbag move. Tattooed groove. I bet we're gonna get some news in a second based on that. No, is it?
Wait. Oh yeah. Well, here is a headline. I still don't think that move was super huge. I always hate when I'm reading it because it's a little longer, so I don't have time to do it in advance. So U.S. officials said Israel-Lebanon negotiations mediated by the U.S. are still ongoing, and that the State Department talks started slow, but then made significant progress on a plan of action. The U.S. official claimed, according to
Axios.
Yeah,
called it.
F them, man. They couldn't even move the market on that. We're gonna find out at some point, like what's going on there. But it's only ever pumping news, and it's just to a source to Axios. Don't know who the source is.
You know, you don't share your sources, Jack. You don't share them. We're going to bid 624s. See if we can get back down there. Looks like crude wants to sell.
You like the long?
I do, Mo.
I can't blame you. It is a range. It's the low of the range. If I'm range trader, I will definitely look for a long here. But for me, market context, I cannot trust the buy today.
Listen, I get it. I definitely get it. But we're just like not down that much. You know what I mean?
Not in the least.
Not in the least. Yeah, what is?
But we do have
0.2%
earnings after the bell. What's up?
There we go. Like what? 0.2%? I mean, that's nothing.
No. And just 0.5 in the ES. I don't think unless there's news, we're going to have some like huge move given that Broadcom earnings are after. But during this cycle, everyone's earnings in that sector, they've been great. Sometimes it reacts differently, but
this is a hell
the
of a range.
options longs will get crushed and everything else will work itself out.
Yeah, you said you had some option levels. And only in the ES, so the SPX, or do you have some in the Qs as well?
Not the same way I do in the SPX. 75, 60, if we go lower, would be a target.
We're going to lower this.
Maybe if we're close right at the end of the day, we would go for that.
We're lowering our entry down to like 615 quarter here. Okay, now we're back on the bid, about to undo that crude move, all because it was Axios, and someone's just going to come out in a minute and say, just kidding.
I added to my position.
Nice. All right, we're lowering this again to 609s. 609s is technically a better
Added
entry.
to the position, same price.
Nice.
Could be a confirmation to going lower because we made. Just want to see this low is crushed. Crush this. 74, 75, 74.
It's getting squirrely, Mo.
Yeah. Well, keep in mind with that Axios thing that just came out is such a I can't even believe it moved the market. It is such a non-story. Especially considering it's coming from an official that says like, oh, things are going well. I mean, like, what else are they going to say? I mean, just last week we had the same news story come out about like the Trump Netanyahu call, and then somebody was loose with the lips with the transcript of what happened. It did not sound like a very productive call.
Right.
Yeah.
It's just back and forth constantly. Like, it's very frustrating.
Noise. At this time, you need to be able to differentiate between news and noise. That was noise.
Jack, what it does, it makes me appreciate some of the other market states that we've had since we've been on Topstep TV. I always talk about like the NVIDIA to the moon days where you just mentioned AI and NASDAQ just bid like 200, 300 points. Like, just such simpler times back then, Jack. Such simpler times.
Well, the easiest market you'll ever trade is your first year.
It's true. First year on Topstep TV, trading 50 lots, Jack. That was a good time.
Some of the best times and some of the worst times, to be frank.
Oh, okay. Okay, you're updating that statement. That's fair. That's fair.
Give us some likes here. Let the market move.
Back in the range. We just need Dr. Volatility at the bottom of the hour. He'll really move this thing around. He is the market maker. He's pulling the strings. He is mechanisms. Yeah, I know. What's your point of invalidation on this trade, Mo? In your MES?
Actually, you see this high in the 2000 tick chart, 75.82.
I do.
If we will close above it, I will be exiting the trade.
That's fair. Looks like ES is heavier than the NASDAQ is. Trying to break some small time
since
structure
yesterday,
here.
actually.
Yeah.
Yes, yesterday NQ was giving all-time highs all day long, but not ES.
It feels like.
Yeah.
Okay, here you go.
Out for blood.
Here we go. Here we go.
There it is.
You got the style.
This is it. Jack, you know how they have like animal style at like In-N-Out Burger and like all those other like fun names for like ordering.
It's just, like all their names for Thousand Island dressing. Yeah, I'm familiar.
Yeah. What would Dakota style be? He had like his own. I think he's like an avocado guy. You think he put avocado on a burger? Where's Dakota? Where are you? You're not in chat right now.
Lettuce instead of bread.
Yeah, maybe.
I don't know. I've had dinner with Dakota before, but I did not notice the order that he placed. So I don't
know. Frozen peas. There it is. Frozen
go.
pea burger. I love it. Shout out to the frozen peas.
Fruity Pebbles.
Mm-hmm.
Well, getting a few red candles.
There's that bounce. Man, this range is just so tight.
This opening range low, 75.74 is acting like a support here. 75.74.
Well, oil's retraced all that Axios nonsense.
Yeah,
oil's back above. Oil's pumping a little bit. A soft pump, we'll call it. 96.08, 96.10.
Might get filled here at 609. So let's see if this accelerates to the downside. Not looking for all that much. I'm just staying within this range. This is a scary trade. We're a fan of scary trades. For 09 quarter. Well, you're in 5. When are you going to start taking profits in this thing? What are you looking for?
I'm in 10. I'm in 10. I added to this. Yeah, I added to this position, remember?
Well, if there's a leading indicator in Bitcoin, we're moving towards the lows of the day again in Bitcoin, 65,560.
Okay. What are we doing here?
Give us some follow through here.
Oh, Mo, are you sweating right now? This thing is hanging on by a thread. MES just
3 points
down.
to my target. Target at 70, 75.70.
Also bidding a hair. Feels like they just want to run stops and just shoot this thing to the moon. Bitcoin.
While we are selling off here, I mean, the semiconductor is still up 1.5%. Meanwhile, after the pump the last few days, the software, where do I keep you? My IGV? Down 4.4%, which is pretty good for an index.
Is there a world in which software gets a bid? It's a bid again because
it's called the last 2-3 weeks.
Yeah, maybe AI is not going to replace all the software.
Narratives can shift pretty quickly. Dolby, in the past, the IGV is up like 30% since the lows on the 13th of April. Now that might just be squeezing, but they got some momentum there.
Yeah. More dirtbag activity from the NASDAQ here. I think we're like 2 points from getting filled on that range trade. 610 quarter. 610 3/4. Yeah, that was 1.5 points. And then now we're up 20 points. Oh, stingy Mo. Too stingy. Back up we go.
What do you think folks are gonna? What are folks gonna sell to buy SpaceX, Anthropic,
Everything.
OpenAI, 80 billion of Google?
They're selling everything. Jack. Not financial advice. Yeah. I mean, like the first
sell
like
this
space
5-minute
company,
candle for me.
right?
What's up?
I mean, like SpaceX is like first to market, pretty much for doing space things. You know what they
Oh, there's other space
data
stocks.
centers. Yeah, but who's doing AI data centers in space? and robots.
No one.
Maybe they'll get into like mining asteroids or something. I mean, you need space rocks, Jack. Space rocks. Can't put a price on space rocks.
Yeah.
Okay.
You know, all their money comes from Starlink, right? Which is cool.
Honestly, I don't think anyone has any right to shit on Elon Musk, because if you fly United, you get like
This is a great segue.
super. Oh, is it? This is me. You get super high quality internet without any of like the login BS. Man, it's so simple. It's so simple. You just get
Starlink is
lightning
great.
fast Wi-Fi in the air, in the plane, man. Incredible.
I was just laughing at the phrase. I don't think anyone has the right to shit on Elon Musk, because if you fly United, and I was really waiting to see where that went.
Yeah. Dude,
Nice.
high-speed internet in the sky? Are you kidding me? And it's free. Just get it. I think Mr. Beast was talking about that, Jack, about how he only flies United because he gets to have high-speed internet in the air, so he's not wasting time. That's such an alpha move right there. My time is so valuable. I have to have high-speed internet. Traveling internationally.
Yep.
Are we in a range or are we in a range? And back down.
We got a range
down a little bit.
And
with a
back
bearish bias. Come on,
The most
market, do
alpha.
something.
He's so alpha. He's peak. Peak alpha. I love Power Hours so much.
Yeah. I think the funny thing about it's an interesting, like from like a marketing standpoint with Mr. Beast, is like his audience is so broad and so like, I don't know if boring is the right word, milquetoast, whatever, that like the only thing he can sell are like Lunchables. Like, you know, he's gonna have to go to like household cleaner. It's just like they have no shared interest besides watching just dribble.
What, I want to see like the Disney version recreation of that Japanese game show. That's what I want from Mr. Beast.
Real quick, as we're past the bottom of the hour here, we're going to bring in Dr. Volatility himself to give a few announcements before we finish off this trading day here on Topstep TV.
I love the fun fact of knowing that at any given time, Mr. Beast has at least 5 people entombed anywhere on this planet for some money challenge. What's up, everybody? If you missed the news, we just launched an official Reddit here for Topstep. We've already have it pinned in the chat. It's been there for a while. But if you're just now noticing it, go ahead and click on it. Make sure that you follow us on Reddit, because you guys have made us helped make us an amazing YouTube community. Now we want to take over Reddit. So go ahead, click on the link, follow us there, interact with the posts, talk to fellow traders. We're in there. Support is in there. It is the next level trading floor. Think of it as your digital trading floor. You can vent about Topstep. You can rave about Topstep. Whatever you want to do, be sure that you do it in the Reddit community. So go ahead and give us a follow today if you're not already. And then some other big news out of Topstep. If you missed this one, we are doubling down on responsible trading, because traders who add a daily loss limit keep their accounts over 50% longer than those who don't. Starting today, for a limited time, add a daily loss limit to any trading combine and unlock the responsible trading advantage. When you pass, you unlock double payout caps in your XFA. That means standard XFA payout caps are now up to 10 grand, and consistency XFA payout caps are up to $12,000. These are the largest payout caps in Topstep history. And as a reminder, the daily loss limit is not a rule break. It's a risk feature that helps you always trade for tomorrow. 59% of traders have lost an account on day one. Don't be one of them. Adding a daily loss limit helps you prevent those day one blowups. And remember, with the daily loss limit, if you hit your limit, you come back the next day because your account is just going to lock. That's it. Come back tomorrow, fresh, ready to go again, and keep jabbing. And remember, adding a daily loss limit also gives you up to $30 off any no activation fee trading combine. So add a daily loss limit to protect your downside and double your upside. That's all I got for now. Throw it back to you guys.
James, how do you do it?
James.
Oh my goodness. There's 50 points right there. Dr. Volatility, bring in the volatility. Incredible work.
I'm thinking to exit this trade.
Honestly, he might be the best indicator on this entire show. Literally every time, not financial advice, he comes on, the market moves like 50 points. Crazy.
Start a little algo that's short vol and then long vol when the doctor's on, the good doctor.
100%. Well, and look at this move. This move looks serious, Mo.
Yeah. My stop at 83 right now.
83, nice. I mean, do we get long this thing? This feels so momentum trade.
I mean,
What's
they
a
just
short up
missed
here?
my target with one tick.
And settlement's not even that far away.
Oh
712.
my God.
But that's
SanDisk is up 7.75%. It's trading 1,850.
Wow.
My oh my.
All right, we're gonna see if we can get long 666 half. Actually, let's see if we can get long 660. I think we're breaking out. We'll see. Give me breakout vibes. Oh, how you feeling?
I feel nothing. This is just chop. Trying to break the low, no follow through. Trying to break the high, no follow through. It's just looking for stops. And we are back exactly where we started this session.
Yep.
Got president on
Calculated.
Truth Social.
Oh,
I don't know
boy,
if
what's he doing?
just noticing that he'll be attending the G7 in France.
A lot of opinions, that guy.
Oh yeah.
Man, I want to get long.
Just when
Wow.
it feels bullish, you
Yeah,
go
they
long,
rubbed
it turns back.
You're not wrong, Mo. Oh, maybe that's why. CENTCOM denies
I like it.
Iran.
I like it. I wish I'm long.
And what's our upside target? We get long right now. Where's our stop? Our stop
Yeah,
is
it will.
so
It
far
will
away.
be
It'd
the
like
middle
70 points away. So
for
far.
ES. Target is about 15 points from here for the
15
long.
points? Wow. It's pulling up my FOMO strings right now, man. This is... Maybe we get a little bit of rejection off these 680s, Mo. We can get a little bit of a pullback. All right, we'll bid 660s. Patience.
Mm-hmm. Hydrate, Dolby.
It's important. You guys ever like fill up a Nalgene and then you just don't touch it for 6 hours?
Occasionally.
Yep. Do that every day. Always drink my coffee though. Every time.
All right, 20 minutes to go, 10 minutes till MOC.
This thing is...
Come on, turn around.
Go back down. Let us in. Let us back in. It might be a 15-minute range breakout here. We have MOC 10 minutes. Good call. Good call. What are up? Maybe 770s. That's like almost 100 points from now.
For those Broadcom earnings, looking at estimates of $2.40 a share, revenue of $22.13 billion for the quarter.
Moving our bid up to 670. Our stop would be like 645s. Below the middle of the range.
This is an urgency move.
Oh man, Mo, it feels like it. This feels like it wants to pop. But I feel like as soon as I get long here, it's going to sell off like 40 points because it's technically not. It'd be more of a momentum trade.
Yeah, this is momentum against me right now.
Yeah.
The worst kind.
Yeah, the one that you cannot even escape.
Mm-hmm.
It's me how it's just.
I was going to say that looking ahead to tomorrow, jobs week continues. We got initial jobless claims at 7:30 Central. That'll be the headline for the morning. ADP slightly beat this morning, 122 versus 120, and it's been increasing a little bit over the last few months. Yeah.
Yeah, this was a 100-point trade. Oh, that's frustrating. That is frustrating. Should have 10% of the entry.
Stop still holding.
Oh, Mo,
my
you got
stop
it.
still holding. One tick.
I hope it sells off, Mo, because I want to get filled. I want to get filled.
That's the worst. You are not filled, and I get stopped out.
No, yes, that is true. Let's sell off for Mo. We can get long. This thing is just resilient.
Okay. Come on.
Sell off.
This is mesmerizing.
Just a little one. You know. It's a big range. It's been quiet, but it's quietly been a big range. Been some good trades to have here. Zombie rally.
Meta's up over 4%.
It's incredible. How is it up 4%? Dude, Metaverse, that's alpha. Metaverse is alpha.
If they had continued with that, Mr. Beast would have a large presence, I'm sure. It's where most of his, I feel like it's where most of his viewers would select to live if they could.
Uh-huh. Jack, how sick would it be if you work from home, but in the metaverse, you can telecommute to the office with an avatar? How cool is that? So it would all be like we're in the office, but we're at home. Is that not the coolest thing ever?
Like you're describing some sort of purgatory, Dolby. I don't know if that's
oh, weird. Weird.
Okay.
I wonder why no one bought it. Just a floating head. Just a bunch of floating heads just in the digital conference room.
5 minutes to MOC.
I wasn't going to say anything. Yeah.
Just want the metaverse to simulate the drive to work. It's so hellish. Just sitting on your couch driving like Forza listening to a podcast. That was a good one. That was a good one. All right, we're still trying to get long here.
Okay. They are giving me a chance to run away, to escape this trade. I'm not.
Mo's not leaving.
Come on, 670s.
Crude oil still just above 96 bucks, 96.04. VIX 16.02. Now Micron's up 2.3%. It was kind of like down or flat for a long time. Nvidia's down 3.2%. Sand. Every time I go back to SanDisk, it's up another percent. SanDisk is up 8.3% on the day.
Beast mode. Absolute beast mode.
Just
up
unbelievable
at the 15-minute
stuff.
range high here. We're getting close to MOC, so I'm going to lower these buy entries here. I'm going to see if we can get like 660 and 645 and maybe off a little bit of volatility on a pullback we can get filled. But I can't chase this. I'd feel so shitty if I got long and it sold off 50 points. It's like the most obvious move for NASDAQ to pull off.
I think it will be sell side MOC.
It's been sell side off the rip initially, Mo, and then it turns buy side within like 2 minutes. So I'm kind of hoping we go sell side and sell off and maybe get filled and then take some longs into the close. But now we're testing, pushing above 15-minute range high here. Also, it's a range over range pattern. What is this? 30-minute range formed a new 30-minute range above, breaking above that. So now we're getting up into like these 750s. Look at this NASDAQ. Just no chill. 2 minutes. Thank you.
Haven't shown this in a while. 2 minutes. If you go to my charts real quick. I was talking about like it's really just more sectors looking like it. This is the SOX, the Semiconductors Index chart. These are weekly bars going back to 2021. This to me looks more like this is what the .com must have felt like here, especially the move since the low of this past Iran stuff. But these are just weekly bars.
That is wild. And a gap up too, like 2 weeks ago, 3 weeks ago.
Yeah.
Holy moly.
It's pretty impressive stuff. All right. I'll go back to the futures for MOC.
Yeah, I'll get stopped out here.
$34 seconds until we get those market on close numbers.
Come on down, baby.
Let's see it. Come on down.
Just sell off and then bid back up again. That's all we're looking for.
All right, 10 seconds. Mo, are you still holding on?
Still holding on.
All right, down. Oh, go you, Mo.
There it is. Come on. Hit my target, man.
I mean, Mo, living on the edge. Oh my goodness.
That one tick saved the day.
Wow. Let's go, Mo.
So far, at least.
Come
All
on.
right, let's see. I'm a little behind on getting these MOC numbers. If Dolby, if you see them, if we want to throw them in the chat, Hoop.
Hoop's got them.
I will. You got them? What we got?
No, Hoop would have them. We'll post them in a second. We're long one MCL 30,660.
Here I got
Come
them.
on, what's the point?
Minus 400 light MOC, minus 407 million S&P, minus 440 million Nasdaq, minus 390 million Dow, and this is hilarious. Minus 3 million Mag 7.
It's nothing.
Come on, what's the point for not taking my stop and not getting my profit?
For those of you who couldn't see exactly what was happening
this
there,
is ridiculous, man.
Mo had his stop at. Well, I'm not even going to talk about it because he's still in the trade.
No jinxies.
Yeah, go ahead, man.
Mo had his stop at 75.83. About 10 minutes before MOC, it came within one tick of hitting it and sold off a little bit. And then in the seconds before MOC, it once again came within a tick and then sold off on MOC. And it is currently back at his entry exactly right now.
And imagine this is not getting my target. So what was the point of all of this shenanigan?
So much shenanigan.
Yeah, that's true. That is the truth. So what are you going to do now, Mo? What's the game plan? Wait.
waiting for... Yeah, my stop held. I will not move it. That means it is a correct location for the stop.
It's true. That is the truth. We're going to hold him to close this long.
Let's drive down and hit that 75.60 for Mo. Let's close at 75.60.
Just 170.
That was delightful.
That's good TV right there.
Come on, Goldman. Enter. Is it so hard?
Throw me a bone.
Sell side growing.
Come on, Chaz. Get in there and sell a few futures for Daddy. 75.74 ES. What a day.
Yeah, we're bidding one more at 645s.
I'm so tired, man. Watching this.
I'm tired, boss. Yeah,
My eyes are giggling.
All you can do is laugh sometimes, Mo.
6 minutes and 20 seconds. Remember, if you're holding positions after the bell, because you can hold until 3:10, but there is Broadcom earnings that could be coming out at any moment, and that will certainly move the NASDAQ.
Yeah, well.
$2.3 trillion market cap on that bad boy.
Big boat. Got a boat below at 737s.
It's growing, by the way. We didn't quote it, but Hoop. We were up to 1.1 billion sell side NASDAQ, 1.2 billion sell side NQ, 624 million to the downside in the Dow, and minus 468 million Mag 7.
Nice.
I believe it. Did I exit Dolby?
No, I can't control this market. Should you exit it? No, you gotta stick to your plan. It looks like it's selling off. I mean, I'm trying to add more to a long here to see if we just bid up. But, just follow your plan. That's all we can do, Mo. Ooh, big sell again.
Yeah, the fattest.
Almost got a second there. Trying to buy the middle of this range. All right, we're in another one.
Okay.
Mo, I think you're doing okay here, buddy.
3 off.
Nice.
Okay, now let's do it.
I think
Another
we're getting
3 off.
Mo. Mo's winning.
Let's drive it down to 75.60. Let's drive it down 10 more points. That's the juiciest
Mo.
options target. As long as we're down here.
Let's go, Mo. All right, we're long 2.
It's growing again. Wow. Now we're talking. Minus 3 billion almost
Damn.
in the S&P 500, minus 3 billion NASDAQ, minus 1.2 billion Dow, minus 1.6 billion Mag 7.
Only short 3.
Why is it going up then? Oh, Trump speaking? Oh, is he going to come and save the day? Little market magic.
We'll see. 3 billion sell side. That's not nothing.
No, that's not nothing. That is significant.
Actually, the funny thing is, it is how much
Plus
these
$1 billion.
things actually, like the small moves, right, to companies. Okay, you're talking about the Mag 7. I mean, they've probably got 20 trillion or something in market cap.
Mhm.
So that's
$1
not
billion.
much.
$1 billion between friends.
I'm out. Short is exhausting, man.
Good job, Mo. That was
It's
a hell of a
energy
trade,
killing.
man.
I'm
Hell of a
out.
trade. We're looking
That
for
was a beautiful thing
681s.
right there.
I know this is
that
going
was
down,
amazing.
but I might die before that happens.
That's the life is short. Speaking of beautiful things that happened, we got our live leaders update. Let's take a look at that's changed. Dortea up 23 grand. Anonymous looks like they close it out. Like to see that. Up 13 grand. TH 12. It's like what 22 22 22 $12,222. Zavi's 12 112 and Meow 11,560. Those are today's live leaders. Great stuff. Great stuff.
I mean, that trade this is one of the most difficult trade for me. I mean, look how many times they give me heat. And they gave me heat just before MOC. Imagine that. And then they refuse to take my target. Just a little bit. So I'm sorry, not sticking to this trade. I can't. I just can't.
Oh, that was a hell of a trade.
Yeah.
Hell of a trade. The market tested you and you survived. You passed the test, Mo. You passed the test.
Great. That was honestly, sometimes I'm on here. It is not a thing of joy. I always love a stop that almost gets hit. That's like my favorite thing in trading. And I vicariously enjoy it when it happens to the others.
Yep.
Okay, we're down to our final minute and 15 seconds.
Yep. Just hanging on. We're going to bid 633. See if you can accumulate more at the bottom of this 15-minute range going into close. Like a little Dorito pattern going on.
Now
here.
go. I don't care. Just go. I don't care.
Just go up already.
Go to
Just
zero.
go up already. Go to
Yeah,
zero.
I
No,
go to zero.
Wait. Can't go to zero yet. Go to zero later.
I mean, being short is exhausted. Being long is not going up. What is this?
A little bit of everything, right? It's a little bit of everything, Mo.
For the options.
Yeah, it's all for the options. I gotta start paying attention to those. All right, we're in our last one. We're long 3,646. Bottom of the range. Let's see if we can survive.
Dude, maybe we do this
here.
puke.
We're out.
What?
Yeah,
Let's see if it does it. Let's see if it pukes it down to 76.60. That'd be mad. We got 10 seconds.
Yeah,
No, I
okay,
won't do
market.
it.
You're so cute going down now.
Just taking that short up top.
You hear that bell? That means it's 5 o'clock in Nova Scotia. The market is closed. Mohammed, thanks for joining us. That was an awesome trade. Can't wait to see you again, my man. Dolby, good stuff. We're gonna toss over one last time to the Doctor of Volatility Sciences, Mr. James Harden, to take us home. We'll see you tomorrow, bright and early.
That's right. Hello, everybody. Hello and goodbye, because we've reached the end of today's episode of Topstep TV. But don't worry. If you guys want to keep the trading talk going, you want to keep shooting the breeze, then hang out, because At the Buzzer with Coach Jay and Coach Paul is up next. That's right. And the best part is you don't even need to go anywhere, because this video is automatically going to take you there. So go ahead, get up, grab another cup of water, stretch your legs, and then come back down and get ready for At the Buzzer with Coach Jay and Coach Paul, because it's coming up right after this at 3:15 p.m. Central Time. Then be sure to come back later tonight, because at 7 p.m., Coach Dakota returns for another episode of Slow Markets. You caught Dakota this morning on Fast Markets. Now see how it's done during the slow market session. Again, that is tonight at 7 p.m. right here on the Topstep YouTube channel. You're not going to want to miss it, because you never know who Dakota might be bringing onto the show tonight. Yeah, could it be Braden? Could it be Karabi? Could it be Jay? You just got to tune in to find out. So be there 7 p.m. tonight. Then tomorrow morning, we're going to be back live with another brand new episode of Topstep TV for you. We're going to be live at 7:15 a.m. Central Time. So we'll see you there bright and early. We got a whole nother lineup packed for you. And we got a lot more goodies heading your way the rest of this week and into next. But for now, guys, go ahead and put on your Meta goggles on. We're all going to go wait in line for the new Apple Store. You can pre-order it, but you have to do it in the metaverse, and we're all going to wait in line. So go ahead and get it. I'll be there. I got there first. Don't cut me. For Topstep TV, I've been James Harden. You're the chat. Have a great rest of your day. We'll see you tomorrow. Let's go.
Most people won't see it. Not the wake-ups, not the weight of repetition, not the days that start cold and quiet. They'll see the win, the 1 second that worked, not the hundreds that didn't. This isn't about hype, it's about habits. I write it down, every run, every trade. Not to remember, to refine. I've missed, I've fallen, I've lost, but I've always come back sharper. I don't train for motivation. I train for execution, over and over. Whether I'm in the pipe or in the market, I'm chasing the same thing.